But anyway, go ahead.
For nationals, we have to make them. Are they turned down? Are you guys turned down? Go ahead and finish talking.
Broadcasting live from Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. It's time for baseball here. Double dip time again at James C. Fox Field again as the York Spartans stick around for games 2 and 3 of a weekend series. University of Lynchburg gets the 5-1 win over York yesterday. I'm Kyle Haney hanging out with Evan Gates today. And Evan, so glad to have you on. We've got a full day of baseball here at Fox. We've got plenty of things to talk about. We're going to get to see some exciting stuff. We get to see the return of Brandon Pond on the mound for Lynchburg.
Absolutely, and we've seen Brandon Pond, and he has some nasty stuff when he's good. It's been almost a full 365 days since he last pitched. Really today, as we see, it will be likely a limited innings or a limited pitch count, but really excited to see what he can do as he comes back. Yeah, we got the lowdown from Director of Baseball Analytics Brady Moore. Said it's not really a firm set number. The coaches are just going to see how he feels, and you trust a guy like Pond, who is a veteran, to tell you and give you the straight story about how the arm is feeling. It was a labrum tear in the shoulder for Pond that kept him out for, as you said, basically a full season. He was 3-0 last year before he got hurt. The 2021 ODAC Pitcher of the Year, Brandon Pond. So he is a legit ace. If Lynchburg gets him back in the mix, boy, the sky's the limit, because we've already seen great stuff from this Lynchburg rotation this year and last year when Pond went out. For sure, and at this point in the season, really with the entire rotation, you just want to see consistency. You want pitchers to go out to start increasing their inning count maybe a little bit, and just exciting for this Lynchburg squad. We've seen the talent that they had, especially yesterday, Zach Potts going out for 7 innings. So you really like what you're seeing, but it's just as the season progresses, you have to be able to maintain that inning count. Great call. I was going to mention Zach Potts' performance yesterday, if you didn't. 7 strong, gave up 5 hits. The 1 run was a solo home run, and Potts was in command really the entire day, his 3rd victory of the season. So you got Potts you can rely on. Nick Matfield obviously was a ODAC first-teamer last year as a pitcher. You get Pond back in the mix. Wesley Arrington's another one. Jack Batchmore. And the list really goes on for Lynchburg, but just an incredible amount of talent pitching-wise. And so nice to see Brandon Pond. Just a real feel-good story for him to get back on the mound after the serious injury. And for Lynchburg today, as Pond delivers that first pitch, you really want him to go out there and just be confident in what he's throwing. So often after an injury, it's tough maybe just to break that barrier in the first game, but as we know, Pond can do some great things on the mound. Absolutely. You've obviously done your bullpen work. You've probably faced some of your teammates in a simulated game situation, an inter-squad kind of a game situation. But to get on the mound and face another team, you're right, could be a hurdle to get over for Brandon Pond confidence-wise, as count goes 2-1 to leadoff man Chris Nessenson. He's the designated hitter today for York. He was not in the lineup yesterday. So the lefty getting a chance, and that's one thing that you and I will talk about. Really, I think as the day goes on, Evan, even when we get into game number 2, the lineup construction for both these teams, it's not quite a done deal and set yet. Coaches are giving guys chances early in the year as we see the free pass to Nessenson. But coaches are willing to give everybody chances. You're looking to see who will emerge as your starters, and then maybe midway through the year when you get in your conference stuff, then you have a set 9 that you're going to try to run out there every day. Well, Kyle, as we've talked about at this point in the season, you really just want to try out those many options, as you said. But in a doubleheader especially, being able to get some new faces out there, it's going to be important really just to see what they can bring to the table. And obviously, next man up, anybody can go out and do their thing today. Gabe Trevina is the right-handed hitter for York, batting second. He hit in this spot yesterday, 0 for 4 on the day as Pond delivers strike 1. Count goes 1-1 with nobody away. The battery mate is Holden Fiedler again today. Lynchburg using him at the catching spot. We'll go around the diamond here in just a second after this pitch from Pond, swung through by Trevina. It's Gavin Collins at third base, Brandon Garcia at shortstop, Ryan Long at second, and Avery Neves at first. And that infield was really good yesterday, Evan. Double plays in innings 7, 8, and 9. And they were in some big spots, too. A bases-loaded jam in one of those innings. The twin killings for Lynchburg, very important to holding on to that victory yesterday. Well, good defense is certainly going to lead to good results. And if my research is correct, I think Brandon Garcia had 3 double plays in that one, especially for a freshman at shortstop, just being able to be in the right place at the right time. it's important, especially just as defense leads to good offense.
Yeah,
So,
Garcia, he did factor in all the double plays as Pond nibbles at the knees there for strike one against the very dangerous Robbie Elzinga. Elzinga 2 hits yesterday. He's right around 500 on the season, Evan. And Elzinga was the leadoff man yesterday, but dropped down in the 3rd spot today. So back to that lineup, tinkering with it. Maybe you don't take a guy out, but move him around in the lineup, see what kind of differences that makes as Elzinga chops that one foul, and now it's an 0-2 count.
and it'll be interesting to see how Elzinga can contribute today. As we know, in that leadoff spot, he's able to do everything on the field, and especially we saw 2 steals yesterday.
Yeah.
Just being able to contribute from all parts of the game, it's very important. And I think that Elzinga, as we've seen, batting .500, you can't get much better to start a season.
Yeah, led York in average last season, and he is absolutely on fire to begin the 2023 campaign. Runner goes, Fiedler throws, short hops the second baseman Long, who came over to cover, and it will go in the books as a stolen base for Nessenson. So runner in scoring position for the dangerous Robbie Elzinga. He is 1, and the count is 1-2. With 1 away here in the 1st inning. University of Lynchburg comes in at 6-1. This is game number 8 of 40 in the regular season. York College at 3-2. They had a 3-game winning streak that was snapped yesterday by the Hornets. Elzinga will just sort of flip the hands at that one and poke it foul, and we'll try it again here with a 1-2 count. Well, I think you like what you're seeing from Pond so far, don't you, Evan?
Absolutely, and in a spot like this, maybe having a little early pressure, I think that's important, just exposing him to all aspects of the game again. As we've said, you can be in the bullpen for as long as you want before the season starts, but these are the situations you want him to succeed in and just be able to deliver pitches when the moments count.
Sharp fastball that misses up there from Pond. Yeah, he walked the leadoff guy, Nessenson, who's on second right now, but it wasn't like the pitches were awful. I mean, they were competitive pitches. He was around the zone. I think he's starting to get more feel as he gets into batter number 3 here. Pond deals to Elzinga. That ball chopped to Neves. Pond getting over, and Neves will end up taking it himself. The hat comes off over there at first for Pond, but it is an out unassisted there is Avery Neves, who has been the normal left fielder for Lynchburg. This is his 2nd game starting at first base. No problem on that bouncing ball, and we've got 2 down here in the top of the 1st.
And Neves, a lot like Elzinga for York, can really get it done from everywhere on the field, and we've just run out of superlatives for him and his performances. He's been phenomenal for this Hornets team.
You're absolutely right. No, I can't wait to talk about Neves more when he comes up to hit, but you're right. Eventually you run out of things to say about these great players and the ways that he can impact a game. We've seen so many of them this season and throughout his career. Neves missing low and away with that first pitch offering. Nessenson is now on 3rd for York. That comes in there to strike to even the count at 1-1. 2 gone at Fox Field in the top of the 1st. This is game 1 of 2 today. 58 degrees at first pitch time. The humidity is low again today. There is less wind today. We think we'll get in the mid to upper 60s for a high. So really a great day to watch a couple ball games out here at the University of Lynchburg.
And in Virginia this time of year, it's really a roll of the dice to see what you're going to get weather conditions-wise, but we know early in the season, ball might not travel as much, but as we see there, Teneni will bring in 1.
Yeah, that one traveled from Teneni. Hard up the middle for a base hit. RBI single. And it is a 1-0 lead for York.
Number 4, Brendan Martin.
As Brendan Martin stepping to the plate now, number 4, the left fielder for York. He was in the lineup yesterday for the Spartans from southern Pennsylvania. You were talking about that central Virginia weather. It's been a mild winter. It's been a wet winter. We've had a lot of rain, but not much in the way of snow or cold conditions. We had that one little cold snap before Christmas where it got pretty chilly, Evan. But overall, I think all the baseball teams have been on the field a lot more than they're used to. Sometimes you're spending more of your practice indoors than outdoors this season, but it's been nice so far.
And that's got to be a nice feeling, too, just being able to get out there. But as we know, it can be March, it can even be April, and we'll see that snowstorm just come in. So as long as we can keep the heat around, as we talked about, good weather today, and that's all that's going to matter for this one.
You nailed it, though. So let's just try to keep this good weather around. Not that we have any control over it, but it's fun to talk about, right?
Absolutely.
It's like the groundhog thing, the fact that he could actually predict what was going to happen in a month or whatever. It's comical, but it's fun to talk about as Pond whistles that one inside for a strike. 2-2 is the count with 2 gone. Runner on first. That's Teneni for York. He drove in the first run of the ball game. York leads it 1-0, top of the first. Payoff pitch coming here from Pond. This one's floated over Garcia's head. It will drop in, so back-to-back singles for York. Atkins pump fakes the throw to third and then decides to chunk it into second there. Ryan Long covering to keep Brendan Martin out of scoring position. So runners at the corners now, Evan, in what seemed was going to be a nice little cruise control inning for Pond to make his return is now becoming a little bit of a struggle. I don't think Pond is in that laboring category yet, but Holden Fiedler is going to go out and have a chat with him and maybe slow things down and reassure Mr. Pond just a little bit.
Maybe here just keep the heart rate under control a little bit. We know that Pond has been in this situation many times before, so from a mental standpoint, not too worried, but obviously coming back, just being in that situation, you want to make sure that he knows what he's doing and really just be able to get that confidence back. But it's going to be a process. Maybe not in this game right away are we going to see that, but further down the season it's important just to get Pond going.
You don't want him to go long in one inning. It's an interesting thing pitching-wise. You can throw 60 pitches pretty easily if you go 15 innings, or you go 15 pitches per inning and throw 4 innings. But if you throw 30 or 40 pitches in one inning, it's hard to come back out there for the next one. And Pond's not there yet, but certainly something the Lynchburg coaching staff will be keeping a close watch on. And Pond knows the situation. He wants to get out of the inning as fast as anybody, as that fastball misses away. It's a 2-0 count with 2 gone to Connor Pickle, left-handed swinging right fielder for York, another guy that was not in the lineup yesterday, but he's out there today for the Spartans. That fastball almost the same spot, but a little bit better, and it will go in for a strike. York was 24-19 last year, and we've referred to some of their stats from last year already. I think they're looking for bigger and better things. That was a delay steal by number 4, Brendan Martin. Martin will take second. I don't think he took off on the pitch, Evan, but running on the delay steal will get him in scoring position.
A little bit of just heads-up base running there. We've seen 2 steals from York early on.
Pond will go after Pickle. Long down on one knee to scoop that up and fire it across. And the inning is over, but not before York gets on the board. 1 run on 2 hits, 2 left on. No Lynchburg errors, and we go to the bottom of the first on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Action just underway here at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Lynchburg trailing 1-0 heading to the bottom of the first. It was an RBI single from Michael Teneni. Leadoff man Chris Nishenson reached with a walk, and York was able to get him around. Lynchburg avoids further danger with the 4-3 put out there to end the inning. We get to see Cam Lane step up. The Lynchburg offense, Evan, yesterday it was a lot of small ball, especially in the 2-run inning, that really stretched the lead out for the Hornets. Watch out for Cam Lane. You can't make any long-winded points when he's in the box because he's hacking at pitch number 1. Some leadoff guys like to get a look and see some pitches, but Lane just going up there and jumping on the first one and ripping it into center field.
And you have a feeling if he gets up there, he sees a pitch he likes, he's taking it on the first one. But yeah, to your point, we've just seen offense from many different people, and that's very important. Obviously, we know what Neves and Webster can do in that middle of the lineup, but it's important to be able to get everyone started at this point, and as we see with Cam Lane, just getting base runners in this one's going to be important. Put pressure on York early on.
Garcia shows the bunt there. That's one way to put pressure on the infield defense. He put down a very nice sacrifice bunt yesterday, Brandon Garcia. Led off in the game yesterday, 2-hole today. But just continuing that conversation, you're getting contributions all around the lineup for Lynchburg as Garcia flies this one into left. No problem for Brendan Martin. And there's one gone now in the bottom of the first. And here comes the guy we've already mentioned, the All-American Avery Neves stepping up. 2 for 3 yesterday, 2 singles, drove in 1, 2 runs scored. He walked once. That is career walk number 106 for Neves. The ODAC record is 116, Evan, so that's something we are keeping an eye on. You feel pretty confident that Neves will break that at some point this season as he caps this one back off the backstop. Looked like Cam Lane took off on the pitch there. We saw Lynchburg successfully execute the hit and run yesterday. A great bunt single from Carson Atkins. I don't know if you saw the highlight of that, but that was a thing of beauty from Carson Atkins. It made me weaken the knees a little bit, how good that base hit bunt was from Atkins. Neves will turn on that and keep it inside the third base line. This will go down in the corner between the tarp and the foul pole. Lane around third. No, Coach Jones will hold him there as Avery Neves into second with a stand-up double. Avery Neves showing the class and the quality right off the bat, shooting that one over the bag and into the corner for a double.
Neves there just doesn't try to do too much, pulls it right down the line, and to be able to get to second, as we've said, just starting it early, it's going to be very important for Lynchburg. Great work by Neves, really, just to get there and be in the spot at the right time.
Brings up another guy who's swinging a hot bat, sophomore Logan Webster. Over 375 on the season, 2 for 4 yesterday for Webster. He'll look at that breaking ball for a strike. We haven't talked about York's starting pitcher Brandon Purdy much yet, but he's dependable. Over 50 innings on the mound last year for the Spartans. He's came in at third in innings pitched last season for York. So definitely a dependable starter, a guy they're going to rely on. Gets the ball in game number 2, so he may not be the official number 2 starter, Evan, but he's got to be somebody that York feels confident about.
Well, Kyle, we talked about it before the game, but in a doubleheader like this, trying to craft the rotation, not always will you go out there and throw your number 2 out for that first game, maybe in the second game of the series, but we know what Purdy's capable of and really just being a reliable arm for the Spartans.
Yeah, he's got a win on the season already. He pitched in York's 11-8 victory over Cabrini, and he went 5 innings in that one, 5 2/3. Gave up some runs, but did get out of there with the victory for the boys in green.
Have a little Christmas color combination today.
Yeah, that came up a little bit earlier with our LHSN staff, which is incredible, and who will run down here before the day is over. It's a long day. We can't talk about everything in the first inning, Evan, because then we won't have anything to talk about in game 2 of the doubleheader. But it's so much fun being out at the ballpark. Logan Webster ready to have some fun with a 2-2 count. 1 gone here in the bottom of the first for Lynchburg. Pitch is in for a strike. Oh, yeah, and the catcher knew it was 3. The umpire did not give the firm strike 3 call, but the catcher looked back and said, hey, isn't that 3? And yeah, I wonder if Logan Webster got the count confused, Evan.
Well, if you're in the box in that situation and he's calling 2, you just want to linger around, maybe try to steal one.
Sure, no, very great point by you. Why not hang out for a second and see what happens? It felt like Logan Webster just couldn't pull the trigger rather than not knowing the count. But it brings up Riley O'Donovan, who will take a breaking ball for a strike. 2 gone here, 2 in scoring position. It's kind of one of those high-leverage situations where you have your 5-hole man up, and if he can deliver in a spot like this, then you really feel good about that if you're both Riley O'Donovan and also the entire Lynchburg team. Neves at second, Lane at third. O'Donovan will swing through that, and now the count is quickly 0-2.
Well, it's so tough in a situation like this. You know, you have 2 outs, but also 2 runners in scoring position. Just trying to stay patient, and especially now down 0-2, you're saying, okay, maybe just try to wait, see if you get anything close, but you also can't let one go right by.
O'Donovan's already driven in 9 this season. Looking for a couple more here. Takes that fastball high. Riley O'Donovan, a junior from Reston, Virginia, hits .294 on the season. 4 walks, 4 Ks. He's had a couple doubles and a home run. Did not play yesterday, but more than capable in this 5-hole for the Hornets. O'Donovan will foul that one over in the York dugout. The count stays 1-2. 2 gone. York scored 1 in the top of the first. Lynchburg trying to answer here against Brandon Purdy, the starting right-hander for York.
See a high veteran presence on this Hornets team. This is when it really matters. In the pressure situations, just trying to stay patient and get one out there.
O'Donovan faced a lot of them last season. As Purdy bounces that in, Lane took a long look at it at third base, but decides to just hold up, and you can see a short conversation going on between Lane and Coach Lucas Jones there at third. It's a tough one for a base runner. With 2 strikes, I think you're a little bit more apt to take a chance to try to score on that, Evan. But the other side of that coin is you got a great hitter who drives in runs like Riley O'Donovan. You don't want to make the final out at home when you're already in scoring position 90 feet away. It's a tough read for a base runner.
For sure, you think as he's going to foul one off. You get a chance like that, you want O'Donovan to really at least have a shot at getting this hit. But to your point, if you don't make that decision right away, you have to almost wait on it.
And that's what a lot of coaches will say, exactly what you said. If you don't go right away, just shut it down. If you hesitate, then there's problems. O'Donovan working with a 2-2 count, 2 gone. Purdy delivers, swung through for strike 3, and the threat will end. York gets out of there. They gave up 2 hits, but Lynchburg strands 2, and we head to the top of the second at Fox Field. Kyle and Evan back in the Wooldridge press box here at Fox Field. I called it the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network press box yesterday, Evan, but it's actually the Daniel E. Woolridge press box. LHSN just uses it.
Right, we're just seeing a little bit of an LHSN takeover in there, but we have to pay our respect.
Yeah, the stud Brandon Pond is back out there for Lynchburg. 29 pitches in the first inning. You and I were both talking about that just a little bit. Not awful, not awful. You'd love something in the 10 to 15 pitch range if you could get that. But 29 pitches, I think, again, you have the conversation with him when he walks in the dugout. How does everything feel? If you feel good, you send him back out. And I pointed it out, there is some trust there with Pond and the coaches. You have to tell the coaches the truth. You can't try to go back out if you're hurting, and I don't think Pond would do that. So good to see him back out is, I think, the overall theme of my statements.
Well, you're exactly right, and with Pond especially, maybe giving up that run early on, but experience and being able to get those innings under control at this point, so we're going to see be a fly out to center. Just getting out there for innings at this point of the season is really just what you want from Pond, and really, you can't look into the score too much and just thinking that, okay, maybe the arms in the bullpen will be able to hold what he's got. I mean, a 1-run game, I'll take that all day, sending out Pond to start.
Sure, yeah. You have the confidence that your offense is going to come alive, and as you said, that the bullpen is going to be able to keep York in check as Pond gets in with strike 1 on Emilio Bucci, the catcher for York. Pond was the ODAC Pitcher of the Year in 2021. 9-4 in 15 starts. ERA under 3, 90 strikeouts. So he's definitely a guy who has the strikeout stuff. He can do the power game. He's got the movement on it. You see that run, that sinking fastball action there, moving away from the lefty. It'll move into a righty. That's so dangerous. And one of the big reasons why Pond had so much success. That ball gets in on Bucci. He swings through it, and 2 gone quickly. The other factor for a guy like Pond is he's a tough competitor. He wants to go back out just to try to work through some of these issues as well. You know, hey, I gave up a run in the first. I want the challenge. I don't want it to be easy. I think Pond is that kind of guy here, and he may get out of this second inning pretty quickly. Yeah, Eves snares in the pop fly, and just like that, we head to the bottom of the second. No runs on no hits, none left on, and no errors. York still leading 1-0. Thanks for watching the game on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Gavin Collins.
It's 6-7-8 due up for the Lynchburg Hornets. Gavin Collins will lead it off. Another one of those veterans, just a junior, but definitely a veteran, a 3-year starter for Lynchburg, and somebody the Hornets are relying on for big contributions this season. Let's go back to the Lynchburg starter, Brandon Pond here, Evan. A fast inning there as Collins swings on this one. It's going to be a tough play. Third baseman never saw it. Left fielder came over and got the glove to it, but it pops out. That was Brendan Martin who made a long run from regular depth in left field. Third baseman lost it in the sky. Shortstop continued to give chase. That's Garrett Kyle. It ended up being Brendan Martin who got the glove on it but couldn't pull it in. So another chance for Gavin Collins. Interesting play there in that triangle that all 3 of those guys have a chance to get to. But York can't pull it in.
Well, we know the sun's right over the third baseline right now, so that's a really tough play. And as we go throughout this doubleheader, you'll see it could continue to be a problem.
Yeah, it was more wind yesterday that was the problem when the ball went in the sky. Today, I think you nailed it. It's the sun. It's the tough sky. It's not something uncommon in baseball. You got to deal with it quite a bit, but it doesn't make it easy out there for a defender when that ball goes up. And it was one of those classic cases that coaches will talk about. That pop fly tails back to the line. You saw that. It was almost like Brendan Martin overran it a little bit. He came so far from left field to get there that then when the ball started tailing back, it was a tough change of direction. Collins will take that one in high and takes a walk. Leadoff man on board for the Hornets.
And to the viewer, what looks like a relatively easy pop fly to catch there. That's such a tough play, especially as you mentioned, going from left field, making that run, just trying to estimate exactly where you're going to catch that at. And then to add to that, having 2 other defenders going at it. So never an easy play. It
is so difficult, and it's one of those that you practice a ton. Coaches love getting those windy days early in the season. As we see the bunt by Ryan Long. Purdy pops off, throws a strike to first. Sacrifice bunt successfully executed. Collins moves into second for Holden Fiedler. 8-hole man and the catcher for Lynchburg. Coaches love practicing those pop-ups early in the season. For one, you get to show off your fungo skills and really smoke that ball as hard as you can, as high as you can as a coach. And then some coaches will use the pitching machine, turn it up and shoot the ball in the sky. You can do it that way as well. But it's so tough in the game still because it's just you never get a ball quite the same on those pop-ups as far as the distance you have to run. Communication between infielders and outfielders becomes so key. It's a tricky part of the game, and you nailed it. I think a lot of fans take it for granted, but it can be a very tough play.
Certainly, and that's why you have 9 defenders out there, and that's still sometimes not enough. You see so many plays that can be tough to run down.
Holden Fiedler takes a rip at that and fouls it back. The count is 0-2 now on Holden Fiedler. 1 gone in the bottom of the second. It's a 1-0 York lead. Fiedler, the catcher yesterday, the catcher today. 112 career hits for Holden Fiedler. Takes that one for a ball. That's one good thing as a catcher. You should know the zone already with the umpire after a couple innings of work. Then you get up there as a hitter. Obviously, the visual is different, but you still kind of have an idea of what the umpire's calling.
Well, you nailed it, Kyle, but at the same time, you got to think if you're going to try to argue a strike as a catcher, you got to be ready to get it when you're a batter. So.
That's right. That's exactly right. 1-2 on Fiedler. Gavin Collins at second, bouncing off. Fiedler swings at a high fastball. Can't get to that one. And just like that, there's 2 gone for Carson Atkins.
Good placement in that one, too. Just gets that one inside, catches him on the hands a little bit. And really now, with that threat to start the inning, you see a sac bunt. Now all of a sudden there's 2 outs. So trying to do something with Collins in scoring position.
Brandon Purdy on the mound for York. Takes a long look at Collins as he comes set and delivers low to Atkins. Atkins, another guy, 2 for 3 yesterday. I mentioned that bunt single. That was one that we ought to put in the time capsule as far as just if you want to show a young ball player how the bunt single works, perfectly executed from Atkins down the first base line as well. A lot of coaches like the bunt single down the third base line, but Atkins definitely showing how it can work in both directions. And a good runner, that helps, obviously, but it was the placement for me that was just absolutely fabulous yesterday on that bunt single.
Just an example of how the fundamentals of baseball are never going to go away, just being able to continue using that. And as you said, that was just very impressive to go out and do what he's done, and hopefully we see a lot of those plays from the Hornets this season.
Atkins has got a 3-0 count with 2 gone, runner in scoring position at second, so probably not time for the bunt single here at all, but we'll see if Coach Jones lets Atkins swing away here with the 3-0 count. Top of the order due up. Atkins is the 9-hole hitter for Lynchburg. He'll take that one right down Broadway, so the take sign may have been on, or perhaps Atkins just looking for something else there. Still a good hitter's count at 3-1. If you're Gavin Collins, you're expecting to score on any base hit, and you just got to be ready for action here all the way around the diamond. Atkins is a player who can work it to all fields. You might have that in your scouting report if you're York, especially since they have been playing every year. So they'll have some information on Carson Atkins.
And when you have hitters 1 through 9 in the lineup, as we see Atkins will take a walk, just having hitting around, it's so difficult if you're a pitcher not to be able to work around anybody, and then obviously we know what the top of the lineup has as well.
And here comes the top of that lineup, Cam Lane. Back for more action, a grad student from Manassas, Virginia. He's a career .305 hitter, and we saw him go hacking at pitch number 1 of the game in his first at bat. So Lynchburg hasn't scored, but they've got the top of the lineup back up in the second inning. They'll feel good about that, and you feel good about having Lane up there. Now, I don't know if it's Purdy so much trying to work around people as he just can't find the zone now. That one missed further out, and it's ball 1.
Maybe here just a chance. You got to step back, take a deep breath, realize, okay, I have 2 outs in this inning. I'm 1 good pitch, or 2 good pitches, I guess, from getting out of it.
Purdy, another long look at Collins, comes in with the breaking ball. That was a better pitch, but did still miss, and it's 2-0 for a dangerous hitter, Cam Lane. I love the approach in that first at bat because you think most pitchers to start the game are going to try to maybe just groove a fastball right down Main Street. Lane jumped on it, hit it hard. 2-0 now for Lane. He'll watch that one go by outside.
Well, we mentioned it after that first at bat. It didn't look like Lane had any hesitation with that one. And now working yourself into a hitter's count. maybe be able to take a different strategy and wait till you see the one you like.
3-0 count now. Back-to-back hitters that Purdy has started with 3 balls in a row. Does get that one across for a strike, and now it's 3-1 again for Cam Lane. Number 34 has runners on. Collins at second. Carson Atkins at first for the Hornets. Outfield is a little bit deeper than medium, I think, for York. Shortstop holding Collins close. They're going to try to pick him, and they may have him at second. They do. Collins picked off to end the inning. And that's one way to help your pitcher out when he's struggling to throw strikes, Evan. Put the pick play on, quick spin from Purdy, and they get Collins. Wow, that's one way to end things.
And that's a heads-up play in the field, just getting to second base and making sure that it happens.
Ends up being 1 left on for Lynchburg. No hits, no runs. We'll head to the top of the 3rd inning. The York Spartans on top, 1-0. Pickoff at second base ends the Lynchburg threat in the bottom of the 2nd. And now we get a pitching change for the Hornets. Brandon Pond's day is done. We expected it wouldn't go too long, Evan, as the coaching staff wants to be real careful with Brandon Pond. He's basically been 365 days without seeing any game action. So back on the mound today for 2 innings of work. I think you got to feel pretty good about it if you're Brandon Pond. You get through the lineup once, you give up the 1 run, but he only walked 1. And seemed to be stronger in the 2nd inning there. Brandon Pond had that quick 2nd inning, which included a strikeout. So I think all signs point to yes for Brandon Pond. I think it's exactly the way you want to make your return.
For sure, and at this point in the season, I think Pond expecting maybe to come back as a reliever, but to be able to get that start, face the top of the lineup to start, we saw he handled it, at least just allowing 1 run. I think it's optimistic for the games to come, as you said.
Yeah, and maybe not exactly the way you want to come back if you're Pond. You exactly the way you'd like to strike out 9 guys, the first 9 guys. But realistically, it's a good start coming back. And you're playing a York team that is very good. We get the top of the lineup again for the York Spartans here. Chris Niesenson, his 2nd at bat, walked in the 1st. He'll face Wesley Arrington, who's a guy that we can spend quite a bit of time talking about for Lynchburg. Started on Tuesday against William Peace, went 2 1/3 on Tuesday, gave up 4 hits and 1 earned run, but definitely a guy that Lynchburg is going to be relying on, probably as a starter, but also out of the bullpen, and Arrington delivers for a strike there.
As we touched on, 2 starts early in this year, but again, going back to Pond, just having arms in the bullpen who are going to back you up, I think that really has to make you feel good, because we know how good this Lynchburg pitching has been this year, but as York wants to do, just get 1 on base and just continue to work it around.
We know York is a quality ball club as well. 24-19 last season. I think it was, let me just double check the stat. Yeah, 6 trips to the NCAA tournament in this century. It's 12 in the history of York College. So it's a program baseball-wise that has seen a lot of success. They last went to the NCAA tournament in 2021. And they have high hopes this year. As the leadoff man, Niesenson, on again, 2nd walk of the day. Arrington will work to Gabe Trevina, who struck out in his 1st at bat. Arrington's got that kind of that shorter arm action, Evan. It's almost an arm action that you might see from a middle infielder or a catcher, but certainly makes it work, has the velocity to be very competitive. Good breaking stuff, good movement, all the things you want. You see the movement right there, I think, on a slider that Trevino swings through.
for sure, and you just see his arsenal. Obviously, you might not want to give everything away in the first couple of at-batters, but we know he is very capable of using some different pitches. Just seeing him comfortable out there, I think, is really what's important at this point of the season, as we've touched on already. So many pitchers that are capable of coming into this rotation.
Arrington will set just above the belt. Back-to-back throws to first. That one was a better one. That maybe caught Niesenson a little flat-footed, had to scamper back in with the slide. 0-2 the count. Nobody gone here in the top of the third. Another factor for Pond not sending him back out as you're facing the top of the lineup again as Niesenson will go. Fiedler throws. It'll be stolen base number 2 of the afternoon for Chris Niesenson. If you're Pond, you may not want York seeing him a second time. All the data says every time a batter sees you, the average should go up slightly. And that's probably a consideration for Brandon Pond as well, because you certainly don't want him to get touched up in that first game back. Oh, sharp breaking ball there from Arrington. Yeah, and the field umpire will make the call on the check, on the appeal there. That is a strikeout. That had some bite to it, Evan. That was a good breaking ball.
That's one of those, there's not much you can do about that. And by the time you make that decision, it's already too late. That was a great job by Arrington. But yeah, as you touched on, really it's just so many things important early on, whether it be the rotation or just.
Ooh. That'll just.
That's a 6-5 right there.
Yeah, that'll stop you in your tracks, won't it? That was Elzinga that bounced to Brandon Garcia. He came in and charged it. It took a high hop. He caught it around his face and then fired it kind of across his body to third base, and Gavin Collins holds on for the out at third. The 6-5 fielder's choice, that is one you do not see a ton of.
Not at all, and Garcia, who's a freshman, just to make that play and have the heads-up awareness, that is very impressive.
Fabulous stuff. And it's another one as Michael Tenenny fouls one back as a pitcher for Lynchburg. You love seeing that defensive glove work. That'll give you all kinds of confidence there.
Niesenson very good around the bases too, so just to be able to get him with his speed, that says a lot about this defense.
Yeah, you almost use this as Elzinga will take off on the steal. That will be a stolen base as Fiedler couldn't get the grip on the transfer. Yeah, but that's almost one that you use Niesenson's speed against him. You use his aggressiveness against him, because if he wants to try to advance to third on that ball in front of him, which is generally a no-no, then you take advantage of that attempt to use the speed and you throw him out there. It was a perfect on-target throw from Garcia. I love the way Garcia plays here. This ball will get into center field. Let's see if Atkins can get to it and have a play at home. Nope, too far in the gap there, and Atkins had to move too far to his right. That is a RBI single for Michael Tenenny, and York gets their second run of the ball game.
As we touched on early in this one, York, they're not doing anything flashy. They're just getting singles and getting it, making sure that their runners are going. But yeah, between Niesenson and Elzinga, you just see with that speed, it's very important to be able to just watch them at all times, because if you're going to go to third with that throw, you have to make sure that you get them, because otherwise you have runners on the corners.
Yeah, it's somewhat falls in that high-risk category, but Garcia made it work. York still scoring. 3 stolen bases so far for York. So they're using that part of their game. They're using the speed as that ball gets sent into the fans. We got a good crowd here at Fox today. Evan, we got to look out and check out everybody, but the fans enjoying the sunshine and the baseball. Just a great day to be out at the ballpark.
Absolutely, and lots of time to do it as well with the second game coming up right after.
Arrington spins another one low. Count should be 1-1 with 2 gone. Yeah, and you got plenty of time to see Lynchburg this season. I think we've got 7 more home games in the month of March. Next home game will be a week from today, Sunday, March 12th, as Bridgewater comes in. Hornets have a big one on Tuesday. They travel to Christopher Newport University to take on the Captains, another ranked team. Lynchburg comes in ranked 13th in the country. Evan and I will be sure to discuss that matchup some as the day goes on. I know that's one that the D3 baseball heads are definitely looking forward to on Tuesday And there's the strikeout that Lynchburg needed. Arrington sends Martin away looking, and the third inning comes to a close. It's one hit, one left on. No Lynchburg errors, 1 run scored. York takes the 2-0 advantage to the bottom of the third.
Number 34, Cam Lane.
The Lynchburg Hornets send the top of the lineup back out. Cam Lane will start with a fresh count because of the caught stealing at second. It was a pickoff play that Gavin Collins got caught leaning the wrong direction, and well executed by York to end the inning. I was mentioning, Evan, that pitcher struggling to throw strikes. It was back-to-back 3-0 counts for Purdy, and that's a great thing as a defense, as a coach and an infielder, as Lane will take that one hit by pitch. But to find a way to get an out without your pitcher having to throw a strike, pretty impressive for York.
For sure, and if there's anything as a defense that you can do to maybe take some of that pressure off, especially in a situation like that, you have to do it if you want Purdy to go late in this game.
Support your pitcher. That's the first rule as an infielder. Support the pitcher any way you can. Make the routine plays. Make 95% of the routine plays. Make a few great plays. And then every now and then get something like that pick in there. And gosh, sometimes as an infielder, maybe you're there just to talk him up and give him some friendly banter back and forth. It can be a lonely place on that mound, especially when you're on the road and you maybe don't have the same crowd support here. So great job by York to run the pick play. Garrett Kyle, the shortstop. But Purdy's in a little spot of bother again here with the leadoff man Cam Lane on because of the hit by pitch. Brandon Garcia stepping up for his second at bat.
Almost identical to the last inning, as we saw first runner in Collins' last inning reached, and then Garcia showed bunt at first. But looks like he gets a nice swing on that one through the 5-hole.
Base hit for Brandon Garcia. And it brings up the danger man, the All-American Avery Neves, who's already got a double. And someone that York will not really be enjoying seeing stepping in the batter's box. Let's see how Purdy responds. Nobody away here with 2 on. Catcher Emidio Bucci going to run out and have a conversation along with the coaching staff here. We'll see if this is a change. Didn't see any activity in the York bullpen, so I think this is just a reminder of the game plan. And as you pointed out earlier, try to keep the heart rate down, give your pitcher a break, little reassurance out there. But I think Neves will be part of the conversation, don't you, Evan?
Oh, for sure, and 2 on, no out. As you touched on, you have Webster following right after, so even if you pitch around Neves, you have a really good threat behind him at cleanup. So in this situation, you maybe want to get either a ground ball or pop fly, something to not let the runners advance.
Want to go back to Cam Lane with the hit by pitch. He had 19 of them last year, led Lynchburg in that category. And the Hornets got hit 107 times last season. That's a part of their offense, which I think is really underrated. It's not something you think about a whole lot, but Lynchburg can get on with the hit by pitch. They've been doing it a lot this year already. Just over 2 per game they get hit. It's 2 base runners that Lynchburg will take. Garcia had the single. That's why he's on first. But Lane out there at second because of the hit by pitch. So you already see Purdy being a little bit careful with Avery Neves. A 2-0 count, though. Let's see if Neves will get something. He's hunting probably for a fastball here. Something he can elevate and drive. Get the barrel on. Neves is ready. Long look from Purdy. Lane on second, Garcia on first. It was a breaking ball inside that Neves will watch go by. 2-1 the count with nobody away here in the bottom of the third.
As you touched on, great ball clubs, they find ways to get on base regardless of how they get there. And, you think about being hit by a pitch, say maybe that's not something you can control, but it just shows how talented of a hitting squad this Hornets team is.
Watch out for Neves. Drills that one into center. What a grab there on the run by Elzinga. Lane will tag up and advance. Neves probably feels like he just missed that one. That's really hard to say, though, because he put an absolute charge into it. Elzinga on the horse and running that one down over his head, moving to the left center gap.
He read that one perfectly, and then just to get that throw in.
Yeah, you keep Garcia on first. Lane tagging up at third there. It's runners at the corners now for Lynchburg. Man, that's a loud out right there for Avery Neves. That's one that I don't know that he has any reason to feel bad about that, as he absolutely ripped that ball.
If that one just travels a little bit more, you have your second double of the day. So always a threat in the batter's box.
Sure is. Good read by Garcia to take off to second on the dirt ball. Lane will hold at third, but now it's 2 in scoring position for the very talented and capable Logan Webster. Yeah, maybe even you just get the gust of wind right there for Avery Neves, and that ball becomes a double. But let's give some credit to Robbie Elzinga. Read it well, great angle, took off, and obviously the speed a part of that equation for Elzinga as well, running that ball down over his head.
We've said his name a lot this series, just impressive what he brings to the table for York, contributing in many facets of the game.
Webster will watch that one go by for a strike. It's Logan Webster, sophomore, 2 RBI yesterday. I think that brings him up to 7 on the season. Hitting the 2-hole for a bit for Lynchburg this year, but he seems to be locked into that cleanup spot right behind Avery Neves. Webster will swing at that. This one might stay in play. Yeah, it's going to. First baseman's got a chance. Ooh, fumbled it briefly, but it never hit the ground, and it's an out. It's out number 2 of the inning.
That's about as perfect as they can get. If you're York, you want either a pop-up or a punch-out there, just be able to keep the runners. And now with 2 in scoring position, as we had earlier, you got to be able to get a hit and try to drive them in.
It's Riley O'Donovan with 2 in scoring position again. The strong man for Lynchburg, just raw strength, and knows how to use it as well. He's racked up a lot of extra base hits in his career. He'll take that breaking ball in for strike 1.
Did not look like O'Donovan liked that one to start the count. But in a situation like this, you have to be ready to swing.
Let me go back to O'Donovan's power here after this pitch. Purdy will look over the glove with the runner on third. O'Donovan gets the barrel on this, but pops it up high. Catcher Bucci has a chance, pulls it in. Another threat extinguished as York gets away with no damage. They'll hold on to the lead heading to the top of the 4th. York 2, Lynchburg 0 on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. The Lynchburg Hornets offense strands 2 in the bottom of the 3rd. And York pitching around trouble, holding on to their 2-0 lead. Kyle and Evan hanging out with you. And boy, 5 left on already in the game, Evan. It's becoming a storyline for us to talk about. I think it's 4 in scoring position for Lynchburg so far. Now, the positive side is you're getting runners on. You're getting them in scoring position. Hornets would just love to scratch a few in there.
Absolutely, and you can't wait too long, as we've seen York able to get 2 on the board already. But as you said, Lynchburg, I don't think they've had a problem this season getting runners on, but just being able to have people in power spots, as we saw, Neves being able to advance runners, at least you're optimistic about that.
And that's why baseball is so interesting and so different from other sports. I mean, Neves just smoked that ball. It might be one of the harder balls he's hit all season, but you end up getting a great play. You hit it right, not right at the center fielder, Elzinga, but in his range, obviously, and he pulls it in. And then you can have a bloop single fall in a ball where you got completely fooled. But that's just the nature of the game that we play and the game that we watch, and it's so much fun as Arrington can't get that one across for a strike. This is Brendan Martin, the left fielder for York. Second at bat of the day. He's already got 1 base hit. Lefty will be looking for another here to start inning number 4. I had a great conversation with Coach Lucas Jones as Collins will dive after that but can't get there. Threw for a hit, make it 2 for 2 on the day for Brendan Martin. Conversation with Lucas Jones after yesterday's game, and I'll tell you, Evan, he's so even keel. A lot of coaches are. It's a grind in baseball. It's not like football where you can get intense and you play 1 day a week and you can build up that intensity for game day. With baseball, see so many more coaches that are laid back, and of course, Coach Jones, he can get feisty. You know that, but just really had a great conversation. Loved where his team was at. Still searching for a few answers, but overall likes what the Hornets are doing and looking forward to the doubleheader today. It's 2 on with nobody out as Connor Pickles slashes one over the shortstop. Now it's danger again for York as Wesley Arrington will have to dig deep here. I wonder if we'll see another one of those mound visits from Fiedler, perhaps even Travis Beasley, the pitching coach for Lynchburg, just to settle Arrington a bit. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it with nobody away here. The top of the 4th.
Early in the inning here, you can't become too obsessed with trying to get 3 outs. You just have to get the first one. See a bunt attempt there.
I like that phrasing by you. Just get the first one. Take them one at a time. We've seen the Hornets use the double play, of course. Innings 7, 8, and 9 yesterday. It was double plays for Lynchburg. But your point is so great because you just got to make the out. It looks like Schaefer wants to get with the sack bunt. Oh, that got by Neves. Second baseman Long going to kind of get caught in between. Didn't know whether to keep going to the bag and let Arrington, the pitcher, try to field it or pick it up himself and maybe tag the runner. So an interesting play that probably goes down as a hit, Evan. It was a sharp bunt. Neves was charging hard from the first base spot, and you could see him try to put the brakes on, and the feet slid out from underneath him. I think it's a base hit probably for Schaefer. Regardless, the bases are now loaded with nobody gone.
As you touched on, that is a very weird play you don't see often, but that bunt for an infield single who we've talked about all day, it comes back and just shows with baseball there are many ways to get it done. But now, bases loaded, and if you're Arrington, you just, as we said, just got to keep trying to get one.
That was actually the catcher, Bucci, that put down the great bunt there, and this is Garrett Kyle. 9-hole man at the plate for York. Garrett Kyle is the shortstop. Swings through a high fastball there. Count already 0-2. Wesley Arrington on the mound getting tested in inning number 4.
With the lineup turning over after this, you really just have to think if you're going to get that double play, it would be a nice one here, even if you're letting that runner in from third. But I think it'd be a good time for a strikeout as well for Wes Arrington.
Yeah, really a great time. Or a ground ball helps. But certainly the punch out would be of high value right here for Arrington and the Hornets. Multiple signs going on there as Arrington looks in, ready to deal. There's that running fastball that misses upstairs. 1-2 now, but nobody gone. Garrett Kyle at the plate. Our fabulous producer, Sam, got the center field camera set up, and how good does that look right there, Evan?
That is about as professional as it's going to get.
Top-tier quality from the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network as Kyle fouls another one back. I mean, I am loving that. You see the sunshine there, fans. It is a nice day. The temperature is increasing. We've got some light wind, but definitely not the kind of winds that we had yesterday. 1-2 the count, nobody gone here. Arrington looks in. Target outside, and target missed for Wesley Arrington, 2-2.
Got to be careful here, too, just not forcing one into the strike zone, because even in the 9-hole, we know what Kyle can do. Just got to be patient if you're Arrington. Try to get him to whiff on one.
Away target again, breaking ball that time. Slider action that Kyle was able to get enough of the bat on. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up what Kyle can do. He was actually third on the team in average last year. Hit .348 in 25 starts. 6 doubles, not a lot of power, but on base at a .431 clip. Very, very capable in that 9-hole, much like Lynchburg's offense. There's a ball that'll get bounced into short. Garcia, nice play on the backhand. He'll throw that one into third. That time it was the only play he had. So call it another 6-5 fielder's choice. Second time Garcia has done that today, but that one slightly different there. Backhand, feet first, slides into it, and then the sidearm shot to Gavin Collins covering at third.
We know how difficult it can be to play shortstop too, but just good awareness there to get the only out you can get. And now, while there's still 2 on, at least you don't have that threat at third trying to come home.
Run does come in on the play. Score now 3-0 as Niesensen swings through. Strike one. Neves will play behind the runner now with 1 gone. Still a double play situation. And yeah, back to what you just said. Garcia keeps a double play scenario intact with that nice play, even though you give up the run. Fastball missing outside for Wesley Arrington. How about Garcia? Talk about high level. He's a freshman making plays that you don't get from veterans sometimes. Just a rare combination out there of athleticism and then the baseball IQ as well for Garcia, knowing the options that are available to him on a play like that, and then going to third base for the out.
Well, there's so much freshman talent on this team, and obviously every year you're bringing in freshmen who can contribute, but even looking at Logan Tapman on the mound the last few games, already 8 innings this season, just being able to contribute consistently. I think if you're Lucas Jones, that's what you're looking for, because you can go out and you can have a good performance or two, but as the season continues, you want to have arms and people out in the field who are ready when it counts, especially in the postseason.
Yeah, Mason McDowell was another freshman that jumped in there at shortstop. Had a great day at the plate a week ago against Eastern University. Arrington misses in the dirt with that one. You mentioned Logan Tapman, coaching staff loving what he's bringing to the table. 4 appearances this year. Matt Cassidy, another freshman out of the bullpen that the Hornets like. Full count with 1 gone here in a 3-0 ball game. Chris Niesensen has walked twice. He'll swing through that one and strike out in at bat, or plate appearance number 3 rather, for number 1 from York. And now there's 2 gone. Gabe Trevina steps up for the York Spartans.
That was a big pitch and a big spot there for Arrington. Now you got 2 outs. Maybe takes a little bit of that pressure off trying to get the third, but as we said, it's still a 3-run ball game, and while York has been able to get that sort of spread out throughout the game, at least you're looking at this and saying this is definitely a deficit that can be overcome with the Hornets batting.
Yeah, it's manageable. No crooked numbers up there yet. All single-digit run-scoring innings thus far for York. And Lynchburg's offense, which averages just over 8 runs per game. Got to feel good about your chances in this one with the bulk of the contest left. But you don't want to wait around too long, and you certainly don't want to give up any more runs, and you can tell Arrington knows that game plan. Looks in here with an 0-2 count, 2 gone. Target in the other batter's box, and Arrington will get him on the slider outside. Big pitch there. Hornets do surrender 1, but further damage limited by some nice defense and back-to-back strikeouts by Wesley Arrington. It's a 3-0 York College lead. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Kyle Haney and Evan Gates hanging out with you in the press box on this sunny Sunday in Central Virginia, first Sunday of March. Definitely baseball season. It's already, I know it's not officially spring, Evan, but you drive through campus and you see the trees blooming and the grass is turning so green. I mean, it's basically springtime.
I think it's a welcome sight after any winter. You see those first few pitches thrown, you have to be optimistic about things to come, and really just as we see spring training going on in the MLB, you just love to see the return of baseball.
The rejuvenation of spring, you're right, it does something to you. And if you're a baseball fan, it's a big part of spring. As Gavin Collins will bang one into the netting in front of the Hornet dugout. 1-1 count with nobody gone here. Collins walked to begin inning number 2, and then actually got picked off at second to end that inning. Collins will sink his teeth into that one and drive it into the gap. This could be 2, as the speedy Elzinga not going to get that one in time. It actually went all the way out to the wall. Collins will round second but hold there. A leadoff double for the junior, Gavin Collins, and the leadoff man is on board again for Lynchburg.
He looked really comfortable in that spot, just sat on it and able to get a double to lead off the inning. And as we've touched on, 5 left on in those first 3 innings. This is where it's going to matter if you're the Hornets, just being able to drive him in.
Yeah, not that you have to get them all back right here, but you'd love to get on the board in the bottom of the 4th. 4 straight innings with the leadoff man aboard. Cam Lane, a single in inning number 1. Collins walked to lead off the second. Lane actually hit in the second, but came up again in the 3rd because of the pickoff and got on base with the hit by pitch. And then it's Gavin Collins. Back-to-back times he's been aboard as the first batter of the inning. Fastball misses upstairs to Ryan Long, the second baseman. Had the sacrifice bunt in his first at bat. He'll look at strike 1 there to even the count at 1 apiece.
We've seen Purdy throw back to second base. I believe it was a 3rd inning, 2nd or 3rd, where he got the out there. You got to be heads up at all times. This guy knows what he's doing.
And Gavin Collins was, I'm sure, reminded of that. Not that he needs a reminder. The junior knows how to play this game. But as a coaching staff and even the dugout, you're going to remind him the next time he gets out there to second. Hey, watch the spin move, watch the pick. 2-1 the count now for Ryan Long. It's Brock Purdy still out there in the bottom of the 4th for York. Got the shutout going, but he's going to give up. Oh, that ball is just foul. Just foul. Umpire came out nicely, and it was the right call, as that ball was probably 2 to 3 feet on the wrong side of the foul line for Lynchburg.
If you're Ryan Long, you want that one back because you know for sure Collins is scoring, but even maybe getting a second there, keeping this inning alive. But as we've seen all season, he's still very capable of getting on base, keeping this train going.
Yeah, Ryan Long played in 44 games last season, hit .264, 39 hits, drove in 24. Actually, I beg your pardon, fans, that was in 2021, those numbers. Long lifts this one to left field. It's going to be a long run for Martin. He will not get there. That one is down. Collins went back to tag up, so he'll only get 90 feet ahead to third. Oh, watch out, though. This throw will get into the backstop. Collins will hold there. The pitcher, Purdy, was backing up nicely. Good fundamentals there from Purdy, Brandon Purdy, to get over there and catch that ball off the brick siding by the Lynchburg dugout. It is a double for Ryan Long, though. Back-to-back doubles for Lynchburg has them in business again with the catcher Holden Fiedler stepping to the plate.
Sort of an unfortunate situation there. You see Collins, he has to wait to tag, and that's such a tough play to judge too, because as we've talked about, even with the sun out there, you can't necessarily get a good read on it. But Hornets in business, and we know Fiedler's very capable of driving them in.
Fiedler struck out in his first at bat. Ryan Long bounces off at second. Breaking ball comes in just above the zone there for Brandon Purdy. And it's a 1-0 count for Holden Fiedler, catcher for Lynchburg. Hornets left 6 on base yesterday, Evan. They've left 5 on board today. And if Fiedler and the rest of the lineup could change that here, then it would certainly help the Hornets' chances for a victory. Here comes another mound visit from the York coaching staff. This one comes in the middle of an at-bat, which is a bit more rare. Usually coaches would like to take the mound visit before the at-bat starts. But obviously you see something with Brandon Purdy and you want to go have the conversation here.
You have to think mid-at-bat. He might have seen something for Purdy to use. As far as we know, no action in that York bullpen. You have to think trying to extend Purdy out a little bit. We know it's a doubleheader. You want to maybe limit your use of arms in the bullpen, especially with both teams having games on Tuesday. But Purdy here in a spot. When you're facing Fiedler too, you know he's a threat even in that 8-hole, so have to be careful.
Yeah, York College will play Franklin and Marshall at home this Tuesday, March 7th. York is going to have games against Randolph-Macon and Shenandoah in April, two ODAC foes for Lynchburg and two ball clubs that figure to be at the top of the ODAC standings again this season. As Fiedler fouls one back, 2-1 the count. So maybe the mound visit worked. Strike right after.
Sure did.
I don't know if that's just, what do they call that, confirmation bias or something like that. But, yeah, certainly feel better about it if you're the York coaching staff.
At least get a pitch or two and say, okay, we're going to regroup.
Fiedler will bounce that one to short. Collins read it nicely, took off on contact, throw across. Will get Fiedler at first, but the first run of the game is across for Lynchburg. Collins leads off with the double and ends up scoring. 3-1 ball game now with the 9-hole man, Carson Atkins, stepping up.
That was a good play all around. We saw Collins got a good read on it. You just got to get up and go, especially with his speed. And now, like you said earlier, you don't have to get them all back now, but just chipping away at that lead, that's very important to start here in the 4th.
Long did have to hold at second. So he remains there with Carson Atkins up, walked in his first at bat. Successful day yesterday for Carson Atkins. 2 for 3, 1 driven in, scored 1 run. And he had that very nice bunt single in the 2-run 5th inning for Lynchburg. Takes that one for a ball. It was a pretty nice play by the shortstop, Garrett Kyle, that we probably maybe didn't give enough credit for. He had to come in and go to the backhand side. That's the toughie for shortstops typically. Got to it nicely, though, and threw a strike across the diamond. Another one misses there for Purdy, so he's kind of fallen into a pattern of falling behind hitters. Still looks like no activity in the York bullpen. Not yet, anyway.
We know Purdy can go deep into ball games, so maybe you're not too concerned yet, but if he keeps falling behind, you have to think that might change in an inning or two.
He's behind 3-0 now on Carson Atkins, who could be pretty picky and pretty choosy down there at that 9-hole spot. Good eye, another veteran, a grad student from Charlottesville. 108 hits in his career.
When you face the bottom of a lineup, too, that's something that can be so frustrating as a pitcher. See that pick off back to second doesn't work. But, you know, even as we go 7, 8, 9 in the lineup, you see batters that just want to pick and choose what they're going to take. It's not an easy out, and even if you do get the out, maybe you're using a few more pitches than you'd like.
It's not the old days when 7, 8, and 9, you could just come at them with 3 straight fastballs and hopefully get them out that way. Really no team you can do that with anymore, but especially not a talented ball club like Lynchburg. No gimmies in the lineup whatsoever. But to a pitcher, it absolutely can be frustrating because I think you still have that in the back of your mind. Hey, I'm going to get some breathing room here down at the bottom of the order. Not necessarily the case. 3-1 now for Atkins. He'll watch that one go by. Second walk of the game for Carson Atkins. And it brings up another danger man, Cam Lane. 1 for 1, led off the game with that base hit on the first pitch of the ball game, and he was hit in his last at-bat. That was an at-bat that was a continuation. Well, not a continuation. He had to restart an at-bat because of the pickoff to end inning number 2. But Lane is up here.
You said it, Kyle. First pitch, you know Cam Lane's going to be looking for it, and especially runners on first and second. They have to be ready.
Brandon Purdy kicks and deals. Fastball catches the outside edge for a strike. May have taken something off that. May have been a changeup there for Purdy, but Lane lets it go by, and now 0-1 the count with 1 gone here in the bottom of the fourth. Hornets have racked up 3 doubles already. 2 singles, 5 hits total for Lynchburg by my count, unofficial stats as always. And it's been 3 walks for the Hornets and 1 hit by pitch. So they've gotten base runners on. Haven't been able to get enough of them in. Purdy's done a good job of pitching around those base runners, avoiding major catastrophes for York. Trying to avoid one now with 1 gone in the bottom of the fourth.
If you look at a stat sheet, too, maybe compared to some other top D3 programs in baseball, Lynchburg's hitting will not stand out. It's not going to be something that's super flashy, but being able to get on base, as we've talked about, finding different ways, and we know how good the pitching can be. So you just have to be able to maybe create those trouble situations on offense and then be able to keep that pressure on, especially as we've seen against York today, just getting those runners in scoring position to the plate.
1 and 2 now for Lane. Watches the fastball go up and away. Might give a counterpoint to that flashy offense for Lynchburg. I might throw some numbers at you here that may surprise you about Lynchburg's offense last season. But we are in a new season, and the Hornets have banged out some runs this year. I think it's been 3 times this season for Lynchburg. They've scored double-digit runs as Lane will, watch that one come in at the knees. Strikeout looking for Cam Lane. It'll bring up the freshman, Brandon Garcia.
Number 7, Brandon Garcia.
Well, you said it, partner. Sometimes you just become numb to the stats and what Lynchburg is able to do because they've been so good. And maybe early in the season you have an expectation of, okay, this is where this offense is going to be, but we know how capable they are, and especially just getting wins, as we've seen 5 straight. Now after that opening loss, we've seen it come alive.
Garcia watches that one go away for ball number 1. 2 gone, 2 on for Lynchburg, and Brandon Garcia 1 for 2 on the day. Freshman has flashed some serious leather at shortstop. All weekend, Brandon Garcia has just been fabulous to watch out there. He'll let this one go by for ball 2. Don't know if you can see it on the camera, but Brandon Garcia's got the old school socks on with the white sock with the black sew-in stripe up the side. I don't think it's actual stirrups. I think it's the sew-in from Brandon Garcia. Kind of like what Greg Maddox used to rock in the 90s, if you remember that, fans. Need to ask him about it or maybe just get a closer look. He'll go after that one. This could be a tough play. Shortstop Kyle coming on, bare hands, throws across, and they got Garcia there. Shortstop on shortstop crime as Kyle gets to it, bare hand, and flips it across to nail Garcia. So 2 stranded for Lynchburg in the inning that featured 2 doubles for the Hornets. They do score 1. We'll go to the top of the 5th inning. York holding on to the 3-1 lead.
Elzinga.
3-4-5 due up for York. Elzinga will lead off, who we've already seen make some fine defensive plays this weekend. But defense, Evan, my goodness, if you're a fan of shortstop play, you're in the right place here today. As Lynchburg shortstop Brandon Garcia has already made some fabulous plays. And then we see one from Garrett Kyle, his counterpart from York. It was a capper that bounced by the pitcher. It was one of those plays where the pitcher goes after it, couldn't get there, and Kyle came on with the bare hand, seemed to grab it about knee height, and then stayed down there to fire the sidearm across the diamond for the final out of the inning. That was just fabulous stuff from Garrett Kyle.
Really, all game long, we've seen defense, as you touched on, with Elzinga as well in center. But regardless of who you're rooting for, those are just plays that, as a fan of baseball, you have to love to see.
Ryan Long will handle an in-between hop. Did he get it in time? Yes, he did. Elzinga thought he beat it, but Ryan Long getting it over to Avery Neves at first just in time, and there is now a one gone in the top of the fifth. Tenenny up again for York.
For Long, it looked like that one took a little bit of a weird hop. You just had to stay on it, stay on top of it.
I touched on it briefly yesterday, but as the game goes on, the infield gets a little bit more choppy and chewed up. That ball was hit with a little bit of pop from Elzinga, and I think that was part of the weird hop. Long will have to try to handle another one, and he can't. Hit the heel, does catch and spin, but no throw there on a ball that hit him in the palm right there below the wrist on the weird hop. So just as we're talking about the infield getting chewed up and tough hops, you get a bouncer from Michael Tenenny that will get him on base.
Almost an identical ground ball there, too. And then sometimes you see when the ball hits the grass going under the dirt for the next hop, you never know where it's going to end up going. And even see that sometimes. Going to get a throw to first that doesn't work out. But you see that sometimes, too. If the shortstop plays back a little bit, maybe hit the dirt first, and then you have to really react quickly. But there are never two balls in a row that are going to come at you the same way.
Yeah, that spin sometimes will get reversed when it hits the dirt, or it'll turn into a knuckleball. Long's going to retreat, try to catch that one over the shoulder, but can't. Bloop single down for Brendan Martin. And now Connor Pickle is due up for his second at-bat of the game, 1 for 2. So York is really putting together some nice offensive production. All singles for York, no extra base hits yet, but they seem to be putting the bat on the ball. Arrington in the long black sleeves and long hair for Lynchburg will have to work with two runners on again. One gone here in the top of the fifth for York.
This point in the season, too, we've touched on it a little bit with Brandon Pond starting it. Runners both going to go. Looks like they'll reach safely. But Brandon Pond, getting this start, and you're saying, okay, maybe we want him to see some different game situations. Really same story for Arrington. Maybe having runners on base, you have to be able to react, because going in the bullpen or going before the season starts, it's not going to be the same as when you get in the game.
The official line for Brandon Pond, who started the game, I should say unofficial because my stats are unofficial, but it was 2 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 earned run. Struck out 1 and walked 1 for Brandon Pond in his return after basically an entire season missed. He did pitch 3 games last year and got 3 victories last season, but the injury shut him down for the rest of the campaign. Back this year, though, in a start that was maybe not the A+, but very, very positive and promising for Brandon Pond and Lynchburg. Wesley Arrington has got 2 in scoring position now on the mound for Lynchburg. The infield is in for the Hornets. Outfield still medium depth as Arrington looks in for the sign. Behind in the count here with 1 gone. That does come across. No, that is ball 4. And it will send Connor Pickle to first with the walk. Bryce Schaefer back up for York. He is 1 for 2 on the day with a single. Activity in the Lynchburg bullpen, Evan. We'll try to see if a move is made here.
At this point in the game, too, we've seen Arrington have a tough few innings, and when pitch count starts getting up each inning, it's really tough when you have to go back out there after 3 outs on the other side. So we'll see how Arrington can react to this one.
Misses outside with the fastball there, and here comes the conversation from the catcher, Holden Fiedler. This is game 1 of our doubleheader today, fans. We hope you'll stick around, keep watching on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. or maybe you can make your way down here to Fox Field. Decent crowd with us today. Weather just seems to be getting better and better, although it feels like the wind is increasing a bit, Evan. That's one, as a ball player, you're always going to be slightly aware of, and the coaching staff too, because the wind can play tricks on those balls when they get up in the air.
See it move around a little bit too, but always in the Hill City, you know there's going to be a little bit of a gust.
Yeah. I think the only sport that cares about wind more is probably golf.
Absolutely.
I think golf is one, and then baseball is two, as far as coaches wondering what the wind is going to be. And with the new school forecasting, you can get a good read on how windy it will be. So Arrington delivers low for a strike there. Good start to this at bat with the bases loaded for Wesley Arrington. It's Bryce Schaefer at the plate for York. I guess football coaches care about the wind. But, you know, normally, well, not normally, but sometimes you're playing football at night. Watch out here. Ball that'll take one bounce to Garcia. Across for one, and then for two. There's another double play for the Lynchburg offense. Just what the doctor ordered for the pitcher, Wesley Arrington. Soft contact to the shortstop, Garcia. He gets it to long for the first one. Fires across to Neves for out number 2. And the inning is over, as Lynchburg escaping danger that time to shut York down. The Spartans still leading 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. It's no runs scored for York on one hit, one left on in the 5th after the double play. Garcia, long, Neves, 6 for 3 for Lynchburg. They turned 3 double plays yesterday, that combo. They get a timely one right here, Evan.
And we know how capable Garcia has been of turning them. And now, as Lynchburg gets a hit, you have Neves up, so pretty good turnaround.
I mean, how good of a leadoff man would Avery Neves make? 106 walks in the career. He set the school single-season record last year, set the ODAC record last year for walks. Part of that is guys pitching around him, but the other part is his plate discipline. Doesn't offer a lot of bad pitches. Knows his zones, knows where he wants to try to empty the gas tank and go all in on as far as pitch locations. And he can use the contact and fight pitches off with 2 strikes. And then that'll lead to more walks that way as the pitcher has to throw to him even more. And it's a 3-0 count now on Mr. Neves. Brandon Purdy, perhaps with the game plan of pitching around Avery Neves or not. It's always so hard to tell, Evan, when a pitcher's just missing the location or he's actually trying to pitch around someone.
And well, you never know if you can't get in the head of the pitcher what exactly is going through his mind. But I think you made a good point, too, about Neves, because I think his plate discipline can be so overlooked. You know, being as strong of a hitter as he is, you say, okay, well, maybe it's just pitching around. But when you have players like that who have plate discipline at the level that he has, really all around this lineup, it just makes it so tough for pitchers coming out inning after inning and trying to produce.
Yeah, it's a Lynchburg lineup that they are disciplined at the plate. 4th walk of the day already for Purdy. Neves will take off on the dirt ball. That was not a steal. That was just a dirt ball read, and Neves executed it perfectly. That's where you see, again, his ability to impact the game in different ways. He is a fantastic base runner. He saw that one out of the hand of Purdy, a breaking ball down, and once he saw the catcher didn't field it cleanly, he's gone to second. Excellent read right there. Neves is in scoring position.
You got to already sort of have that in your mind, saying, okay, if it's off speed, I'm going to get a good jump on it. And Neves has really made a habit of being able to do that.
Leadoff walk for Neves, 1 for 2 on the day with that double. He flew out to center on that ball that was probably a higher exit velocity than the double. Absolutely smoked it off the bat, but that's baseball. Now Neves is on second for Webster. Webster will drive this one to left fielder. Left fielder has a chance and grabs it. Nice play on the run by Brendan Martin. Neves will scamper back in time. Martin with a good job to run that one down.
That was a good jump on it, too. We see in left field, as we've had a few plays over there, it's so tough to maybe read it right off the bat when you see it's hit as hard as Webster hit it.
Riley O'Donovan back up for his third at bat. A strikeout and a pop-up to the catcher has been Riley O'Donovan's day so far in the designated hitter spot. O'Donovan is the other catcher for Lynchburg. The other main primary catcher, I should say. There are other catchers on the roster, but it's O'Donovan and Fiedler that will handle the bulk of the backstop duties. And my suspicion, Evan, is that we'll see Riley O'Donovan work behind the plate in game number 2. It's one of those things that a lot of college coaches, the doubleheader, you want to save the legs, save the wear and tear on your catcher, so you may not have him catch both ends of the doubleheader. Not uncommon to see a guy catch both.
Well, I'd absolutely agree, though, especially early in the season. Maybe get some different looks behind the plate, and for the pitchers as well, just being able to form those new relationships. Obviously, we know that every pitcher, catcher battery is going to be different, and so just being able to get some looks from O'Donovan, that's going to be crucial as the season goes on, as we get into April and May.
York will try the pick at second again. Third time they've wheeled around. You can tell that's well practiced by Brandon Purdy. He picked off Gavin Collins earlier in the game, but Neves is back safely there. Yeah, regular rest, especially early in the season, so key for a wear and tear position like a catcher. And it's funny and also fascinating because, you know, if you talk about the NBA, everybody complains about the load management. LeBron's sitting out every other game. But I think all the science and the data says that regular rest is the best way to stay healthy. And you see that especially in baseball. I mean, most of the starting catchers are going to take Sunday off and maybe another day off in there as well, as O'Donovan will watch that go in for a strike. So it can be frustrating as a fan to not see your favorite play. And as a fan of the team, you don't have your best players out there sometimes. But I think most coaches, and like I said, the science backs up the fact that you need to give these guys a break.
And catcher is definitely not a position that's easy to go out there day after day. Even touching on the NBA, I think, as you talk about load management, see steal attempt, but that one's going to be foul. He got a good look on that. But with load management especially, and you just see the LeBrons of the world maybe not going out there time after time, I think as the spotlight gets bigger and you see athletes who are maybe expected to be out there longer, that's when there's a little bit of controversy about it. But especially on the baseball field, playing as many games as you play in a season, you have to have that rest.
Yeah. O'Donovan put a charge into that one on the steal attempt, but well foul. 2-2 the count, one gone here in the bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg shut out in the first 3 innings despite leaving 5 on base. Scored 1 last inning but left 2 on base, so it's 7 left on total for the Hornets. That'll be mentioned in the post-game speech for Coach Lucas Jones, I think regardless of the result here, as O'Donovan will miss on that fastball up. Good action pitch there from Brandon Purdy to get out number 2 with the strikeout.
And to your point, you see Neves on second right now too. That's, you have to start thinking, do you get him in or not here? And maybe you're saying, okay, it's a 1 or 2 run ball game in the end, but you have to think about that. These little situations that might not have as much press, those are going to be the ones that are important.
Avery Neves, leadoff walk, got to second on a ball in the dirt, tried to steal third once in the inning here, but it was fouled away. Gavin Collins will look at a fastball out of the zone. 1 for 1 in the afternoon early here for Gavin Collins. Led off the second inning with a walk, led off the 4th with the double. He is the only person to score a run right now for Lynchburg, trying to drive one in with this at-bat. Fastball in for a strike.
You have to think Collins knew that one was a strike too. So now it's really, and this is the game of baseball, but it's about having short-term memory, going out there and trying to drive Neves in. A
think at 1-0 count there, Collins might have been hunting his zone. Maybe that wasn't his zone, although, as you said, he had to know that was a strike and come in there. But looking for a pitch, I think that he can drive, left center gap. That's really the spot for Gavin Collins over the years. Does have some power the opposite way. But if he can put one in that gap, you can tell he tried to there, but got under that and lofted it to center field. Center fielder will come on and make the grab. That was Elzinga, and the inning is over. So no hits, one left on, no York errors, and the score remains 3-0. Spartans leading the Hornets here at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Eight-9-1 due up for York. Emilio Bucci will lead off for the Spartans. He'll be followed up by the shortstop, Garrett Kyle, who we've seen some fabulous defense from. And then the top of the order with Chris Nessinen. Excuse me, fans. It's a York offense that has been pretty productive today. 7 hits for York. They've left 7 on themselves, Evan, so we have talked about Lynchburg unable to get some runners in, but York has left quite a few stranded as well. We get to see Wesley Arrington back out there for the Hornets. His team trailing by 2, down but certainly not out as Arrington looks to keep the Hornets within striking distance. First 2 innings were Brandon Pond. Since then, it's been Wesley Arrington out of the bullpen. Threw 2 1/3 on Tuesday, but clearly looks fully rested after a 4-day break. Stemming back to Tuesday's appearance.
And still action in the Lynchburg pen, but like we've talked about, you really want to extend him out throughout this ball game. But yeah, touching as well. Look, routine ground ball to second for the out. You really just have to think that sometimes scoreline can be a little bit skewed because York with the lead, you're saying, okay, things are working out a little bit better, but even still leaving people on base, that's something that coaches are going to look on and try to key in on for their offense.
Yeah, Lynchburg today, here's some numbers for you, Evan. 3 for 16 with runners on base, and the Hornets with runners in scoring position are 1 for 13. So that's a number that's not going to make you feel warm and fuzzy if you're Coach Lucas Jones. You've had some opportunities with runners on and runners in scoring position, but only 1 on the scoreboard right now. Still plenty of baseball left in this one and on the day. And remember, fans, it is a doubleheader today. But we're in the top of the 6th. I mentioned it yesterday, Evan, that a lot of coaches break the game up into thirds. Innings 1, 2, 3, the beginning, and then 4, 5, 6, the middle, and then those late innings there, 7, 8, and 9. So we're getting to that point here where we've crossed the halfway point, if you will, of the game. And we'll see how it unfolds from here. Here's a pop-up that's going to be a tough play. Long out there. Atkins was on the move from center, but Long ends up taking over and making the grab just above his left shoulder there to pull it in for out number 2.
A little bit of a discussion afterwards, maybe saying how that communication works. But, you know, it's a long ball game, and even breaking it up into thirds, you see any inning, you can go out there and change that momentum. But for Lynchburg, leaving that many people on base, or even in scoring position, that 1 for 13 stat, those are not the games you want to drop, just knowing that you were in that ball game and that you had a shot. But as this game progresses, you know, still many chances just can't become obsessed with being patient in the box.
It's a non-conference game, obviously, between York and Lynchburg. Maybe I shouldn't say obviously. Maybe you don't know that, fans. But York plays out of the MAC Commonwealth Conference, and Lynchburg in the ODAC, the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. 3 ODAC teams ranked in the top 25 right now. So all of these non-conference games become important because, Evan, if you don't win your conference tournament, you're looking for the at-large bid. And that resume becomes so important. You don't want to drop a game anywhere. As Nessenson fires one foul.
And I think it's easier said than done, too, because, you know, non-conference schedule, even we talked about CNU on Tuesday against Lynchburg. So non-conference games important, but having these series as well, just being able to find a balance between testing out that roster but still being able to get wins, I think very important for Lucas Jones at this point in the season.
Balance, key word there. And it's always an educated guess when you're trying out different players. You have an idea what they're going to do. You've done your fall scrimmages and all your spring practice as well before the season, and you're practicing during the season. So you're getting a much better idea of what all your roster is capable of. But you just never quite know how some guys are going to respond to the spotlight, respond to those pressure situations, facing different opponents. All those things are a factor. And that's part of the big job as a coach. And how about that? Painting the inside third there for Wesley Arrington. A strikeout to end the innings. Got to make Arrington feel good as he strides back to the dugout. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on. York still with the 2-run advantage as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're watching all the action on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. It's a pitching change for York in the bottom of the 6th. Ethan Kennedy is on to replace Brandon Purdy. It was a pretty successful day for Purdy, 87 pitches. He gave up 5 hits, just the 1 earned run, did pitch around 4 walks and hit 1 Lynchburg batter as well, but Ethan Kennedy is on now for York to try to preserve the lead. He'll pitch out of the stretch here to the leadoff man, Ryan Long. No, excuse me. That's a change for Lynchburg. I beg your pardon, fans. It is.
I believe Dylan Fisher at bat. See lots of substitutions, too. We've seen, obviously, Lynchburg trying to find maybe a routine of substitutions. That's, at this point in the season, might not be too significant.
Yeah, great call. Dylan Fisher in there, left-handed swinger facing the right-handed thrower Kennedy. So Fisher replaces Ryan Long, who had a double, a sacrifice bunt in the game today. Dylan Fisher, senior outfielder from Haymarket, Virginia. Highland School. Will swing at that and pop it foul. Nobody away here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Right away, getting that lefty on righty matchup to start the inning, and Lynchburg has done so well getting that opening, that leadoff runner on. See if Fisher can connect now.
Ethan Kennedy, a junior for York looks in and deals that one to Fisher. Popped up. We talked about the wind, somewhat of an issue. Sun also. You see Garrett Kyle, the shortstop, shield the eyes and pull that one in for out number 1.
A little bit of everything going against the defense today.
Ethan Kennedy,
Now at bat,
2.12 earned run average last season in 10 appearances. Second on the team in earned run average, 17 innings. Did have a couple saves, so clearly working out of the bullpen, not a problem for Ethan Kennedy. As this one misses in the dirt to Holden Fiedler, the 8-hole hitter and catcher for Lynchburg.
Touched on too with Purdy. Nice performance just allowing that run. As we've seen, he's had some extended runs throughout the past season or two, but now if you're the bullpen, you just have to be able to keep him in line for the win.
Carving up the outside edge there for Ethan Kennedy. Moves the count to 1-1. One gone here in the bottom of the 6th. So Ryan Long, the second baseman, is out. It was the pinch hit from Dylan Fisher. We'll have to figure out the defensive adjustments for Lynchburg. We'll see which direction they go. They have used Jackson Harding at second base some this season, so he would be a possible option. And we know we've seen Harding in the lineup quite a bit this year. Jackson Harding not in the lineup right now, but that will be my likely thought. I guess maybe there's no need to speculate, and we'll find out here in just a minute, Evan. But we'll see if that's the direction that head coach Lucas Jones wants to go for Lynchburg. The count goes 3-1 now on Holden Fiedler.
Sometimes, too, during a doubleheader, you want to try out different situations. So maybe not as crystal clear as we've predicted, but we know this Lynchburg team very capable of sending other options out to field. Looks like Fiedler's going to get the walk.
Yeah, Fiedler on board for the first time today. Brings up a guy who has been on board every at-bat today. That's Carson Atkins. Back-to-back walks for Atkins. With Fiedler on first. See how much business Lynchburg can get going here in the bottom of the 6th. They do trail 3-1 in game 2 of the 3-game series, but game 1 of the afternoon.
Can't become too obsessed with the scoreline maybe at this point in the game, but you have to just keep it in the back of your mind that, okay, we need to start chipping away. Make sure that there isn't as much pressure in that 8th or 9th inning.
Yeah, you're coming to the end of those middle innings, so you are thinking about the score much more now. Beginning of the game, it's all process. You're not worried about the product then. But you do start thinking about the main goal, the end result of winning ball games here as the game does start to draw to its conclusion. And you never know if it's the last time you're going to get the top of your order up as well. So that's another concept that you might be thinking about. Running out of at-bats, running out of outs as Atkins takes a good rip at that one and fouls it backwards. Atkins is the 9-hole hitter. If you're Carson Atkins, this might be the last at-bat you get of the game. You want to make the most of it. I don't think that's the main thought process in your head. The main thought process is get on base any way you can, and that's probably the normal process for Atkins. But you do want to make the most of your opportunities as an individual and your chances to help the team too. 3-1 count. Ethan Kennedy has fallen behind another hitter. He walked Fiedler. It was a leadoff pop-up to shortstop to begin the inning for Lynchburg. Dylan Fisher off the bench.
If Atkins can get on, that turns over to top of the lineup again. It'll be a good spot for the Hornets.
Yeah, you feel like you're really in business then as Atkins fouls that one back on kind of a check swing ball that ran inside. Here come the signals from Lucas Jones in the third base coach's box. As Atkins will look at the wristband. The sign sequence is on there. Maybe some action from Fiedler on the move here with a full count, 1 out, potentially. Kennedy comes set. And now he'll deal to Atkins, who swings through it for strike 3. So big out there. Now there's 2 gone in the inning for the leadoff man, Cam Lane.
Now at bat,
Big
number
spot there for
34,
Kennedy.
Cam Lane.
Just takes his time and delivers the pitch, and now 2 outs. Has to help your confidence a little bit as a pitcher just to get out there and just see that strikeout. Be able to maybe think about these next few, or even if he goes more than an inning, just trying to get back into rhythm.
Lane had the leadoff single in the first. He's been hit by a pitch, struck out in his last at bat. He'll go after the first one and foul it into the Lynchburg batting cage area. 0-1 with 2 gone. Fiedler at first, bottom 6 here between York and Lynchburg. York 3-2 entering the game. Had that 3-game win streak snapped yesterday in the 5-1 loss to the Hornets. Foul ball, virtually the same spot. Now it's an 0-2 count for Cam Lane.
I've seen Lane with a lot of cuts, maybe just waiting a tad too late. Seen a lot down that third baseline, but you think about that, you get that second back and maybe have an extra base hit down the line. That's something that the Hornets could really use.
Yeah, Kennedy doesn't seem like a high velo guy, but you're right, you can wait too long to pull that trigger. Good stop there by Bucci. Smother that one up and keep it in front. Keep his counterpart holding Fiedler on first. 1-2 the count. 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th.
As a catcher in that situation too, yeah, obviously the main responsibility to keep the ball in front of you, but you don't want to allow any runners getting a second here in scoring position. Keep that threat benign as the inning continues. We know 2 outs already.
2-2. Looked like Kennedy tried to get him to chase with a changeup. Good location, but Lane laid off. As you get more great camera work from the entire team here at LHSN. It was a busy day sports-wise yesterday, and still a bunch of activity today as spring sports in full swing here. Lane will take that one at the knees. Strike 3, inning over. 1 on, but 1 left on after no hits and no errors. Score remains the same, 3-1. York on top as we head to the top of the 7th. It's a pitching change for the Lynchburg Hornets. Number 37, Trevor Barnes on the mound. Another talented freshman for Lynchburg. Left-handed thrower. He's appeared in 1 game this season, 1 2/3 innings. Struck out 1. He comes to the Hornets from Collinsville, Virginia. Bassett High School just outside Martinsville. It's another one of these talented young players, Evan, that you and I have both been talking about. So much veteran leadership and explosive potential for Lynchburg, but they've got a lot of youth as well that they are counting on, and not just in the future, but counting on some of these young guys right now, as you're seeing Trevor Barnes in there in a 2-run game.
Well, Kyle, I think that's important too, because we see traits of good teams having that mix of veterans and being able to just have people that have high baseball IQ, but we also see just the talent from the freshmen And as we progress, whether it be this season or even the seasons to come, you just have to feel happy as a Hornets fan that there's some very good talent on the squad.
So Wesley Arrington is out pitching-wise for the Hornets. He went 4 innings, gave up 5 hits and 2 runs. Now it's Trevor Barnes. He'll get a bouncing ball to a new man in there. Jackson Harding makes the play at second, fires across to another reinforcement off the bench. That's Josh Jorman. So the right side of the infield has changed. Number 2, Jackson Harding, and Josh Jorman at first. And they immediately get in on things. That's making the ball find you off the bench there for Jack Harding.
And that was a ground ball. You know, your momentum's going almost towards the outfield. Great job of just standing up straight, getting the ball to first quick. A lot of these plays that we see might be deemed routine plays in the infield, but there's really no gimme in baseball. There's so many that are tough to field, tough to throw, and then you just have runners that continue to have speed. We know York has some great base runners.
I love the way you phrased it, no gimmies. And as a guy who has done this, played the infield, I can second that for sure. Nothing is easy. You get some pressure on you late in the game, it becomes even harder. And it just makes you marvel at the guys that do make it look easy out there. We've seen fabulous defensive play from both of the shortstops today. Some good stuff in the outfield. And it really has been fun to watch. Jackson Harding off the bench making a good play there at second base for Lynchburg.
Well, if you're a coach, too, that has to be a good sight at this point in the season because to an extent, you can't necessarily teach that discipline until they get out there and you watch them in game. And so very important just to make the plays they're supposed to be made and then obviously get in the batter's box on the other end and deliver.
Big strikeout for Trevor Barnes to get the real danger man, Robbie Elzinga, swinging. Just like that, there's 2 gone. The top of the 7th, Barnes misses low and inside with that one. 3-1 score. York scored 1 in the first, 1 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. Lynchburg scored their run in the bottom of the 4th. Wow, look at that change of pace there from Barnes. Some of them are hard to see from the press box, but that one, you could just tell. That was a fabulous changeup. Almost had to parachute behind it there from Barnes.
Absolutely, great job of changing up the speeds. As a pitcher, you never want the batter to almost have a thought, even like a little wince of what pitch is coming, and we just see really the difference between good pitchers and great pitchers being able to extend that speed difference and really just keep batters on their toes.
Freshman on the mound is Trevor Barnes. The bullpen is not completely closed for Lynchburg, but don't really see any pitchers warming up at the moment. Just trying to get a thought on how long Barnes will go. There's a line drive that Atkins will break in on and stand his ground and catch chest high for the 3rd out. So it's 3 up, 3 down. Freshman Trevor Barnes with a very quality inning of work for Lynchburg. Now let's see if the Hornets offense can get busy. Bottom of the 7th coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Back-to-back 3 up, 3 down innings for York's offense. Wesley Arrington set them down 3 in a row in the top of the 6th, and then it's Trevor Barnes in, the freshman out of the bullpen for Lynchburg with another very, very efficient inning. Ground ball to second, strikeout, and then the fly out to center there. Teneni got good wood on it. It was well hit, but just right at the center fielder, Carson Atkins, and now it's time for the Lynchburg offense to see if they can do their thing. Trailing by 2 in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, we see the 2, 3, 4 spot in the lineup coming up to the plate. If there's ever a chance in this game to make a difference, you have to think it starts now.
Brandon Garcia, another freshman. It's crazy. It's like every guy you talk about, Evan, you either say it's another freshman or you say another grad student or another senior for Lynchburg. There are some juniors and sophomores in the mix for the Hornets as well. I'm kind of halfway joking there, but definitely a lot of young talent for Lynchburg and a lot of veterans as well.
That makes it really interesting, too, because you just think about this season, what to expect maybe from a Hornet squad that's obviously nationally ranked, high expectations, but for freshmen coming into this program, I think it's very clear they want to win this season and they want to be able to do it in a dominant way, as we know the ODAC is very talented.
Success now, win now, but certainly the future bright also as Brandon Garcia runs the count 2-1, nobody out. He is the leadoff man. Leadoff hitter's been on in every inning for Lynchburg. Double check that stat. It's not getting runners on, that's the problem for the Hornets. It's getting them in right now. Lynchburg currently 3 of 18 with runners on.
Just goes to show, as we were talking about with plate discipline, getting there in many ways, whether it's walks, hit by pitch. We've seen a lot of singles to lead off. Garcia here getting a walk.
And I'm glad I did double check it, Evan, because I got it correct. There was the fly out to begin last inning for the substitute Dylan Fisher. So it's 5 for 6, but now 6 for 7, having the leadoff man on for Lynchburg with the walk from Brandon Garcia. And now Avery Neves, a guy that has drawn a walk himself today, 1 for 2 with a double for Neves. And the all-time walk count increases, 107 now in his career for Neves.
You have to wonder here if Garcia, obviously, Neves going to get the single, so it won't end up mattering. But, you know, especially getting that leadoff spot, you really just want to rile the pitcher up a little bit. But Neves said it will not matter.
No, I knew where you were going with it for sure. But Neves sees a pitch he likes and rips it. I mean, it is loud off his bat. It is a violent swing. A controlled violence from Neves. He doesn't swing out of his shoes. It's not like he's spinning out and falling down in the dirt there, but just really, really good stuff from Avery Neves.
That's what makes it fun to watch, too, because, as you mentioned, it just being composed, really not trying to do too much, but with his power, you see the ball go over the fence a lot.
2 on now for the Hornets, back in business. Bunt shown by Logan Webster. It wasn't the early sacrifice bunt set up. Might have been kind of one of those two-way bunts where you have a chance, if you place it well and get out of the box and run well, to have a base hit. But the other idea is to get the runners in scoring position. See if the sign is on again for Webster, who is 0 for 3 on the day. Struck out in his first at-bat, popped up to the first baseman, and then a fly out to left field. Garcia on second, Neves at first. There's another one of those pick chances, and it's thrown into center field. Garcia will get to third. Neves will have to hold up at first. That would have been a short throw to get him at second. So we have seen York College use that pick play at second successfully one time to end an inning, but this time it cost them 90 feet as Garcia scampers over to third on the bad throw.
That's a difficult situation, too, because with the amount of pickoffs they've tried to have at second, you know, it's bound to happen every now and then, have one throw get away, but maybe not the spot in the order that you wanted it to happen.
Runners at the corners now for the Hornets as Coach Lucas Jones will have a conversation there with Logan Webster using the offensive timeout, get one of those per inning. And I guess now we can debate and discuss what you think the conversation is about there with Jones and Webster.
Obviously, it's difficult, too. You want to try to stay away from the double play with runners on the corners, but situation like this, just staying patient in the box, because as we've touched on so many times, it's only a 3-1 ball game, and so you can't become overly obsessed with trying to change it in one swing. Obviously, if it happens, that's a welcome sight, but just getting base hits, getting those runners in scoring position home.
Middle infield at double play depth for York. First baseman holds, Neves on at first. Third baseman is even with the bag. Webster will swing and foul this one off to the first base side. 0-2 the count now, so that might change your offensive strategy a bit as well. You know, Neves is a good runner. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see him take off at some point during the at-bat. If you're Logan Webster, something elevated, something in the outfield would work. Sack fly, double, homer would all be high value right now. You'd love to stay out of the double play. But with 2 strikes, premium on contact. That ball is in the dirt, but Neves got a piece. So it's a foul ball. 0-2 the count. Neves did take off on the pitch there. And a good one to run on, a breaking ball in the dirt. It's number 6, Logan Webster. He's a sophomore for Lynchburg. He's one of those guys that's not in the freshman or grad student / senior category. Sophomore Logan Webster. Kennedy deals. Webster punches that into left field. Run will come in, and the rally continues. Neves will hold at second, and it's runners on first and second for the Hornets as they draw 1 run closer. RBI single for Logan Webster. Plates Brandon Garcia.
Excellent work there, pulling it, and really just did not try to do too much. Those are the types of at-bats you really want to see if you're a Hornets fan, because now having runners on first and second, proving that, yes, you can get runners in. Really what's been the problem all game for the Hornets, just a good time to start changing it.
Sub in the game now for Lynchburg. We'll get Eric Height in there for the Hornets. Sophomore catcher from Woodbridge. He'll show bunt with nobody away. Good placement. Off the mound of field is Kennedy. Throw to third is in time to get Neves. So the Hornets try for the sacrifice bunt and do not execute it successfully. 1 away with runners on first and second.
How about that from Kennedy, too, getting off the mound. Heads up play to get it to third. I think a lot of times maybe you think you don't have the time to get it there, especially when Neves running to third, but he just stays composed and gets the out.
Yeah, I don't think the placement of the bunt was awful. Ideally, you get a little bit more towards the third base line. But Kennedy did bounce off nicely, fielding the spot, and clearly that was the rotation as the third baseman stayed back to cover the bag. Kennedy had that side of the field. He got off quickly and made a good play at third. So it's 1 gone for Gavin Collins. He got a double on the day. 1 for 2 with a walk in there as well. How about Logan Webster? Just going back to his RBI single, Evan. That was just hit number 1 on the day, but Webster had a 2 for 4 day yesterday with 2 RBI. So he's putting together a pretty good weekend series with 3 runs driven in already. Logan Webster is on second base at the moment.
And what you have to think, too, being in the cleanup spot, already 10 hits on the season, batting .385. Webster just very good with sitting on it, and I think in situations like that, especially as I mentioned, just patience will certainly deliver results.
Collins back to the pitcher, hit the glove, tough play here, no play here. Collins with a sharp shot off the pitcher's glove, probably going to go in the books as a hit. You can't really fault Ethan Kennedy for not being able to snare that one. And the middle guys came on to try to make another one of those fantastic plays, but it's not to be as Collins out of the box running well, and the bases are loaded now for the Hornets.
And just 1 out as well. Have to take advantage of this situation. These are the types of spots Lynchburg's been in, and then as we saw yesterday the other way around, York had it a few times, but Lynchburg able to get double plays and get out of it.
Jackson Harding, grad student from Keysville, Virginia, Randolph Henry High School in Charlotte County, Charlotte Courthouse. He'll watch the first one go by. Harding came in at second base, made a nice play on his first at bat defensively that he was out there anyway. And now it's Harding with the bat. He's got 59 career hits. Enters the game hitting just over .260. Getting ready to look at the offering from Kennedy. He'll swing at it and foul it back. 0-2 the count now with 1 gone. Similar situation that we had earlier in the inning, Evan. You love to get a ball elevated in the outfield. Sack fly, double works. You want to stay out of the double play here if you're Lynchburg offensively.
But 1 run in this situation ties the ball game up, and so as you said, anything into the outfield grass will help if you're the Hornets, but just have to have good awareness on the base paths as well.
Harding will bounce down one up the middle. Kyle has it. Tried to go straight out of the glove with a flip. It's not fielded cleanly. Runner is safe at second. That was Gavin Collins. Again, running hard, slid in there feet first. Garrett Kyle had kind of a funky in-between hop there at shortstop, and he tried to flip it straight out of the glove, which you do see a lot of. I don't think the fault was in that, but the flip kind of came out weird and unable to be handled cleanly at second base by Gabe Trevina. Run is in, and the game is tied.
That's a tough spot for the Spartans because instead of getting two, you don't get any, and now still with one out, bases are loaded.
The danger is not over at all for the Spartans as Holden Fiedler steps up. This is exactly what Lynchburg was looking for and why you do stay patient and not worry too much about the scoreboard. You hit on that multiple times, and now Lynchburg putting together the multiple run inning that they needed, and they may not be done yet with one down.
It's been lurking all game. We talked about runners left in scoring position.
Fiedler will lift this one to center field. Potential play at the plate here. Oh, my. It was missed by Elzinga. The normally sure-handed Elzinga tried to go to second to get the force, and Collins never stopped running. He came around. The Lynchburg dugout is out and on their feet making noise. It's 2 runs in on what's going to be an error for Robbie Elzinga, who has made some fabulous plays out there, but a misplay on a ball that we thought he might have a chance to throw to home on, but he cannot field it cleanly, and 2 runs come in.
Hey, tough spot there as the Hornets will score, and maybe there if you're Elzinga, maybe trying to think a second ahead and get that throw because we knew runner from third would likely be trying to tag home.
Wow.
Hornets are in business now.
No kidding. Runners on first and second with the always dangerous Carson Atkins up. 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but he's walked twice today. Atkins was 2 for 3 yesterday. Might be time to pull out that bunt single again if you're Carson Atkins, although I know he'd love to drive in the runner on second.
You think about moments in a baseball game when it ends. That might be the decisive one.
Atkins will swing and pull that one through the hole. Runner gonna go, and it got under the glove of the left fielder, Brendan Martin. So some miscues defensively for York in the outfield have cost them. Not sure that Martin's gonna have an opportunity to throw out the runner at home, but Jackson Harding, a fast runner, you gotta think if Martin comes up with it, maybe a potential play at the plate, but no, as the ball slips under. It's a single for Atkins. He holds it first. Holden Fiedler is now at second for Lynchburg, and the big inning continues. Just 1 gone.
Kyle, what a swing we've seen these last few at-bats. As we all know in baseball, it can be those couple of at-bats that can change everything. York's certainly not out of it, but you have to think, if you're a Hornets fan, you love what you've seen this inning.
Coach Mike Scappa for York. Love to get inside his brain right now. There is activity in the York bullpen, although you can't put a ton of this on the pitcher, Ethan Kennedy. And I'm sure Kennedy feels a little bit snake bit, like he's been like he has been dealt a bit of a bad hand. But the offensive onslaught continues as Josh Jorman is at the plate for Lynchburg. Number 25 came in as a defensive replacement at first. He's another guy that off the bench is more than capable of swinging the bat for Lynchburg. Hit .347 last season, drove in 20. And he's got a career .300 average in just over 70 games played. Josh Jorman.
Expect to see him in the lineup quite a bit this season. Just touched on seeing him at first.
Jorman's going to bounce this one past the diving second baseman. Another potential play at home. Fiedler's in there on the slide. Ball got cut by the first baseman. Not sure it mattered anyway, but the Hornets have scored another run.
And here in the 7th, Garcia will step up again for the second time as we've gone around the lineup. Really just there hasn't necessarily been one or two big hits. It's just between the defensive miscues and then just getting these singles to keep it going. Impressive stuff from the Hornets, and obviously Elzinga with the error and then another fielding error after, but you can't necessarily put too much stock into that, as obviously the Hornets have still earned it.
Couple ground balls, singles, couple misplays in the outfield. Garcia will watch that one go by. He started this inning with the walk. That's really been the main thing, I guess, you can put on Ethan Kennedy, that leadoff walk, but you got to feel for the pitcher at the moment, the junior, for York. There is, again, activity in the York bullpen as Garcia will try to put down a bunt. Safety squeeze play, and the second baseman will not get to the bag in time. It kind of just became an I got it, you take it type of play between the pitcher and the first baseman. Kennedy fielded, didn't even think about throwing home. Second baseman could not get to first in time. In Trevino's defense as a second baseman, he's probably thinking, I'm covering second on a steal potentially, and Lynchburg executing the sacrifice, the safety squeeze type of play there to score the seventh run of the inning. It's an 8-3 ball game now, and it's not over.
It might not be for a while. You see Neves being up to bat, but still only one out.
This is a situation now for Avery Neves where you got to feel pretty comfortable going all in on a swing. You know you've got York on the ropes already. Kennedy's been out there for a while. You've got a single on him in the inning already, so you should have a pretty good read on what he offers. I would not be shocked to see Neves try to get a ball elevated, put one up in the jet stream maybe, to just really put this game out of reach. Breaking ball in for a strike. Looked like it had a little wrinkle in it. 1-1 count now with one gone in what has turned into a 7-run inning for the Hornets offensively. They now lead 8-3.
You have to wonder where Kennedy's confidence is too, just not being able to get out of it with the defensive struggles.
It's at least a 6-hit inning for Lynchburg. It may be 7 depending on how our official scorer scored one of those earlier. There was the one walk to start the inning. There's an error, definite error with the center fielder. Only out came on that sacrifice bunt where Kennedy popped off and made a good play to the third baseman. There was a good cut by Neves. He looked back in the dugout as maybe a sign with the body language or the facial language there to say, wow, I just missed that one. But now it's a 1-2 count on Avery Neves, one away with runners on first and second.
The energy surrounding this guy, too. You just know his teammates understand what he can do at the plate, especially in a spot like this one.
Neves is ready. He'll hack at that one as well and send it foul. Tip of the cap to Ethan Kennedy, though. He's still out there getting after it. And you have to admire that. This is his second inning of work as Brandon Purdy went the first 5 and was in line to get the win, but not to be now after this explosion from Lynchburg. Neves will foul another one off. This is a big part of the game for Neves. He can just spoil those pitches. He can work these long counts. He can make the pitcher work. He can make the pitcher have to give him the whole kitchen sink. And now all of a sudden, as he sees more offerings and gets more information, his game gets better and better.
And not only is that good for Neves, but that helps the batters coming up. As steal attempt now, not going to work. But you see, especially even with Webster on deck, obviously Kennedy trying to find these different pitches to retire Neves, and then you think, okay, I know what's coming at the next at-bat. And so just invaluable in so many ways.
Yeah, officially right now for Ethan Kennedy, it's just 1 earned. On the day, and this goes back to the last inning as well, he's given up 6 hits, walked 2, but just the 1 earned officially at the moment for Ethan Kennedy. Runners at second and third now for Avery Neves. He will just hammer that into center field. Elzinga back, catches, but it'll go in the books as a sac fly as the runner tags at third, comes around. That's Josh Jorman scoring the run. Avery Neves has got another RBI on the sacrifice fly, and Lynchburg with another run now, make it an 8-run inning And the lead is ballooning, 9-3 Hornet advantage at the moment.
Seeing this Lynchburg offense get a few more reps here in this inning, just so many at-bats, but I think as well for Lucas Jones, that's got to be an optimistic sight because, you know, in a doubleheader, you're going to have a few more at-bats, but just being able to get that experience that we've talked about all game, having some new chances to get up there and get confident, because we know that CNU on Tuesday as well, even with York in this next game, two opponents that are very capable of winning ball games.
Yeah, don't expect the York Spartans to just lay down and give Lynchburg the second game of this doubleheader. In fact, they may have a bit more fire after this inning. And if you remember, Logan Webster actually has an RBI single in this inning. It seems like it was a half an hour ago, but Logan Webster had that good piece of two-strike hitting where he sent a line drive into left field to score the first run of the inning. That was Brandon Garcia that came around. Garcia stands on second right now. He's been on board twice in the inning. It's 2 hits on the day for Garcia. Logan Webster looking for his second hit of the afternoon. Takes that one for a ball. 2-1 the count with 2 gone in what has turned into a long bottom of the 7th inning.
You're always wondering, too, you see at the bottom of your screen Garcia on second with the attempts trying to get that runner out at second. We've seen it so many times in this ball game.
Webster swings at that into right field, and it's caught, and the inning is finally over. Major success for the Lynchburg offense, though, as they take the lead. It ends up being an 8-run inning for the Hornets. Let's see how they hold on to it as we go to the top of the 8th inning. York and Lynchburg, you're watching it live on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Lynchburg leads 9-3 as we head to the top of the 8th. Kyle Haney here hanging out with Evan. And when you try to recreate that bottom of the 7th inning, Evan, it kind of becomes a mess. You look at your score sheet and all the computer stuff and you try to figure it out. But it was an 8-run inning that featured 6 Hornet hits, 3 errors from York. And it looks like the breakdown is only 1 run was earned for Ethan Kennedy. But it was a long inning for Lynchburg.
And if you're just joining us on LHSN, this is a very different ball game than maybe the score line shows. Obviously, York, the majority of this ball game has been leading, but just a few defensive miscues, and then Lynchburg just having scrappy offense to make it a 9-3 ball game.
Lynchburg's offense can do that. Very resourceful. They can score in bunches. Here's a bunt single attempt. Collins will come on. Fields nicely throws. Picked by Jorman, but the runner beat it down there. Getting down the line quickly was Brendan Martin. That is a bunt single to begin inning number 8. Jack Batchmore is on for Lynchburg. He has been fabulous so far this season. The senior from Alexandria, 2 wins, 1 save. This will obviously not be a save situation, at least not right now anyway. And Batchmore will deliver that one for a ball.
You had to think, too, Trevor Barnes, solid inning, but after sitting over half an hour almost, got to get a pitching change, and we know Batchmore very capable of putting this one away as well.
Batchmore needed some work, too. He was due. He did not. He did pitch on Tuesday. I beg your pardon, fans. He pitched in that win against William Peace on Tuesday. 3+ innings for Batchmore. This one will get lifted to left field. Avery Neves is out there now after starting the game at first, but no problem there. On the fly out, one gone in inning number 8. Yeah, Batchmore, it was 3 1/3 innings on Tuesday against William Peace. Gave up 2 hits, no runs scored, and did get the win, his second of the season. He is 11-4 in 43 career appearances. And he can start. He has started 13 games, Evan, but we've seen Lynchburg use him out of the bullpen in a closer role, or even what they would sometimes call a stopper role. You bring him in those high leverage, danger situations. And Batchmore, a guy that they are going to lean on heavily this season. And I think he feels good. He enjoys being on the mound out there. He has fun. Seems to always have the smile on his face. Fiery guy, competitive, loves those tough spots.
And if you're a coach, you love to see that too, because you know that energy feeds throughout the lineup. But as you touched on with Batchmore, you really have to choose which role use every pitcher in, obviously, but Batchmore capable of doing both. But I think early in the season, having him as a closer can help for reliability, as that one's going to bloop down.
Wow.
Almost got him at second.
That's a great effort out there by the Lynchburg defense in a play that you don't really practice a ton of, but happens quite a bit more with a runner on first. That blooper into right field where the runner has to hold. He's not sure if he's going to catch it. And the right fielder has the short throw there. It could happen in center and left, obviously, but it does seem to happen a little bit more with the right fielder. And it was bang-bang there at second. The runner is safe, and there's 2 on now in the top of the 8th for the York offense that has had quite a bit of success today.
And Kyle, that's definitely a situation that you're thinking, no matter how many times you try to maybe simulate that in practice, you don't know how you're going to react till you get in the game. And I think especially getting that throw to second, you have to be careful as well not to rush it, because we've seen a lot of times that error maybe throwing there and then you give the runner an extra base.
Sure. Situation where you hope your left fielder comes over there to try to back that up with the angle. Third baseman maybe, but he's got to kind of hang around in case there is the overthrow. And that runner that you tried to get to second attempts to advance to third. Emilio Bucci is at the plate. He's the catcher for York. Batchmore fields, throws to second for one. Garcia's got it, steps around the runner for the other one. Another double play for Lynchburg. It's another one that the shortstop, Brandon Garcia, factors in on. 2 twin killings today. Lynchburg had 3 double plays yesterday, and they are out of another inning thanks to some snazzy defense. Batchmore to Garcia, over to Jorman for the 3rd and final out of the inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg leading York 9-3 on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Lynchburg leads as we go to the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Eric Hyatt leading off. Gavin Collins due up second and Jackson Harding third for an offense that exploded in the previous inning. 8 runs in the bottom of the 7th for Lynchburg. And a new arm is out there. Ryan Kulik for York takes the mound for the visitors from southern Pennsylvania.
Relatively quick change, too, as we know. That last half of the inning went by pretty quick, so Lynchburg still putting pressure on.
We're having so much fun up here in the press boxes. The legend, another All-American, Grayson Thurman, gracing us with his presence to talk about baseball and the nuances of the split-fingered fastball, which he and I were discussing yesterday. We need to find out if anybody else is throwing the split for Lynchburg right now. Maybe Grayson can give us the intel. It's 9-3 Lynchburg at the moment, as Grayson says Logan Tapman, who we saw for a couple innings of work yesterday, using the split finger effectively this season. But it's Eric Hyatt in there, a sophomore catcher. He is in at the designated hitter spot for Riley O'Donovan, who started the ball game. Hyatt came in and put down that sac bunt in that last inning, Evan, which I mentioned was at first glance pretty effective, but Kennedy popped off and made – watch out as Hyatt puts a charge into this one. It is in deep left center field, and it is dropped in. Hyatt will cruise into second base for a double. There's another way to start the inning. Sophomore Eric Hyatt, number 5, on board with the double.
You have to think after that bunt, too, he was wanting to get one out in the outfield. Solid hit to start the inning.
The bunt previous inning, it could have been closer to the third base line, and I guess that's the only that's the thing that you would say is why it didn't work. Kennedy, I like to give him the credit, though. He really sprang off the mound there and made a good play at third. Eric Hyatt is on. Gavin Collins is up. He's 2 for 3 on the day with a walk, double and a single for Collins. He did get a hit in that long previous inning, the bottom of the 7th, where Lynchburg exploded for 8 runs. Hornets looking for win number 7 on the season. And then if they can close this one out successfully, the focus will shift to the weekend sweep in game number 2. Yeah, if you hadn't heard us talking, fans, it is game 1 of a doubleheader today. Second game on the books to start at 2 p.m., but really it's just going to probably begin about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. And I think it looks like that's going to be after 2, Evan, as this one has moved slow. We were moving along pretty quick, and then the last inning happened.
Beauty of baseball. You never know how long these games will be, but for Lynchburg fans, I think you have to enjoy it. That last inning was so long.
I don't see how you wouldn't. It was a fun one, and it featured a little bit of everything for the Hornets.
If you're the Hornets now, really just have to keep this offense going, keep it one game at a time, because while you understand there's a doubleheader, you still want to be able to get those reps in and be able to get on base. We know that down the stretch, even Tuesday against CNU, it's going to be very important.
Keep the bats hot for as long as you can, as many guys in the lineup as you can. And you're right, with a big game on Tuesday, Christopher Newport, a nationally ranked team that has always been very successful from Newport News, Virginia. It's an exciting game. I think you got to be excited about testing yourself against the best, as Gavin Collins will drive one into center. Caught there. Hyatt will have to retreat to the bag. And there's out number 1 of the inning.
Those games, especially early in the season against ranked opponents, they're going to matter so much, because learning what this team is about, who is going to contribute in the big spots, it's going to help a ton when the ODAC comes, and even in the ODAC tournament.
Don't know for sure, but you just have the feeling that the game against CNU on Tuesday is going to have certainly a conference game vibe, even though Christopher Newport is not in the ODAC. But it'll have that kind of energy and enthusiasm. It may even have a playoff atmosphere and vibe down there on Tuesday. Looks like the weather's going to be good on Tuesday, so that's exciting. Weather for next weekend doesn't look quite as good, but no cause for concern yet, Evan. You know how those forecasts can change in the blink of an eye. As Jackson Harding looks at a ball, this is his second at bat of – no, I think it is Jackson Harding's second at bat. Ryan Long started in this spot as the second baseman, but now number 2, Jackson Harding, is in there. Left-handed swinger from Randolph Henry High School. Had a great conversation with him after the game yesterday. He'll poke one out to center. Shouldn't be a problem for Elzinga. He pulls it in. Tag at second there will get the runner to third. That's Hyatt advancing 90 feet. He's 90 feet away now with 2 gone in the bottom of the 8th.
Now at bat, number 23, Holden
And really,
Fiedler.
as this inning continues, we've seen a couple pop-outs now, but it's a spot that I think, especially to fans, you're thinking, okay, up 6, you can't necessarily get comfortable. And while it might not be on the score line, as we touched on, keeping the bats hot, but we know how capable that these guys are of putting numbers up on the board, and especially here as you see Fiedler, just the veterans, being able to really put a stamp on this one.
Be nice to get one more across. I think getting to double-digit runs is sort of a psychological win, too, for any offense. As Fiedler sends one back in our direction, and everybody up here flinched. It's incredible how you have the net and then the windows in front, but that ball coming in your direction still makes you flinch, Evan.
And never seems to work enough.
Yeah, right. Right. The offense, though, back to Lynchburg's offense, if you get to 10 runs, that threshold is nice to say you score double-digit runs. And Lynchburg won the game yesterday 5-1, so it wasn't exactly an offensive fireworks display from Lynchburg, although I liked how they were able to score with the small ball, with the bunt single and the hit and run, some of those things. But it's got to build your confidence to pump out a bunch of runs. And if you're Fiedler, you're thinking about the offensive numbers as well. You want to keep your bat going as long as you can. He's hitless on the day, too, so there's another psychological win if you're holding Fiedler. If you can finish the game with a hit, that always makes you feel good.
Still scratched away an RBI, but you're just thinking, too, with the contact that he makes, very rare does he go a game without a hit.
Third baseman's going to have a play on this pop-up. Oh, and he pulled it in. Great grab over there at the fence by Michael Teneni. That will end the inning. Fabulous stuff to find it, get comfortable, and then haul that one in for the final out. So the inning is done. Lynchburg leaves one on after the leadoff double. They hold on to the 6-run lead. They try to close it out in the top of the ninth. It's coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Jack Batchmore back out for Lynchburg in the top of the ninth. 2 wins and a save on the season. Wouldn't be in line for either of those today, but still love seeing a big lefty work. Jack Batchmore, so much fun to watch out there. Not as much fun to hit against. He did surrender a couple singles in the last inning, Evan, and that speaks to the quality and potency of York's offense.
Well, I think you got to give credit where credit's due, too, because throughout this entire game, offense has really just put pressure on the Hornets. And I think getting runners on base, no matter how you can do it, that just obviously that puts pressure on the pitchers, but getting that pitch count up as well, because we know doubleheader coming up, trying to bite into that bullpen a little bit.
All of the things that we talked about with Lynchburg apply to York as well. Umpire's going to call that a foul ball. Everybody thought it was strike 3, but the umpire thinking there was some bat involved there on the swing from Garrett Kyle. We were talking about Lynchburg. You want to keep the bats hot for game 2. You want to keep the bats hot for CNU on Tuesday. You can make all those statements about York as well, can't you? They want to piggyback on this pretty good offensive day here. 9 hits in the game. Nothing to sneeze at there for York against good quality pitching from Lynchburg. Kyle will send that one to Gavin Collins. Collins throws across. Oh, great play from Jorman, and he got him. Yes, sir. That is fabulous reflexes by Josh Jorman to come off the bag first to catch the ball, and then second to make the tag on Kyle as he's going down there. Absolutely outstanding from Josh Jorman. They gave you that big bucket over there, the first baseman's mitt, for a reason, Evan, and Jorman put it to good use on that one.
Well, I think a lot of times we don't recognize just how athletic first basemen have to be, and obviously just reading that throw as well is hard enough, but to apply the tag, that was pretty special from Jorman.
So much fun to watch right there. Goes in the books as 5-3, but boy, that doesn't reveal how exciting that play was. As swing and miss from Nessenson.
How about momentum as well going into game 2? Obviously, you get the win as long as the Hornets can hold on here, but being able to have statement plays like that, I really think it just boosts the morale.
Big time, big time. Was in the middle of talking about that York offense, how they're still quality. They're going to be looking for more in game 2. And Collins and Jorman combined to erase a would-be base runner here in the top of the 9th. 6-1 lefty Jack Batchmore, Alexandria, Virginia, will get a strikeout. 1 more in the books for him, and 2 gone now in the top of the 9th.
Talked about using him in this closer role. And obviously, while he's not a starter, you get into these innings and you really have to appreciate what he's bringing to the mound. Just consistency, and he's not wasting time either.
Likes to work quickly. There's a swing by Trevina. He'll belt that one out there. Atkins was set up in the right center gap, so he's not going to get that one. Trevina will roll around into second. It's a double. And Trevina now keeping the glimmer alive for York. They'll need a big inning of their own to extend things, but got to like that from Trevina. Put a charge into that one. I think Batchmore's set up in that right center gap because he's expecting late contact. Carson Atkins, the center fielder, probably expecting hitters to generally be late on Batchmore's fastball. Here's a ball bounce the other way. Garcia will run through. Sidearm throw. Got him at first. Another dandy from Brandon Garcia will end the game as he just continues the trot in here to home plate. It's a victory for Lynchburg. Win number 7 on the season. They wrap it up with 12 hits. They scored 9 runs. 8 of them came in the bottom of the 7th. They beat York 9-3. Spartans fall to 3-3 on the season. And we'll do it all again here in about 30 minutes. Evan and I will be back. We'll step aside, catch our breath, collect our thoughts, and get you ready for game number 2 between these 2 ball clubs. It's the University of Lynchburg and York College coming up in just a bit on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. We return to Fox Field in Lynchburg, the campus of the University of Lynchburg. My name is Kyle Haney. Evan Gates, my partner today. And Evan, we've already seen one in the books. Lynchburg gets win number 7 on the year. 6 in a row now for the Hornets. And they trailed 3-1. That all changed going into the bottom of the 7th. The wheels fell off for York. And Lynchburg, with the offensive explosion, they end up cruising to the 9-3 victory.
Well, Kyle, I just think there were a few defensive miscues, obviously, from York, but in a game of baseball, you have to play 9 innings, and really just struggles all around for the Spartans in that bottom of the 7th. But for Lynchburg, we saw Brandon Pond start, obviously coming back from injury, and I think regardless of what the scoreline said, he allowed a run in that first, but you have to be optimistic about just what this pitching squad has brought to the table. And then in game 2, same thing, just bringing momentum and trying to keep the bats rolling.
The pitcher on the mound to begin for Lynchburg will be Nick Matfield, first team All-ODAC last year. He was the ODAC Rookie of the Year last season, Evan. And just going back to last game for a second here, 2 innings of work from Brandon Pond in the I wanted to say rehab start because that's what you get in pro ball. Not really a rehab start, but the return from injury for Brandon Pond. It was 4 from Wesley Arrington. Trevor Barnes came in and got a really good inning of work, and then Jack Batchmore shut it down for Lynchburg. Probably Barnes and Batchmore would still be available this game, but Lynchburg has plenty of depth in the bullpen. I think we'll see Coach Lucas Jones get some different faces out there to get them some work. And I'm excited to see Nick Matfield again. Already a pretty good season. 1-1, did get roughed up in a game against Piedmont early in the year where he didn't make it out of the first inning. But last week again against Eastern, just fabulous stuff on the mound for Matfield. He's crafty. We usually talk about crafty lefties, but Matfield is a crafty right-hander. Different arm angles, different pitches. I make the joke that he never throws the same pitch twice, and boy, that might be true in an inning anyway. He's got so many different options he can go to.
Well, against batters, that's just such a tough approach if you're stepping into the batter's box, because Matfield is so crafty, and as you said, with different arm angles. Not something that we necessarily see as much, but with what he does, he's just going to find a way to get you out no matter what. And as you see throughout this ball game, he's going to get very creative. But for Lynchburg, obviously, that's no shortage of options in the bullpen. I think there won't be any problems with that. But you have to come in and say it's a new game, because obviously York's going to be hungry. I think after that bottom of the 7th last game, you know that they're capable of scoring. It's just the question is, can they keep Lynchburg off the board in this one?
If you're York, you're spending that game as, hey, we had them on the ropes. We had the 3-1 lead. We just got to close it down and get a victory here. York has lost their last 2 in a row. They're both to Lynchburg, yesterday and then today. York's going to start Dawson Reitenauer on the mound. We actually saw him for an inning worth of work yesterday, kind of a bullpen inning in a game where Lynchburg won 5-1. So we're excited to see Reitenauer again. This lineup for York has got some familiar faces, but some new ones as well. It'll be Robbie Elzinga leading off again. He hit 3rd in the last game, followed by Gabe Trevina, Michael Teneni, Bryce Schaefer, Brandon Martin, Chris Bettler, Jacob Daimling, who hit the solo home run yesterday for York, Luke Mosier, and Emilio Bucci. That's the 9 up for the Spartans from York. Behind the plate today in game number 2, Riley O'Donovan for Lynchburg. So Matfield and O'Donovan, the battery mates. Around the infield, Gavin Collins at 3rd, Brandon Garcia at shortstop, it's Jackson Harding at 2nd, and Josh Jorman at 1st. Evan, we can discuss at length. We can probably spend the entire second game discussing the great glove work from Brandon Garcia for Lynchburg at shortstop. Finished the game with a fantastic play, and he has just been doing so much great work out there. Another double play that he was a part of, 2 double plays that he was a part of in the previous game. Brandon Garcia, just a freshman for Lynchburg, but he is a lot of fun to watch.
Well, he's been phenomenal for the Hornets early on this season, and just being able to move around but also know where he's at on the field. I think shortstop's such a difficult position because you're going to have balls coming at you from so many different ways. Just being able to stay patient there and read the ball and get it to first, obviously easier said than done, but Garcia's done a phenomenal job of just fitting into that role for the Hornets, and I'm sure we're going to see more of him this game.
Couple crafty plays where he sent the ball to third base for an out, one where we didn't really expect it. That's Robbie Elzinga that will fly out to left field. A nice look there from our camera work as Avery Neves runs it down near the line, and there's already one away here in the first inning. As we discuss the fabulous defense from Elzinga, we saw some good defensive plays all the way around. York got burned by 3 errors in that big Lynchburg inning, so they'll look to shore that up, obviously. But it's nice to see guys flashing the leather early in the season.
It's difficult, too, with the scoreline because obviously you're going to focus on that 7th inning when looking at this York defense. But overall, they're solid. They know where they're at, and they've just done a great job, I think, of just reading what this Lynchburg offense has to offer because we know there are some big bats in this Lynchburg lineup. So for York, just being able to continue relying on that, we know Elzinga is still very capable of making plays out in center.
Gabe Trevina, the second baseman, at the plate here for York. Did double in the 9th inning of the last game, so hopefully he can carry that over. It wasn't that long ago. We took about a 30-minute break in there. Guys got something to eat, refreshed, recharged, give the starting pitchers time to warm up. And the starter for Lynchburg is Nick Matfield. Everything out of the stretch for Matfield. He's got a 1-2 count on Trevina, and he's got the strikeout. Wiffle ball slider that you just cannot lay off of there, and it's strikeout number 1 in the books for Nick Matfield.
Boy, does Matfield make it look easy. As we've talked about, his arsenal is so large, just finding those different options. But I think throughout this game, it's even tougher just for the batters in this lineup because York can't really read what he's going to throw to him. You just have to step in the box and see what he's doing. But a great option for this Lynchburg rotation, and I think we're going to see him a lot more this season.
9-1 in 14 starts last year. Old Dominion Athletic Conference Rookie of the Year. There's a swing and a rip by Tenenny, and it's run down by Carson Atkins. Great grab out there in center field on the move to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down to begin the ball game for York. We get to look at the Lynchburg offense again in just a moment here. It's game number 3 of this series, number 2 of the doubleheader, and it's game 8 of the season for the Hornets. They come to bat next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Dawson Reitnauer takes the mound for York. He is a right-handed pitching sophomore, 6'3". Saw him for 1 inning yesterday. Evan, I'm sorry, as I'm dropping things up here in the press box. But Reitnauer, lot to like. He's starting game number 3. Got a little bit of a funky arm action out there. I think he's going to keep the Lynchburg hitters off balance. We've seen how resourceful Lynchburg can be. They can score with the small ball. They can bang out doubles. Not a ton of home runs on the season for Lynchburg yet, just 3. You made a great point in game number 1. Typically early in the year, homers are harder to come by, colder air. You get a lot of wind here at Lynchburg, which it is blowing out to right most of the time. But it can be hard to get the ball over the fence. I think you see those pick up as the year goes on. And here comes Brandon Garcia, that fabulous shortstop. We were talking about his great glove in the last game. He is a formidable hitter as well, can really swing the bat. A couple hits in game number 1. He started the first 3 games of the season for Lynchburg, did not play the next 3, back in the starting lineup yesterday and today. And he's putting together a great freshman campaign. Up the middle, this one goes to his counterpart. New shortstop in there for York will throw across. That is Luke Moser. No problems there on the glove side, ground ball for out number 1.
For a second there, I thought Garcia had a chance of running that one out. He got it out of the box quick. I think especially for left-handed hitters. A little bit easier maybe to get there and get down the line, but good work by the shortstop to get him out.
Logan Webster up back in the 2-hole. He hit in his second spot for the first few games in Lynchburg's trip down to Georgia. Since then, he was stationed behind Avery Neves, hitting 4th for Lynchburg. So Webster has hit in every game, but moving around the batting order just a little bit. The lineup construction still a work in progress for everybody, not just Lynchburg, but for everybody here.
I think it keeps it fresh as well, just because this Lynchburg team, we know that there are people capable of filling different roles, but seeing Webster a lot of the time behind Neves, well, in this case, he has a little bit more of a chance to maybe manifest something and get on base, and then we see Neves, who will bat right behind him this time, can maybe pull him in. But
that lineup construction is so interesting when you get to the mix of old school and new school thoughts as they go in on Webster. Another ground ball opportunity for the shortstop. Moser fires a strike, belt high, fielded at first, and now there's 2 down, bringing up the man you just mentioned, Avery Neves. That lineup construction, though, a lot of the new school thought is get the best hitter hitting first because he's going to get more at bats throughout the course of the season. They've crunched the numbers and done all the computer modeling and all that stuff. It makes sense, though, because the lineup is going to come around to the top of the order. The 1-hole guy is going to get 10 to 20 more at bats than the person hitting second, and so on and so forth. So it does make sense from that thought process. If you get him on in front of other good hitters, obviously that's going to help your offense. And you're seeing that even in the big leagues where you'll get sometimes the power hitter leading off, like Kyle Schwarber is an example. They'll bat him lead off from time to time. So it's an interesting thought where normally you'd want your guy to drive in runs in the 3rd or 4th spot with table setters in front of him. Maybe you just put that player hitting 1st or 2nd. But that's back to baseball and part of the fun there in having the discussion. And there's different ways you can win, different ways you can be successful.
Well, that's what's so awesome about the game is just really putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And I think, as you mentioned about batters, nowadays we see Neves. It's a nice cut. But a lot of batters capable of making things done in the MLB.
Neves is another one of those guys, but success will have to wait until the next at bat as Lynchburg goes 3 up, 3 down in the bottom half of the first. So a quiet first frame in the books here at Fox Field. We'll go to the top of the second in just a moment on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Fast start to game number 2 of our doubleheader. Both ball clubs go 3 up, 3 down. That means we get to see Nick Matfield for the second time this afternoon. The starter for Lynchburg, ready to work here in the second inning. Kyle and Evan hanging out with you. Hornets are back at home 1 week from today. That will be a doubleheader against Bridgewater. That's conference play, Evan, and it really starts to get fun then. And the ODAC is so competitive. Bridgewater, another one of those teams in that category. I think they were selected 5th in the preseason poll in the ODAC. A lot of the ODAC ball clubs are in action today. We can try to run that down a little bit. But it's so crazy to think about. It's the first weekend in March, yet business is really picking up. I mean, the season is in full swing. You had February to ease your way into it, but now every game is of the highest importance. Those conference games, the intensity, tension ratcheted up just a little bit. And then as the season goes on, you get even more of that, building to your conference tournaments and then hopefully an NCAA regional or World Series appearance.
Well, we know with college ball, too, the season turns so quickly. But as you mentioned, just with conference play, I think in the ODAC there are obviously no easy games with how competitive this conference has been. And I think even just in the nature of baseball, you have to come ready to play every day, or those teams, no matter where they stand in the standings, they're going to come out and they're going to play their best ball.
That's another thing that is so fascinating about baseball. Everybody can beat everybody. You look at the big leagues, 162 games, and basically everybody wins and loses 60, and then it's what do you do in the next 42 or so after that. But that is baseball in a nutshell. And back to the importance of being switched on and being focused every single pitch, every single at-bat. Not easy to do, but the good ones do it. Slapping a single through the middle is Bryce Schaefer. The no-hitter is done for Matt Field and one aboard with nobody out in inning number 2.
As you touched on with those first innings, we had 2 no-hitters going. See how long those ones last, but good piece of hitting there, just staying on top of it.
Martin up to the plate. These 3-game series are so fun because you really get to learn and appreciate the opponent's players as much as the team you're broadcasting for. And there's some guys that, just whatever, if it's their style of play or something that they do, they just get your attention and endear themselves to you. And I think our fans at Lynchburg here are so good about appreciating good baseball, even when it comes from the other team. As Martin will fist this one into right field. And now there's 2 on in the second inning. Garcia will knock down the throw coming in from right. 2 on, nobody out here for York.
Now at bat, number 18.
We touched on it in the last game, just runners in scoring position. Obviously being relatively equal, but Lynchburg in the first part of that game really struggled to get runners in. And so you're thinking, even though it's the second inning, you really have to be able to start now and get those runners in, because we know as this game comes to a close, Lynchburg is so good at getting runners home. But good start to the inning for York.
Chris Bettler up there now, the right fielder for York. Shows the bunt, takes a pitch low. Lynchburg's got the bunt play on. Obviously, you're aware of that, the situation. Nobody out and 2 on. Pretty conventional sacrifice bunt scenario. And you got all your different bunt plays as a college baseball team, 3, 4, 5 of them. Here's a ball that's popped up. Collins will run it down, going for the double play at first. Runner back in time. But excellent. Yeah, nobody covered third there for a minute. As Collins and Matfield and O'Donovan, the catcher, were all sort of celebrating the fantastic play. They decided to scramble back and make sure the runner, Bryce Schaefer, couldn't advance. So not what you want there for York, as Collins comes on to field the bunt that was airborne long enough to get the out.
And to your point, just with bunting, that's why it's so difficult to field sometimes, because even though making that nice play, we saw that third was vacant for a second. You see heads-up base runners who can tag on that, and then it ends up being runners on the corners.
That's what you would see with the shift sometimes, is third base vacated, and a guy would steal second and then be able to get third all in the same pitch. Jacob Daimling at the plate. He had a great start to his collegiate career yesterday, Evan. A home run, a solo shot over the right field fence. And now he's getting the start today, left-handed swinger. We know he's got power. That seems obvious. He's hitting 1,000 on the season and in the career.
And to start with a homer, I don't think it can get much better than that. But even just for confidence, it's got to feel good to come down here to Lynchburg, get things started on the right note.
Oh, yeah, on the road, too. Leave the yard. That's fun. Daimling will get another hit. The average is going to stay at 1,000. Neves comes up with it in left. Runner will get held at third. That was Schaefer. And now the bases are loaded for York in the top of the second. 3 singles in there, the latest from Jacob Daimling. And back to the importance of getting that sacrifice bunt down. York could potentially be up 1 or 2 runs if you do execute the sac bunt. But that's in the past now as the Spartans try to get on the board here with Luke Mosier.
One out here. If you're Matt Field, really hoping for ground ball, maybe get that double play and get out of the inning. We've seen that a ton of times with this Lynchburg defense.
No kidding. Just this weekend, we've seen it a bunch. Frisbee in there from Matt Field as a strike. He lowers the arm slot a little bit. Different arm angles for Matt Field. He'll use them all. And I know he's got some method to that madness for sure, some rhyme and reason to it. But as a hitter, it all seems so unexpected. You don't know where the ball's coming from. as that one spins out for a ball. 1-1 the count, one gone. 3 singles here in inning number 2 for York. Jorman is in front of the runner at first. Middle infield, double play depth. Gavin Collins is a little bit deeper at third. 2 strikes, you might see him come in a little bit, expecting some softer contact. There's another slider inside for a strike on Luke Mosier.
This is when those different pitches really start to matter, especially with bases loaded. Can't really predict what he's going to throw or sit on anything, and so at times it's about getting it into play.
Mosier will swing and miss at that. First base is occupied. He'll run down anyway, but he is out. With less than 2 outs, the rule, if first base is occupied, the batter is out on a drop third strike. It's another K from Matfield. And now there's 2 gone in the second inning. So Matfield digging deep here to try to avert major damage. Emilio Bucci, the catcher, another lefty, steps up for York. As an infield now with options at any base, you feel quite a bit better. Bucci will flare that one foul. Good start to the at-bat for Nick Matfield.
Getting that pitch in the strike zone early, that's going to help a lot, especially now just being normal depth. I think obviously you really have to make sure that you get to the bag, but we've seen so many times with the bases loaded, these 2 teams just unable to convert. We'll see what happens this inning.
At one point last game, Lynchburg was 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. And then the big 7th inning happened for the Hornets. But before that, it was rather indifferent or mixed results with runners in scoring position. York some similar problems, as you pointed out. Bucci ready for the 1-1 delivery. He'll swing at that and foul it off. Emilio Bucci had a hit last game, struck out once. He had that bad luck yesterday where he hit a ball hard to the shortstop and it actually hit his own teammate, the runner, and the inning ended on runner's interference.
Not a call that you see often in baseball, but obviously tough to get out of the way.
Bucci did hit it hard. It was a shot, and the runner, I think it was Bryce Schaefer actually, just really with nowhere to go, couldn't react in time. There's a slow roller. Collins is going to cut it off and fire to second for the out. Inning over. Excellent defensive work by Gavin Collins. Caught the bunt in the air for out number 1, a strikeout, and then Collins comes across the diamond to throw to second for the final out. So 3 hits in the inning, but it's going to be 3 left on for York as we go to the bottom of the second. Still scoreless here at Fox Field. Bottom of the second here from Fox Field on the campus of University of Lynchburg. A great day for baseball, a great day to play 2. Hornets and Spartans did adjust their schedule a little bit because of the forecast. Evan, it was supposed to be 2 games yesterday and 1 today, but heavy rains came through Friday, so want a little extra time to get the field ready, and the temperature was going to be better today, so you push yesterday's game to a 1:30 start. We got out here about 9:30 or 10 this morning, and it was chilly, but it's warmed up. There's still that wind out there. Don't know that it's quite enough wind to really bother the fielders, but it's certainly something to always keep an eye on as a baseball fan, the weather conditions.
Well, I certainly think that the decision was made correctly. Just looking at the weather today, a beautiful day for baseball, but as we've touched on, you never really know what's going to happen here in this early March.
O'Donovan's going to fly out to deep right center for out number 1. Eric Hyatt will come to the plate now for the Hornets. The designated hitter is a sophomore from Woodbridge, Virginia, Woodbridge High School. The old line, British people and Irish people will use the line, you know, if you don't like the weather, just wait 10 minutes because it's going to change. You know, that's the line over there, but you almost do have some of that in spring here in Central Virginia, don't you?
Absolutely. Never 2 days that are the same.
Right. It doesn't seem to change in 10 minutes here, but, yeah, you definitely get a wide variety of temperatures and weather conditions as Hyatt will roll that one to the shortstop. Misplay by Mosier. Not going to be a throw. E6 with Eric Hyatt on. And Jackson Harding coming up to bat for the Hornets.
Defense has been such a key part of these 2 games, whether for better or for worse. And I just think with this Lynchburg squad, you see, okay, maybe an error here or there already as we see York makes the first, but you have to capitalize in situations like that.
Good player to do it. It's Jackson Harding, left-handed swinger from Randolph Henry High School, takes the fastball inside. Dawson Reitnauer back out there again for York, who was 24-19 last season, 11-5 in conference for York. They did lose some big boppers off last year's team that put together some great offensive numbers. York hit 53 home runs last season, Evan, and we haven't seen a ton of power from York, but I think it's certainly in there. They're capable of driving the ball deep. When you think back to Jacob Daimling, he was a freshman. He was not part of that ball club last year that put up the big offensive numbers, but he can do it. There's a line shot, caught, and thrown to first. Double play on the line drive. Tough way to end the inning as Harding lines out to the shortstop, and Hyatt can't get back in time. We're through 2. Still no score here at Fox Field in game number 2 of the doubleheader between the Spartans and the Hornets. The York Spartans got 10 hits last game. They end up losing 9-3. York already 3 hits early in this one, but haven't scored any. It was a great job pitching out of trouble by Nick Matfield. He goes out for inning number 3 for the Lynchburg Hornets.
Now at bat, number 27, Robbie Elzinga.
At this point in the ball game, you want to see Matfield pick up some innings. So definitely a good start just to keep runs off the board and I think help his confidence a little bit as we move forward.
28 pitches so far for Matfield, 19 of them strikes. And that one will come in as a strike as well. Did surrender the 3 singles last inning. But Lynchburg able to avoid trouble. Gavin Collins with a great play, moving glove side and then taking that short way to second. Talked about bases loaded, 2 outs. You can play back. You got all the options there, and Collins using a great option to get the out to end the inning and end the threat. Lynchburg didn't go 3 up, 3 down. Hyatt got on E6, but then the shortstop Mosier for York with an outstanding dive to grab a Jackson Harding line drive and then double high it off at first. And that's basically what's happened so far. Both teams went 3 up, 3 down in the first inning. So a little bit more activity in the second, but still no runs on the board just yet.
And what we touched on it in the first game, too, you just see defensive plays like that, whether you're rooting for York or Lynchburg in this one. Just special to see talent out there on display like that. And I think with how these teams are hitting, just spraying it all over the field, you're going to see a lot of those defensive plays.
The assumption is that your shortstop is going to be your best defender as Elzinga puts a charge into one. Wind blowing out that direction. Webster looking up. It'll hit the track. One bounce off the wall. Elzinga turn and burn around second base. He'll cruise into third with a leadoff triple. Robbie Elzinga came into the game hitting right around 500, and he was the leading hitter for York in the batting average category. And wow, what a shot right there to get the party started in the top of the third for the Spartans. Let's see what Lynchburg can do to keep him standing at third base.
Nice work there from Elzinga, too, because a lot of times you see a pop fly like that, tendency to maybe hang around or jog down that first baseline. He got out, and he made sure he was getting to third base. And now York, runner in scoring position early, see if they can convert.
Robbie Elzinga batted leadoff yesterday, switched down to the third spot in game number 1 today. Back leading off as Matfield misses with the slider inside. That's Elzinga's first triple of the season. Came in with 5 doubles, though, and last year he racked up 16 extra base hits, including 3 homers in there as well. 2-0 the count now on Gabe Trevina. Struck out in his first at bat against Matfield. That's a running fastball out of the camera there, but a great grab from head coach Lucas Jones. One of the all-time sets of hands here at Lynchburg. A fabulous player. I think the stat on Lucas Jones that isn't talked about enough is he is the only person in history, Evan, to win the ODAC Player of the Year and ODAC Coach of the Year. Lucas Jones for Lynchburg.
And talk about longevity. That's just such a difficult thing to accomplish because obviously you can go out and play the game all day long, but being able to have the mind behind it and the baseball IQ, he has done a phenomenal job just with the direction of this program. And we're seeing it too. We've just talked about the freshmen coming in, the veteran presence. It feels like this Hornets team this year is just very complete in a roster sense. And I feel like, obviously, as he continues heading in that direction, he has to like what he sees.
Coach Jones is going to always try to defer the credit to the assistant coaches and the players. Here's a pop-up. Jackson Harding calling for it at second. Under it, sun and wind didn't appear to be too much of a problem. And that's an out number 1. So danger averted temporarily anyway for Lynchburg. Yeah, Coach Jones is always going to try to give the credit to the assistant coaches and also the players, but certainly Lucas Jones deserves his fair share. Another great stat as far as the Coach of the Year, Evan, Lucas Jones is the only person in ODAC history to win Coach of the Year at 2 different schools. Did it when he was at Washington and Lee. His second season at W&L, got the Coach of the Year award. And he's won 2 of them in his time here at Lynchburg. So the Hornets blessed with great leadership. And that's all the way around at the University of Lynchburg. Our head coaches here, just outstanding and probably underrated and underappreciated.
And obviously at smaller schools, we see this a lot on a D3 level, just how their presence is felt around campus, I think, is something that's truly special and maybe not mentioned as much, but we just, even walking from class to class, you'll see coaches around and just always willing to talk about their craft or about their team, and I think it's just something that, as Coach Jones has always done, just phenomenal job being at the helm of this program.
Matfield sends a 1-1 pitch in there that Teneni had to dodge out of the way of. Mike Schiappa is Coach Jones' counterpart. He's the head man for York College. And they share some similarities. They were both very good players. Mike Schiappa was a switch-hitting catcher for York in the 90s and one of the all-time best at his alma mater. Bouncing ball back to Matfield. Good hard look at the runner at third and then throws to first for the out.
That's exactly what you want from your pitcher in that situation. Just taking his time, making sure Elzinga gets back, delivering the throw to first.
Now at bat, number 33,
Matfield, so crafty, so experienced. You saw it right there, and you might see him pitch around a leadoff triple from the danger man, Robbie Elzinga. Bryce Schaefer does have a single on the day, though. He'll swing and miss at that one from Matfield. 0-1 the count, 2 gone in the top of the third.
No shortage of York players getting on base in this one early on. As we see, they have 4 hits to start it, but Matfield continuing to be crafty and just eliminate that threat from the Spartans.
Sinking fastball, moving into the right-hander. Bryce Schaefer finds himself in an 0-2 hole with 2 gone. Dugout coming alive for Lynchburg. Matfield ready for the 0-2 delivery. Oh, what a spot. Nailed it there at the knees, and that is how you pitch out of danger. Leadoff triple, no problem for Nick Matfield as he strides back into the dugout. Game still scoreless, 0-0, 1 left, stranded after the 1 hit from York. We go to the bottom of the third here at Fox Field. Outstanding stuff in the top of the third by Lynchburg's Nick Matfield. The leadoff triple lands on the warning track for Robbie Elzinga, but he's got to stay 90 feet away from home. Pop up to second. The comebacker that Matfield checked the runner and got the out at first, and then a punch out to end the inning. Outstanding stuff from Nick Matfield for the Lynchburg Hornets. Now we'll see if the Hornets offense can rise to the occasion. It's Gavin Collins, the third baseman. We've already seen an outstanding defensive play from Collins, Evan. And actually a new spot in the order here. Collins had hit 6th in every game previously for Lynchburg. But now in the 7th spot, shouldn't change your thought process or your routine too much, should it?
No, it shouldn't, and I think especially we've talked about the lineup. You're going to see different faces. You're going to see different spots, and I think doubleheader, a good spot to start that as Collins, it looks like he was out on the tag. Tried to run that one out. But really, this game feels like it's cruising along early as we see right now we're face the minimum, and then Matfield doing a great job to get out of trouble.
Number 25, Josh
Yeah,
Sherman.
shaking up the start, and then obviously, you know, Lynchburg trying to get on base, but right now has done a great job of keeping them off.
Right now, we're pitching to contact, getting some ground balls. Steady diet of work for the shortstop. Josh Dorman will swing at the first pitch and send that into center field, but that's an out. So 2 pitches, 2 outs. Could end up being a very quick inning for Dawson right now. Good play by Bryce Schaefer on that ground ball to come off the base and make the tag. That was fairly impressive.
Someone similarly to Jorman's in the first game. Such a difficult play to make.
Great set of hands over there at first base is key, but then the athleticism to move around, come off the bag, make those tags. Reading those short hop throws is so important for a first baseman. Good swing and a miss by Carson Atkins. First base, a lot of times you get the big power hitters, big mashers over there. But a defensive skill set at first base is very, very important. He's going to handle the ball a lot. You and I were talking in between games. Pitcher's the only guy that handles the ball every play, and then the catcher touches it quite a bit. But the first baseman is next out there, so really it does make a lot of sense that you want one of your better defenders there and a guy that can really pick it at a spot where he's going to be in the spotlight quite a bit.
And it's one of the unique positions in baseball because, as you said, power hitter typically who's going to fill that position, but also you talk about being flexible, about getting that glove around, being able to scoop it up. So very important for a team as Right away, there goes Atkins with a strikeout.
No offense yet for Lynchburg. We're still scoreless as we go to the top of the fourth inning. It's the York College Spartans from Pennsylvania taking on the University of Lynchburg Hornets. We're so glad you're hanging out with us on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. The York College Spartans get set to begin inning number 4. It'll be 5, 6, 7 due up for York. It's Martin, Bettler, and Daimling. And Martin's another guy with a single already in the books this game. That came in that busy second inning where York got 3 on but couldn't get any in. We're still scoreless here at Fox Field. I think the fans are still very appreciative. It looks like everybody's stuck around. The crowd may have even grown a little bit out there for game number 2, Evan.
Absolutely, and as we talk about here at Fox Field,
fair ball for Martin.
Neves will have to get it in. He almost lost it. But to your point, as the day gets later, start to see some of the fans showing up for game 2. Nice piece of hitting there from Brennan Martin.
Yeah, I don't know if you think it's because college students tend to sleep in on a Sunday morning. You think maybe you couldn't get up in time. I mean,
might
11.
just be the case.
Right, right. Well, and I guess from a fan perspective, you could be a little bit busier in the morning and not be able to make it out for the second game. That's just any age, possibly. Okay, so it was a leadoff triple last inning for York. It's a leadoff double this inning for Brendan Martin. And Matt Field's going to have to pitch out of a little trouble again. 5 hits on the afternoon already for York in this game anyway. 10 hits in game number 1, so I guess it's 15 on the afternoon. But Matt Field gets that one in there for strike 1.
I think regardless of what the scoreboard says, that's something that you have to feel positive about, just coming out here on the road, being able to make some contact, because obviously, regardless of what happens maybe in the scoreline in today's 2 games, you go back into conference play, go home, you're going to see that connecting eventually.
It'll be a busy week for York. Oh, hit by pitch there. As Bettler just wears that one on the left thigh. And it brings up Jacob Daimling. The guy that's hitting 1,000 in his college career is in a good place here with 2 on and nobody out. For York, accumulating those positives, absolutely a great thing. Franklin and Marshall on Tuesday. Then they've got 3 games against Messiah. That's a conference opponent for York. So they're getting into their conference this weekend too, as Matfield misses outside. 2 on again for York. They've already left 4 stranded in the game. If they can punch the clock here and get something across in the top of the 4th, go a long way for their chances. Jacob Daimling homered yesterday in his only at-bat. He's got a single today in his only at-bat of the day. So 2 for 2 in a college career for Jacob Daimling.
You have to think he's feeling it too. Just stepping into the box, feeling a little bit more confident about things that can change the world. In baseball, we know how difficult it is to get hits. And to be able to get runs in, we'll see what Daimling can do now.
Jacob Daimling is a 5'10" freshman from Palmyra, Pennsylvania. He has to dodge a pitch that misses inside. 2-1 the count now. It's funny that they put the height on the roster. I think sometimes, Evan. You know, basketball height's so important. I mean, definitely you need the height there. But it's interesting that they still put it on the baseball roster. I don't know, just the things that I see on a daily basis that catch my attention as Dimling swings and misses at that ball in the dirt. 2-2 the count now with nobody gone for York.
Well, it's such a change, too, in just the direction of the sport because obviously, you know, height, what we think of to be athleticism and power and all this, it's really just such a different game now. And then even looking at players who are shorter, take, for example, in the major leagues, Mookie Betts.
Right.
You just see a speed presence. And so I think it's always been interesting just because we're seeing so many new talent levels and different, I want to say really just people who can do different things on the diamond. It's pretty special.
It is. And just back to the basketball analogy, you know how tall Michael Jordan was or LeBron, or we know Wilt Chamberlain was 7 feet, but nobody knows how tall Mickey Mantle was or anything like that. I mean, do you? Do you know the heights of the great baseball players? I mean, Pete Rose is short. Here's a ground ball by Dimling that will get under the diving glove of Jorman. This will bring in the first runs of the game, at least one of them. Hornets throw into second, trying to keep Dimling stationed at first, but it is too late. And Jacob Dimling, the career continues with an absolute fire start, a double for Dimling. It's an RBI double as well, and York still in business with nobody gone, runners on second and third.
It's been brewing for sure with York's offense, as we talked about, having people on base. That's a 6th hit of the day. But really just nice work getting it down the first baseline, and it didn't stop running, getting a second.
Coming into the game, York had actually scored double-digit runs themselves 3 times. It was a 10-12 loss, actually, against Manchester in Game 1. They scored 11 against Cabrini, 11 against Rutgers Camden. So York can do the damage offensively. Just 1 run in the game yesterday. Lynchburg won it 5-1. And then the Hornets won Game 1 in our doubleheader today, 9-3. But you are seeing York's offense potent, capable. They can beat you in some different ways as well with some power there. A couple doubles in this inning already.
And no outs, trying to keep things alive. As we talked about, runners in scoring position, so vital.
Shortstop Mosier swings and misses at that one. 0-2 the count for Matfield, who is really going to dig deep now, get into the toolbox here. There is activity in the Lynchburg bullpen. Pretty sure the Hornets coaching staff would prefer Matfield finish this inning out. It's a good test for them as well. You want your guys to get tested some early in the year. You don't want to lose games. You don't want to just experiment and tinker at the point where guys get roasted out there and they give up runs and you lose games. But I think you do want your staff to get tested a little bit, some pressure situations. Matfield responding there. Another wipeout slider strikeout for him. And 1 out is in the books.
Kyle, it's just about emulating the circumstances you're going to see later in the season because obviously no team made it through a conference tournament or into the NCAA tournament with an easy ride, and we know that this Lynchburg team, obviously lots of games on the schedule. So just trying to throw some different circumstances at these pitchers. And we know Matfield is very capable of getting out of things, but it's just about getting those innings up as well and trying to form some consistency.
Medio Bucci is the 9-hole man for York. He has been the starting catcher in all 3 games. So that debunks what we were saying earlier about you want to give your catcher some rest in these doubleheaders and keep the legs fresh. Bucci's been out there the entire time. I think he did come out for a sub at the end of the game yesterday. But Bucci has been a stalwart back there with the gear on for York.
You have to think he'll be feeling it a little bit in the coming days.
Bouncing ball to Collins. Checks the runner, throws across, outmade, 5-3, and now there's 2 gone. So you see it again from Lynchburg's infield play. Outstanding. Feels like half a dozen times this game already they've had to look a runner back at third base there. And they've been executing that portion of the defensive game plan, and now it's Robbie Elzinga. Hornets are going to put him on intentionally. You don't have to throw the 4 pitches, the free pass given there. And now the bases are loaded with 2 away. Outs at any station for Lynchburg's offense. And it brings up Gabe Trevina.
Well, with Elzinga's triple in the last inning, have to think that might be a smart decision. But now, bases loaded, you have to be disciplined if this ball is put into play. Obviously 2 outs, so any bag will work.
I like the percentages. Yeah, you know Elzinga's got a great bat, hitting right around 500 on the season, triple already in the game. Trevina is 0 for 2 in the game so far with a strikeout and a pop-up to second. Trevina did hit a double in game number 1 this afternoon, but he also struck out 3 times. So I think you like this matchup quite a bit better. Still right on left. You don't get the same arm side right on right look. But I think overall the thinking is very sound from Lynchburg's coaching staff. Matfield misses with ball 1. Bases are loaded with 2 gone. 1 run already in here this 4th inning. Brendan Martin led off with a double and came around to score for York. Another ball missing away from Matfield. Clearly part of the game plan. Try to live on that outer third against Trevina. Now, with 2 balls and no strikes and the bases loaded, you may have to come after the left-hander just a little bit.
And here, if you're Trevina, you know you might get something to hit.
Or a fastball that misses in. And we should make a correction, Evan. It's a sub in there. It's Luke Pendergrast in for York. Number 23 did come in. Another one where the umpire didn't really make a strong signal up here at the press box like they'll do, but it is a sub. Number 23, Lucas Pendergrast. So it is a pinch hitter. That just misses. Pendergrast will take ball 4. It'll actually be an RBI walk for the reinforcement off the bench for York. Michael Teneni steps up. He is wearing number 16, so no change there for the 3-hole man.
Touched on keeping Matfield in throughout this inning. Obviously 2 outs, but see a little meeting on the mound, and always a difficult decision here because, like you said, you want him to be able to work through this, but we also know that the bullpen's been warmed up, and you just got to figure out what's best to not only get out of this inning, but just going further in this game, the second one of a doubleheader.
We did see double barrel action in the bullpen previously. So multiple options should be ready for Lynchburg. Holden, Fiedler having the conversation. You and I have already, it's Riley O'Donovan behind the plate, I'm sorry. Another boo-boo. O'Donovan is the catcher in game 2 here for Lynchburg. But you have a concept that you and I already brought up this afternoon, that is try to get him out there, calm him down a little bit, see what your pitcher's thinking, give him a few keys, a few reminders, and then get back to work here against a good hitter, Bryce Schaefer, or Michael Teneni, rather. Boy, it's just a trio of mistakes in this inning. But we'll get through it too, Evan. It's early in the season for us, although we probably can't say that once we get into conference play.
We'll have to sharpen things up.
Yeah.
I think with a doubleheader, too, you see so many substitutions, it's just always difficult to be able to have other players coming in and out. But, you know, these coaches want to use their rosters.
Ground ball from Teneni. Harding fields and flips to Garcia, who came across to cover second. So the inning is over, but there's 2 on the board for York. They get 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. The Hornets look to respond here at Fox Field. Dawson Reitenauer returns to the mound, and he has not surrendered a hit just yet. So no need for the bullpen for York College here, as it's been 3 up, 3 down the first 3 innings for Lynchburg. Brandon Garcia will try to change that. The lefty leadoff man in the box and ready to go here for Lynchburg.
Can't ask for much better from Reitenauer to start this one. Just doing it with pace as well, because especially you just see in this game, obviously, Lynchburg not having that much time in the box. It can be draining being out in the field all game.
Reitenauer misses just inside. Yeah, when you feel like you're always on defense, even mentally, it can drain you just a little bit. The pitcher doesn't get a long break in there when you go 3 up, 3 down. That's part of the equation, too. That one misses way outside for Reitenauer. I think because York snuck some subs in there on us, Evan, I was getting sub happy. I thought maybe we were going to see a pitching change. But no, it's Dawson Reitenauer, the big righty, will get that one across to make it 3-1.
That would be one of the interesting moves I would have seen in baseball, to sub him out with the no-hitter still going.
Yeah, there was a combo no-hitter in spring training the other day. Guess that was Friday night that happened. But I think I don't disagree with you. I was just trying to give you a counterpoint there. Full count now as Brandon Garcia will try to get aboard here and bust up the no-no for the Hornets. Perfect game is gone as Garcia will trot to first on the walk.
Once again, Garcia just finding a way to get on base. That's so impressive, because obviously not being able to really wake up the bats yet this game, but you'll take the free passes any way you can get them.
Garcia still 0 for 1 in this game, but he is aboard with the walk. Had 2 hits in game number 1. As Webster kind of wiggled the right hip, but did not offer at that breaking ball that comes across for a strike. 2-0, the York advantage. They scored both in the top of the 4th. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning here at Fox Field. We've seen so much great baseball already, as this one's going to skip away from the catcher Bucci and allow Garcia to cruise into second.
And despite the 6-0 hit advantage from York, it's still just a 2-run ball game. So as we saw in that last game, if Lynchburg can just stay around, good things can happen.
Hornets offense capable of exploding at any time. Webster will get the end of the bat on that one. Drifting foul. Left fielder has a play, but not going to get there in time. The slide took him right to the warning track as he'll walk out of play to retrieve the baseball. And Logan Webster will have to go to work with a 1-2 count. Nobody down here in the bottom of the 4th.
A little bit of a tricky play, too. We see the shadows creeping onto left field. Obviously, we mentioned it in the first game, but having 2 games midday, it's always going to be a little bit difficult with the sun.
They take a look at Garcia bouncing off at second. We've seen York try to pick runners and successfully pick them. Webster hits that one on the nose. It drops in. Great read by Garcia. He knew the left fielder was not going to get there and really didn't hesitate much at all, coming from second around third. Hornets are on the board with run number 1. Give Logan Webster another RBI. He is on first for Avery Neves, the All-American.
Every time Neves steps in the box, you have to be careful. We know Reitenauer very capable of pitching to people, but I think any pitcher with Neves in the box is going to be a little skeptical.
Daunting proposition facing this guy. And you may not have the full scouting report early in the season if you're York, but clearly you know who Avery Neves is. You know he was an All-American. You've seen the stats. You played Lynchburg last year, so it's not a complete unknown. And with the internet, things like LHSN, you can go back and watch games. A lot of people will get on there and watch the previous games that are available, so you can learn some that way. And why wouldn't you use those resources, honestly? Now, you can't devote all your time because it is a 40-game season. You got your conference coming up if you're York. but you obviously have some idea of what Avery Neves is capable of. And he's done his share of damage already this weekend. 2 for 3 yesterday with a run batted in. Avery Neves was 2 for 4 in game 1 with a walk in there as well for good measure. Another over the century mark, 107 free passes in his career for Avery Neves.
Have to think that number will continue to grow throughout this season. And you know, whether you know about him or not, or whether you enjoy facing him, he's going to come in every single at bat looking to put something into play. Obviously, he's used to being walked, so maybe extending that zone a little bit, but extremely disciplined.
It's another ball that's going to get by the catcher to the backstop. Logan Webster hustling into second. He took a turn around second just in case maybe that ball took a weird carom off the backstop, but it went straight to Bucci. Webster holds there. He's in scoring position with nobody gone. Avery Neves, a 2-2 count. Webster with the RBI single to drive in Brandon Garcia, who started the inning with a walk. He advanced to second on a pass ball. Neves will dodge that one, and another good read by Webster. That one hit the glove of Bucci. I know right now or missed the target, but Bucci probably feels like he should have reeled that one in with the catcher's mitt. And now Webster 90 feet away.
Tough break for the Spartans, too. That's 2 straight pitches they get by. And now you have a runner on third, chance to tie this ball game.
No better one to do it. Infield drawn in. Outfield still medium deep. Neves will just flip that one over the first baseman's head. One of his softer hits of the season, but it doesn't matter. It's an RBI single in the book, and the ball game is tied 2-2 as Webster comes around to score.
Great work there by Neves. I feel like we've said it all game long. We haven't seen a homer or anything today, but not trying to do too much. Just flips it into right field, and that's all he needs to really tie this ball game up.
Yeah, 2-strike approach. He knows the infield's drawn in. And you said it, didn't try to do too much. Not every hit has to be a loud, violent banger to be effective. Neves just poking that one out there. Looks like a line drive in the scorebook. He'll take off and run. O'Donovan hacked. Don't know if it was a true hit and run or Riley O'Donovan just saw something he liked. But he fouls it away, and the count is 0-1. Still nobody gone here with a runner on first. So danger certainly not over for York. And we'll check their bullpen. Looks like there is someone warming there.
You talked about that hit and run, too, and I think with O'Donovan in the cleanup spot today, definitely something that you at least consider. You know, Neves is very capable of getting around the bases.
Oh, yeah, I love Neves on the bases almost as much as when he swings the bat here, as O'Donovan will ground ball this one to third. They get the first one, and they get the second. Double play for the York infield. Been seeing it all weekend for Lynchburg. Now York getting in on the double play party to erase Neves and get O'Donovan out at first. 5-4-3 in the books. And just like that, there's 2 away for Lynchburg's offense.
That's got to boost morale a little bit for York. Just being able to have a little bit of a clean slate now, nobody on base. Be able to just pitch to them if you're right an hour and really not have too much pressure, but we know it's a whole new ball game now.
Eric Hyatt back up for Lynchburg. He reached on an error in his first at bat and has to slightly move the body out of the way of ball number 2. Eric Hyatt is a sophomore for Lynchburg from Woodbridge, Virginia. He's on the roster as a catcher. He is DHing at the moment here for the Hornets. Another ball. Right now, we're starting to see more of that. He was really attacking the zone early, and obviously when you go the first 9 batters with no hits, get through the lineup clean, you're throwing some strikes. Now control seems to be leaving him just a bit.
Well, it's always difficult, too, because, like you said, retiring the first 9, you sort of get into a mind space of throwing strikes and having more confidence in it, and that's great, but you have to be able to react a little bit if Lynchburg starts hitting it.
Now at bat,
He's
number
walked 2 in the
Jackson
inning now.
Harding.
Leadoff man Brandon Garcia walked, came around to score. The second walk is Eric Hyatt, who's now on first base. Jackson Harding up with 2 gone. Sees his team tied, though. Hornets have played it a couple in the bottom of the 4th here. Harding will roll over that one. 6-hopper to the second baseman and chunks it to first for the final out. So Lynchburg, it's 2 hits, 1 left on, no York errors, and the Hornets do score 2 to tie the ball game as we head to the top of the 5th inning at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Nick Matfield's back out for the Lynchburg Hornets defense. He surrendered 5 hits in the afternoon, but York has stranded 7 already. It's been sort of the tale of both games of the doubleheader. Inability by both ball clubs to get runners in, with the exception of the big inning from Lynchburg. And, of course, the Hornets do answer with 2 runs of their own in the bottom of the 4th here. So there's more to that story than just saying the teams can't score runners when they're in scoring position, Evan. But it's definitely a stat that coaches will look at. It's one that separates the good teams from the great teams. The great teams seem to find a way to get them in. And when you're in scoring position, they take advantage of all the opportunities.
Think about it in this game, too, because obviously, even in the first one, there haven't been a lot of big bats. See a nice play there for 5-3. But when you're not seeing homers or any super big bats, you're going to have a tendency maybe to not hit it as far. And then obviously we see a lot of ground balls or double plays that in turn don't allow those runners to score. So something that as the season progresses, maybe these 2 managers will think on for their respective ball clubs.
Lynchburg has done a great job using the double play all weekend long to avoid big innings. As Matfield comes across for a strike there. He's over the 70 pitch mark. That was the discussion up here in the press box in between innings. Matfield's pitch count. I think the coaching staff comfortable letting him go at least 100. Might not want to burn him for much more than that. But Matfield is a guy who's a starter, obviously, 9-1 as a starter last season. He's used to going deep into games. Those starters want to go deep into games. They never want to come out as he gets a strikeout on Brendan Martin for out number 2.
To your point, it's always an interesting decision for the coaching staff early on in the year just because, as you said, it's early March. A lot of the season still to be played, but when you have talent like Matfield on your roster, you have to use them. We've seen very capable of still producing outs.
Chris Bettler is in the box for York with 2 away and 1 quick strike on him. Matfield spins strike number 2 in there. 0-2 the count now on Bettler. Let's see how nasty Matfield gets here with the 0-2 count. Maybe a setup pitch or maybe go right at him. Something that starts in the zone and finishes out of the zone. That was it. Wipeout slider. They'll check down at first and they'll call him out. Matfield back-to-back Ks to send York down quietly in the top of the 5th. We are still tied 2-2 here at Fox Field. You're watching the game live on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. midway through the second game of our doubleheader. We started at 11 a.m. this morning for game number 1. It's game number 3 in the series, as York looking to get win number 4 on the season. They come in at 3-3, including back-to-back losses to Lynchburg. And the Hornets 7-1. They'll put Gavin Collins at the plate as he watches that first one from Reitnauer skip in for a ball.
This is that point in the ball game that we've mentioned, those middle innings, where, you know, a lot of times maybe overlooked a little bit, but this is where you can make an impact. And especially after watching that first game, I'm not sure that Lynchburg wants to wait to put some numbers on the scoreboard.
I think they'd love to piggyback that 2-run fourth inning with more right here. Excellent work by Matfield to come out after he had a long inning in the top of the fourth for Lynchburg to throw up 3 up, 3 down, including 2 strikeouts from Nick Matfield. That's what you want from one of your stars. As Collins will show some opposite field power, sending that one rolling to the fence. I think he wants more than 2. Yeah, he'll keep coming around. Should not be much of a play at third as Collins slides in there with a leadoff triple. Gavin Collins, the junior, pumping one over the right fielder's head for a 3-bagger.
How about the hustle, too, from Collins? He knew it was a triple the whole way once he rounded first. And I think a lot of times, even if you hesitate for a second, you lose that possibility. But Collins said, I want it, and he got there. And now Lynchburg in a really good spot to start this 5th inning.
Gavin Collins doubled in game number 1, had a pair of hits there. Now he's got a triple. And Lynchburg ready to take the lead here. Josh Jorman, first baseman, steps in the left-handed batter's box, ready to get something from Reitnauer. Infield drawn in for York. There's another one that skips in. Bucci has had to turn into a goaltender back there a few times. That's a tough one for a catcher. You're ready to block the breaking ball, the big curveball. You know you're going to have to drop and block on that one. You don't expect the spiked fastball that you have to have hit you up in the chest area. You want to block that ball off the belly button, I think, is the technique that most catchers talk about. That one hit Bucci up a little bit higher. He did well just to stay in there and wear it.
And that might be one of the toughest pitches to block, just with the velocity that it comes in at.
2-0 the count for Jorman. That one misses in. The target was set up away. Reitnauer pulled that one in, and the control issues continue for the righty from York. Fabulous command early in the game, but he walked 2 last inning, fell behind to Collins, and Collins made him pay with the leadoff triple. He's fallen behind to Josh Jorman here. Jorman will watch that one go off the outside edge for a strike. 3-1 now for number 25, Josh Jorman. Jorman will turn and just blister that into center field. Absolute fabulous piece of hitting. Pitcher has fallen behind in the count. You just saw your buddy hit the triple, so you got some good vibes, and then you wait for a nice piece to come across middle and rip it into center field. That's an RBI single for Josh Jorman, and it looks like Dawson Reitnauer's day is done.
How about that, too, from Lynchburg? We talk about the bottom of the lineup. They just went 7-8 and got a run in. And just some very efficient offense as York will make the pitching change. And now if you're Lynchburg, I think you really just have to be thinking, okay, we're biting into the bullpen a little bit. Obviously, you're going to see new arms, but the question comes now is, are you ready to take advantage of maybe if one of these pitchers comes in and struggles, both for York and for Lynchburg, just being able to adjust and get numbers on the board. But Lynchburg getting a run on early here in the 5th.
Yendel Tolentino is back for York. He pitched in relief effectively yesterday for the Spartans. I believe that's RBI number 7 on the season for Josh Jorman. Really love that patient but aggressive piece of hitting. That speaks to the whole offense, which is kind of what you were just saying. You got to be patient but aggressive and find that balance. You don't want to panic early if you don't get hits and runs. You want to stay patient. You don't want to go swinging at bad pitches. but you still have to have the aggression. You have to be ready when the ball is in the zone, and Josh Jorman typified that right there, and really Collins with the leadoff triple as well. He did not offer at some bad pitches early in the at-bat, and then they take advantage when Reitnauer does have to come over when he's behind in the count.
Well, it speaks to me about that sequence, too. You just see how casually Lynchburg gets it done, because obviously you come out, you get a triple to start the inning. A lot of times maybe you're feeling a little bit too much pressure, but Jorman just stayed patient and got the hit. So now, with Jorman on first, they just have to see if they can continue the offense and keep getting those numbers up, because as we said, Lynchburg doesn't want to have to wait till the end.
Yandel Tolentino.
Number 12, Carson Atkins.
Love watching this guy pitch. 1 2/3 out of the bullpen yesterday for York in the 5-1 loss to Lynchburg. But he had no earned runs, didn't give up a hit, 1 K. Got some major movement on the pitches, commands the zone. And he seems to enjoy his pitching out there. Watch out for Carson Atkins. Another base hit, bunt opportunity, play it first. Throw is too late. And Carson Atkins, he dropped a dandy down the first base line for a bunt single yesterday. This time, he tries the third base line and successfully gets it done. How good is that from Carson Atkins?
And we've talked about it all day, that bunt the other day, but how about that? Now putting a runner in scoring position, just having a chance to really make a big dent in the scoreline now.
I love the technique. He gets the bat out front, just kind of catches the ball with the barrel. It was almost like he got that one off the end of the bat, too, and it really deadened it, just got outside the dirt. Garcia's going to try the same thing. Puts it down the third baseline. Tolentino, the throw sailed. He just kind of floated it over the first baseman's head. 1 run will come around. Garcia's going to cruise into second. There's nobody there covering the bag, even if York wanted to have a play. And the Hornets into the offensive toolbox here, into the bag. They can beat you with the long ball. They can beat you with a leadoff triple from Gavin Collins over the right fielder's head, and now back-to-back bunt singles for Lynchburg, the second one from Brandon Garcia.
Tough way for Tolentino to come into this game, just seeing 2 straight bunts, but as we've mentioned, bunts, a lot of the times there's so much that happens, especially getting down the base path, and that situation right there, York just couldn't capitalize.
You test a defense, you put pressure on a defense, you get the ball in play, you make Tolentino, who we know is good on the mound and comfortable, but you make him come off the mound early and try to make a play. Very impressive. I was mentioning yesterday that I thought teams weren't bunting as much as they used to, and Coach Lucas Jones doing his best to prove me wrong there, which he's done his entire career. We used to play against each other, Evan. I don't want to make the broadcast about me, but I've known Coach Jones for so long now. It's I don't want to even say how long we've known each other because I don't want us to sound old.
Well, 2 great athletes back in the day, that's for sure.
Well, I know Jones was one, but, man, I don't know. I appreciate the compliment. As
the Lynchburg reunite right here, obviously.
Webster fouls that one back. We'll get back to the game. It's another 2-run inning so far, but there is nobody out for Lynchburg as they look for more. Garcia bouncing off second. He's clearly feeling good about the way things are happening. Infield is drawn in again for York.
Boy, he stays animated on the base paths. We've seen him all day long just trying to get the pitcher's attention. I think, obviously, those are the base runners you don't like having on base.
Webster swings through that for strikeout and out number 1. Animated from Garcia. And you and I were discussing it is hard sometimes to stay focused and energized in a doubleheader as a player. Infielder, you're going out there, warming up every inning, throwing balls across, and then you got to make some plays. You got to hit. Can be a long day. Garcia's finding a way to stay engaged and energized, even if it means bouncing around at second base there. Avery Neves is up with 2 in scoring position and a chance to really bust this thing wide open for Lynchburg, just 1 away.
Seems like Lynchburg has done a phenomenal job today, too, of just putting Neves in a good spot, because obviously batting third in the lineup, a lot of the times you're going to have runners on base, but what he's been able to do, now we see second and third, he can really make an impact.
If you set the table for Avery Neves, he's going to get up there and treat it like a buffet. He's going to eat all day long. He will smash that one into center field. Won't be a hit, but it's going to be a sac fly. Another RBI in the books for Neves. Garcia will head to third. York tried to get the throw in there, but Garcia too speedy. And Avery Neves, a sac fly, second RBI of the day. And it brings in run number 5 of the game for Lynchburg. And I keep saying of the day, Avery Neves, I believe he drove in 1 in the first game, but it is just to note the second RBI of the game here for Avery Neves. Lynchburg leads 5-2.
Getting some good contact now against Tolentino. As I mentioned, bit of a tough situation to come into with the 2 bunts, but when you're facing a bullpen like this, regardless of who it's against, when you're in a doubleheader, you're going to see a lot of different people on the mound, and I think the Hornets have done a great job of really adjusting, but still staying patient, as we mentioned, being consistent with those swings.
Good aggressive swing there from Riley O'Donovan. Ball kind of floated out of the zone, but I like the hack from O'Donovan. There is 2 gone here in the bottom of the 5th. Brandon Garcia, the shortstop, got on via the bunt single. 4-hit inning so far for Lynchburg. O'Donovan looking to make it a 5-hit inning. He will. Didn't get the barrel on that, but got enough of it to shoot it through the infield for an RBI single. It is a 5-hit inning for Lynchburg as Riley O'Donovan steps up and drives run number 6 in for the Hornets.
We saw that pitch inside a little bit, but he did a good job of swinging early, making sure that it can get into the pocket of the outfield. And really just, as we've said, they continue chugging. It's not really one big hit, but they've just poured it on throughout these 2 games.
They can beat you in so many different ways. That's what I love about this Lynchburg offense. Bunt singles, hit and run, small ball, stealing bases, put pressure on the defense, and then they can bang a little bit as well. Eric Hyatt skies this one, and it's caught with relative ease at second base. So the inning is over, but it was a big one for the Hornets. 5 hits, 3 runs. They leave 1 on, but Lynchburg leads 6-2 over York as we head to the top of the 6th. A 2-run 4th for the Hornets offense, and then a 4-run 5th has Lynchburg in a pretty comfortable spot here. On top 6-2, Nick Matfield's back out for what will be inning number 6 of work if he can get through it. 82 pitches for Matfield. And we've been discussing all season, but all day as well, that it's still early in the season. It's early March, but I think the coaching staff here from Lynchburg completely comfortable with Matfield going long. Everybody's different. We know Brandon Pond was on somewhat of a pitch count limit or an innings restriction coming off the injury in game 1. But with Matfield, I think you're pretty comfortable with him going 100 pitches. I don't think we'll see him in the 120, 130 range. Evan, you're going to save that for big-time conference games and later in the year. But I don't think it would be any problem for Matfield to get to the century mark today, but we'll just have to see.
Well, obviously, makes the coaching staff's decision look a lot better now, obviously, being a 6-2 ball game.
Big knock by Daimling. Man, this kid can play. The freshman, get this, fans, is still batting 1,000 in his career. A home run yesterday, 2 doubles and a single today. And we may want to put a note in front of Jacob Daimling's name to remember the name. I mean, I am loving what he's doing. Lynchburg pitching staff probably not enjoying it nearly as much as we are, as Daimling is on second with a leadoff double.
You can tell every single time he steps up to the plate, just confident with his swing and then getting out of the box. He's done a phenomenal job, and obviously batting 1,000 to start the season. But, I mean, you really have to think it's so difficult to even make that jump, getting to college ball. But to be able to come out here and just play with the style and the confidence he's played with is very impressive early on.
Now you gotta start getting on your phone and on the laptop and scouring the record books and trying to figure out, well, what is the best start ever to a career? What are the most consecutive hits someone has started a career with? I feel like it's more than 4, but if Dimeling gets another hit, well, we might start asking the question. We might get the LHSN research department activated and see what they can do. Nice slider again from Matfield will send Mosier down. That's a trio of Ks for Luke Mosier. And now Emilio Bucci, the catcher, back in there with 1 gone and a runner on second.
Matfield doing a phenomenal job, too. We talk about short-term memory. Start the inning off with a double, and he comes right back with a strikeout. And I think, talk about what you want to see from a rotation, maybe in late May, that's definitely a good quality to start with if you're the Hornets.
Those great pitchers, so composed, man. Obviously, you don't want to give up a leadoff double. It's not going to make you feel good, but they don't let it rattle them. They just get right back to work, maybe even sharpen the focus just a little bit. Give up that leadoff double. I know Matfield does that. We've seen how good he is with runners on base. Might have to deal with another runner on base as Bucci lifts that one into right field. Single is there. Jorman knocks that down as the cut man, and we've got runners at the corners for York, who is not going to go quietly here in Game 3. They want to get 1 win under their belts for this Central Virginia trip as they head back to Southern Pennsylvania. And Nick Matfield going to face some danger again here in the top of the 6th.
Good work from Webster as well and Wright getting that ball in quick. Because as we've talked about, it might not seem significant now, but you look as this lead gets chipped away, or what Lynchburg did to grow their lead. There's never a play that's not important in a baseball game.
Good phrasing by you. Some are more important than others, but I love the phrasing. There's never a play that is non-important. You never know when it's going to be the big play. We talked about the solo home run from Dimeling yesterday. Sometimes you win a game 1-0 with a solo home run. That's happened before. You just never really know. That's one of the great things about this game. First play of the game in another sport, you got 3.5 more quarters left. Baseball, you never know. That first pitch of the game gets sent out of the ballpark. It might be the only run.
For fans, I think that's what makes it so fun as well. Just obviously you hear people walking away from their TVs and they come back later and there's a whole new ball game. You never know which one's going to be the big one.
Fantastic hitter at the plate for York. Robbie Elzinga came into the game with the average hovering right around 500. 2-1 count. And Lynchburg intentionally walked Elzinga's last at bat, so that speaks to his capabilities. Pitch misses downstairs for Matfield. 3-1 now.
See, lefty on righty matchup, 3-1 count. You have to think he's going to have the green light here.
Don't know why you wouldn't if you're Elzinga. Matfield looks in, hold, and misses inside. So it's a walk. Matfield may have been trying to be a little bit careful with Elzinga there. It will bring up Gabe Trevina. No, that's right. There was a change there. I beg your pardon, fans. It is number 23, Lucas Pendergrast, in there for York. He subbed for Trevina. This is Pendergrast's second at bat. He walked in the first one. And the bases are loaded for York with 1 gone in the top of the 6th. Another mound visit from Riley O'Donovan. And you've got more action in the Lynchburg bullpen. A couple pitchers warming. We'll see if we can get our eyes on who they are. And might only be of importance if we see those bullpen arms at some point. Lucas Pendergrast stepping up, 0 for 0 statistically. Reached base in his first at bat off the bench. 6-2, the Lynchburg lead. Starting to feel closer than that with the bases loaded and 1 gone. Matfield delivers. Atkins will come on, will not get to that. It'll bounce in front. Everybody advances 90 feet, and 1 more run is in for York. 6-3, the Lynchburg lead now.
Sometimes that's how you have to do it, station to station baseball. And as we know, base is still loaded.
Now at bat, number 16,
We know
Michael
Tenany is
Tenany.
very capable of making something happen.
Hitting in the third spot this game for York. He batted fourth last game. He did have 2 hits, including an RBI single in the first inning. So Matfield's got more work to do. Middle at double play depth for Lynchburg. Corners are in. Outfield still medium depth for the Hornets. Ball number 1 with 1 out.
Big pitch here. You don't want to fall down 2-0 in the count.
Lynchburg has been good in the series, limiting York to just the 1-run innings. Not giving up the big innings. Now York did score 2 in the top of the 4th, fans. But for the most part, Hornets really good. About no crooked numbers up there for the pitching staff and the defense. Teneny fires that one foul. Counts 1-1. York dugout getting into it. More vocal, more volume. Trying to get behind Teneny and hope for a big play here. Matfield gets that one in just under the knee, and Teneny can't do much other than foul it away. 1-2 the count now for Nick Matfield. He struck out 5 so far in the game. Oh, that's not right, fans. Double check that. Matfield struck out 7, actually.
This might be a good spot for that double play. We've seen the Hornets turn so many times.
Garcia has been the catalyst on so many of those at shortstop. Matfield just misses outside. Hit the target. You hear a couple people in the Lynchburg dugout yell out the great spot. It really was. Teneny just didn't offer at it. 2-2 the count now. See how they pitch off of that away. Do you go out there again? You try to jam one in on Teneny's hands. Options here for Matfield. He did try to go inside and missed. Teneny could have worn that one for a hit by pitch RBI, but instead the count is full. 3-2 with 1 away. Matfield with the deep arsenal. A lot of arrows in the quiver that he can go to. Line drive at Garcia, catches. No double play option. Garcia pumped to first, but the runner was scampering back in time. Boy, that ball was just whistling off the bat of Teneny. And Garcia had to battle the runner that was in front of him. We talked about a York runner got out on runner's interference yesterday. That one was close. I think it obscured Garcia's vision just a little bit, but in the end, he holds on for out number 2 of the inning.
Great work there, just making the catch, and you don't have to do anything more in that situation because a lot of times you see the runner in motion, maybe you're going to try for a double play, but when the ball is laced that quickly at you, you have to make the play.
Great action on that pitch from Matfield. Almost more of a cutter vibe to that one than a true slider, but it's got enough movement that Schaefer can't get the bat on it. 0-1 the count for the junior Nick Matfield. Missed with that one. Ball 1. 2 down. Bases loaded for York. They've scored 1 in the inning. It's a 6-3 Lynchburg lead as Matfield looks in for another sign. Lynchburg infield back at the regular depth, maybe even a little bit deeper at the corners. As you know, you do have those options to go anywhere on the diamond for an out. 1-2 now the count.
You said it. You got to go to the bag as quickly as you can here because we know how quickly things can change.
Matfield set, ready to deal. Ground ball foul. We're in the top of the 6th. Matfield is approaching that 100 pitch mark if he's not over it just yet. Probably time to empty the tank if you're Nick Matfield on this one right here. He struck out 7. If you can get out of this with giving up 1 run and end it with a K, that makes you feel real good as a pitcher. Let's see how deep he digs into this one. You might reach back for something extra, even if it's a breaking ball. Maybe a little extra snap on that thing. Matfield went to the slider. O'Donovan missed it, but no advance by the runner there. As Riley O'Donovan scampers back, Nick Matfield hustled in to cover the plate as well. Based on the miss, I almost think he did try to go for a little extra break on that one. Don't you, Evan?
Absolutely, and that's sort of the risk-reward scenario you have to think about with bases loaded, as we know what Matfield can dish out, but obviously you're thinking 2 outs, many different pitches he can use to get out of it.
And as a broadcaster, it's all speculation, an educated guess. Who knows if that's why he missed right there. But Matfield won't miss on that one. Swing and a miss, and Schaefer is gone. Strike 3, K number 8 for Nick Matfield. Hornets give up a run, but major danger averted there by the right-hander from the Hornets. Lynchburg leads at 6-3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th at Fox Field. It's 1 run scored for York in the top of the 6th. 2 base hits, 3 left on as Nick Matfield picks up strikeout number 8 on the afternoon for Lynchburg. He is over that 100 pitch mark. Evan, we discussed that. Nick Matfield, 106 pitches at the moment. His day may be done. Again, pure speculation, pure educated guess. Who knows?
Well, I like, even if that is the end of his performance, he's done a phenomenal job. And like we've talked about, I think with the rotation, you really just want pitchers who can throw consistently, getting 6 and 7 innings, especially from your starters. We saw what Zach Potts did yesterday.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you mentioned Zach Potts. We probably haven't talked about him enough on the broadcast today. He was phenomenal again, picking up win number 3 on the season. 7 innings for Potts, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, struck out 6 and only walked 1. Just what you've come to expect from Zach Potts and so many of these Lynchburg arms. Depth is there, talent is there, the work ethic is there too. So many of these Lynchburg pitchers are self-made as far as the amount of work that they put in. I mean, Matfield was on the roster as a freshman, but didn't really pitch. And Travis Beasley, the associate head coach, said just kind of wasn't ready. But boy, was Matfield ready last year, 9-1, and he picks up the ODAC Rookie of the Year award.
Now, obviously, it's not always the case, but just the beauty of sports, you see how that work translates, especially onto the field. And with pitchers, you know, it could be a very strenuous offseason just trying to keep that arm intact and to do the little things to really get those pitches sharper. So for Matfield especially, it's just been a very fun story to watch. We know that this season he's going to be a big part of Lynchburg's run if they want to go deep into the ODAC.
Yeah, Jackson Harding at the plate right now for the Hornets with a 2-1 count. Just back to Matfield. He's given up 9 hits on the day, but just a really good job as Harding will float one into center field. It should not be a problem for out number 1. A really great job by Matfield of buckling down with runners on base. York has left the bases loaded 3 times in this game. So that's 9 left on right there, and they left another on in the 3rd inning, which is really incredible. Talking about Matfield, I mean, he pitches out of the stretch all the time, and you might see the reason why. He might just be better out of the stretch. And runners on, he just appears to tighten the focus and get even sharper up there.
Well, you wonder how much of it is mental and, like you said, pitching out of the stretch, but obviously he knows what he's doing just to have that situation. And for York, they really had the same situation that Lynchburg had in that first game, just leaving runners on. And so obviously Lynchburg has taken advantage early. We'll see how the Spartans can respond.
Gavin Collins puts a charge into another one. Triple last inning. This one won't get as far, and it will get reeled in by the center fielder Elzinga for out number 2.
Elzinga's been very busy in this one in center. We've seen a lot of Lynchburg hitters getting out there, and I think if you're Coach Jones, that's an optimistic sign, just being able to hit the outfield consistently. We know that the bats have really started to wake up early in the season.
Yeah, all outs not created equal, but you like those deep fly balls. Like those hard, those loud outs. Avery Neves had one of those that we loved earlier in the day. Jorman, flares that one foul. He's 1 for 2 on the day. RBI single in the 5th, part of a 4-run 5th inning for Lynchburg. 2 in the 4th, 4 in the 5th. Hornets had the offensive explosion in game 1. That came in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jorman sees that breaking ball and lays off it nicely. Yendel Tolentino. Back-to-back days we've seen this young man impressed with his game. And he seems to pitch with confidence. Did have a rough inning last inning, but staying out there for York here.
And at this point in the season, it's just about building reliability within that bullpen. And we know that Tolentino, obviously yesterday and today, but just moving forward as conference play starts, those are the players you'd love to have on your roster, just knowing as a coach they're going to go out there and perform.
Tolentino deals, and that one's fouled back from Puerto Rico. And I could spend the entire day talking about the amount of players I love from Puerto Rico, all the Latin countries. It's just incredible the different unique qualities that they all have. So many great players from the Dominican Republic, obviously, Venezuela, Mexico, Colombia. It's a global game, Evan, as Jorman will bounce that one into right field. And he is aboard, bobbled briefly by the right fielder, but Jorman has to hold at first.
Well, Kyle, you're absolutely right, too, just speaking on the diversity of the game. Now we see even the World Baseball Classic from a major league standpoint, just so much talent around the world. And I think with sports as a whole, that's just the beautiful thing, is bringing these people together. And we know just even here, seeing the talent on display from Tolentino, it's truly special.
And how about the Lynchburg coaching staff with Oscar and Gabe Garcia from Venezuela? And they've just got that Latin flair, got that vibe, always got the big smile, great mood. And they were both very good players at Concord University. The Garcia brothers, coaching staff here for Lynchburg, big part of that. You know, Lucas Jones talks about them all the time, what they bring to the table. Gabe Garcia with his approach hitting-wise, working with so many of these Lynchburg hitters. Lynchburg hitter at the moment is Carson Atkins. This is a high pop to left, not easy to handle, but it'll get reeled in by Brendan Martin, and the inning will come to an end. It's Lynchburg 6, York 3. Getting late here in Game 3 of the series. See what kind of comeback the Spartans can mount next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Baylor Cumbie will take the mound for Lynchburg. He replaces Nick Matfield. Matfield's in line to get his second win of the season. Baylor Cumbie, a grad student from Midlothian. 2 appearances this season, Evan, and the results have not been fabulous so far, but he's a guy with more experience. He appeared in 24 games as a freshman. That's actually when he played the most, or pitched the most anyway, and actually was a two-way guy at one point for Lynchburg. Got a hit in that freshman season back in 2019. But the senior pitched in 5 games last year. This will be his 3rd appearance of the 2023 campaign. And somebody with fabulous stuff. You see it right there. fires it in there for strike one, swinging for Lynchburg.
And the beautiful thing about baseball, you mentioned maybe a bit of a rocky start to this season, but not only does he have experience, but it's a whole new ball game, and we know what he's capable of when he's on. So obviously having a little bit of a cushion on the scoreboard, I think that really helps just shake off any nerves that might come from the last couple of games.
Yeah, you got to love it. Brendan Martin, the left fielder in the box for York, as Cumbie will come after him there. Breaking ball misses low and away. 1-2 the count. Love that action on the mound. Got that long arm. We mentioned Wesley Arrington earlier in the day. Kind of had the shorter arm action, almost middle infielder catcher-ish. Baylor Cumbie's got that long arm action. You see it come out of the glove, go down by the belt, and then back up. Can really generate some velocity. 2-2 count now.
From a fan standpoint, too, just watching it, it just almost makes the pitchers look faster.
Yeah.
And how he gets that arm out.
It's a classic look up there as he will work exclusively from the stretch like so many relievers do. Ball back to Cumbie, no problem. He'll hustle it halfway to the bag and flip it underhanded to Jorman for out number one. Martin is gone. He had a 2-for-3 day going. Still not a bad afternoon of work for Brendan Martin there. And here comes number 18, Chris Bettler. 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch, struck out in his last at bat.
Time of the game that obviously it doesn't feel like that much is going on from a York standpoint, but you really have to start thinking as we're in the 7th inning. You got to start the run soon if you want to get back in this ball game.
Don't know how many more chances you're going to get. You're down to 8 outs if you're York. Got to make the most of them. Bettler will pop that one to third. It is foul. Collins came on. And now another 0-2 count. So you got to like what you're seeing. Cumbie coming after hitters. Back-to-back 0-2 counts. For number 9, another graduate student for the University of Lynchburg. Been around success, too. Even if he doesn't have the resume and the stat sheet that takes you 10 minutes to rattle off like some of these other Hornets, you're just on those successful teams. Get you in that mindset of, hey, I'm going to go out there and be successful too. That one slipped out of the hand and does hit Bettler. So he'll trot to first. And now we get to see, I don't know what the nickname is, the 1,000 man, Jacob Daimling. He's batting 1,000 in his collegiate career so far, the freshman from Palmyra, Pennsylvania.
You just have to be excited watching him get in the box. 2 doubles and a homer to start the career. How about that?
Here comes Travis Beasley, the associate head coach for Lynchburg, to have a conversation with Baylor Cumbie. No, it's a short conversation. He's going to take the ball, and we'll get to see a new arm for the Hornets. It is number 43 for Lynchburg, Angel Collazo. So back to the global game, another guy from Puerto Rico here. Lynchburg will send Angel Collazo to the mound, and he came sprinting out of the bullpen, ready for work for the Hornets. As Collazo, feeling it, slaps the chest, getting himself ready. And here's a guy that has made 2 appearances this season, Evan. And it's been 2 successful ones. 2 innings pitched. He's only given up 1 hit, no earned runs. Batters hitting just a measly 143, against Angel.
Collazo, just a guy who brings energy to the game, and that's something that you love to see. I mean, if nothing, obviously from a stat standpoint, not only does he have the numbers, but also just being able to raise the energy of this dugout. We talk about it being a doubleheader. Been a long day for these 2 teams, but that's something that really gets you pumped up if you're a fan or if you're a teammate.
How about a broadcaster?
Absolutely.
I got pumped up to see him sprinting out of the dugout, and then the move on the mound there to get ready. He's got the Latin music going here as he's warming up, and you love seeing a lefty spinning in there like Angel Collazo's doing right now. This gets my juices going, man. We already talked about the global game and that Latin flair. This is what I need in my life right here, and this could be just what the Hornets need, leading 6-3.
It's not every day you see pitcher sprint onto the mound like that. Talk about being ready to come into the ball game.
And that's what I love about Coach Lucas Jones. he doesn't want you to be a robot. He wants you to express yourself and be yourself out there, and that's not for some guys. Some guys more mild-mannered, not vocal, not demonstrative in those ways. But I think Coach Lucas Jones, he appreciates the unique qualities that his different players bring to the game, and you want to embrace those. If that's what your guy needs to get pumped up for this appearance, then let him have it. It does look like Angel is cranked up and switched on early here in this one. I think when you talk about the intensity scale for pitchers, if you just want to go 1 to 10, most relievers are going to fall on the higher side of that. They're going to be a 6 or a 7. Your closers might be even more intense. There's some exceptions to that, of course. I guess, somebody like Max Scherzer comes to mind as a starter. He's pretty much a 9 or 10 on the intensity scale, don't you think?
Absolutely. And then, like you said, just with those relievers and even closers, Edwin Diaz for the Mets, you see him come in and the entire stadium is electric.
Right.
It's almost one of those things you would just bring in the fans and your teammates, just creating an environment more almost than a player coming into a ball game, and that's what's so tough to hit against.
Angel Chiazzo facing a tough hitter, though. Jacob Daimling has not made an out in his collegiate career. He is 4 for 4, 3 for 3 in this game to go along with a pinch hit homer yesterday. 3-0 count. Daimling might be ready to take his first collegiate walk. Actually, it's a hit by pitch, so the record stays perfect for Daimling as he trots to first. Back-to-back hit batters from Lynchburg, 2 different pitchers, but that's certainly not going to make you happy as a pitching coach. I think we got another substitute in the ball game here. Yes, we get the wave from the umpire that time, and it looks like it is number 7, Brett DeWeese. Brett DeWeese is on the roster as a catcher, 6'2 junior from Manchester, Maryland. Did see action in the game yesterday.
Substitution coming into this ball game, you just have to think. Obviously still a 3-run ball game. You just have to make sure that you bring something to the table, because obviously coaches understanding what you can do and the impact you can have, now you just have to execute.
The result very much in doubt here. Nothing is secured yet for either ball club in a 3-run ball game. And the Hornets bullpen getting tested right now. They got 6 strong from Nick Matfield, in line for his second win of the day, but nothing assured just yet. And there is more pitchers getting loose in the Hornet bullpen right now. We can go through all the different options that are available, but let's just see what happens here in the next few batters before we start doing more of the speculation thing that we have so much fun with. 6-3, Hornets on top, 1 out. Jorman playing behind the runner at first, double play depth pretty much all the way around the infield. Looked like an off-speed pitch that Angel Chiazzo tried and missed with.
One thing about the bullpens as well, you know that Lynchburg doesn't have a game tomorrow, so not a bad idea just at least to get people warmed up, have those options, whatever inning you might need them in.
Sounded like the Hornet coaching staff had the plan pretty much in place for Tuesday's game against Christopher Newport. I'll keep that part of the intel to myself, because you never know. You might have some CNU fans and players and coaches watching. But sometimes those are open secrets because the coaches talk, and you never know what that conversation is like before the game as well. 2-2 count here with 1 gone in the 7th. Another miss there with the fastball, and now you've got an action pitch coming. Full count, 1 out, runners on first and second. Not a bad time to get the runners a head start here if you're York. Head coach Mike Scappa. We've seen York run the base as well. 3 stolen bases in that previous game today. There's a fastball in for strike 3.
Big pitch there, especially at full count. You're thinking, okay, maybe loading the bases up with 1 out, but he has no fear in that one, and a very big pitch in this inning.
Love that. Emilio Bucci steps to the plate now for York with a chance to keep the rally alive here. Not a full fire yet, but things just smoldering a bit for York after back-to-back hit batters. Emidio Bucci, the catcher, he's 1 for 3 in the game. 1 of 9 York hits, but only 3 runs as Nick Matfield did a masterful job of avoiding major problems out there for Lynchburg.
You think about it too, as you said, just 1 hit this season, but you're wondering when he's due. And if you're a Hornets fan, you're really hoping it's not in this at-bat.
Angel looks in. Riley O'Donovan, the battery mate, has the signal. We're ready to go here with an 0-1 count. Long hold, couple looks. Ball in the air. Avery Neves is out there and left. He's under it at the line, and the inning is over. Top-notch stuff there out of the bullpen as Lynchburg will force York to strand a couple runners. No hits, no errors, 2 left on, no runs scored in the top of the 7th, and the Hornets hold on to the 6-3 lead over York College.
For the Spartans, number
New arm on the
24,
bump
Cade
for
Hollingsworth.
York College. Cade Hollingsworth will make his 3rd appearance of the season. Enters the game with 1.1 innings pitched. He's given up a hit, walked 1. No earned runs yet. And he'll take over the pitching duties for York, who finds themselves down but not out. Still in striking distance here. Let's see if the Hornets can tack on some insurance runs. 12 left on in the game for York, Evan. So it speaks to a couple things. Timely pitching from Lynchburg. Lynchburg pitchers willing to dig deep and find ways to get out of innings. And then some pretty good defense from the Hornets as well. All series long, we've seen the Lynchburg flash the leather.
For sure, it's something at this point of the season that I think is important to note. We talk so much about the bats getting ready for the first month of the season, and obviously pitchers have been doing their thing, but to be able to peak at the right time and just coming into games and contributing, I think is very important. And seeing what we've seen from this Hornets team this series, I think you have to be optimistic.
Brandon Garcia will lead off the 7th inning. Here's an interesting tidbit for you, the leadoff man, Brandon Garcia. This is the 3rd inning that he's led off. Sometimes people talk about the leadoff spot being overrated because you might only lead off the 1st inning. Not the case here. Garcia led off the 1st, bounced out to the shortstop. He led off the 4th with a base on balls, and he'll lead off this inning as well for Lynchburg as he takes a look at another ball, and the count goes 2-0. I mean, that's ideal if you can have your leadoff man up there multiple times to start innings in a game. Just doesn't always happen that way.
Especially the way Garcia's been playing as well. Just see you're getting speed and getting someone in the box who certainly is ready to make a contribution, I think, both offensively and defensively this year.
He'll take that one for a strike. Offensively, just in the last 3 games, this series against York here over the weekend, I'm seeing Garcia just get more and more confidence in the batter's box. No shortage of confidence out there on defense for Garcia. He has been an absolute joy to watch, just a vacuum cleaner at shortstop, and he's got the flair out there as well. Speaking of the Latin flair, right? But Garcia is on board with another walk. I just think his at-bat's looking better and better. Just in the course of these 3 games, the last 48 hours, Garcia seems to be displaying some growth hitting-wise. He's on board again with his 2nd walk of the game. And Logan Webster steps to the plate. He's had quite a series. I think he's driven in 4 in the last 3 games. He'll watch the first one come in there for a strike from Cade Hollingsworth.
biggest thing I've seen from Webster, too, because for good reason, we will always talk about Avery Neves and the contributions he's made, but Webster is just, a lot of the times, the hits that he has aren't necessarily as big in the scoreline as he's going to get hit. But just the consistency of what he gets on base, I think, is very crucial for this team moving forward.
Yeah, Avery Neves will be in everybody's conversation, including ours, rightfully so. But Logan Webster deserves a lot of chatter, whether it's hitting behind Neves like he's done a lot this season or hitting in front of him, setting the table there. And the table is set again for the buffet man. Let him eat here. Coach Jones has definitely got Neves ready to turn loose. It might be a conventional sack bunt scenario, but do not expect that with Avery Neves. His ball's going to skip away, and the runners are going to be in scoring position anyway. Garcia to third, Webster to second.
Again, just speculating, but like to imagine the green light's on for Neves in this case.
I think he's always got the green light, Evan. I think the green light is just, I think it's just a bright neon green, and it's about as loud and effervescent as you can get a light. I'm just searching for more words about the brightness of a light bulb. But it's very green for Avery Neves right here. Infield drawn in as well. Remember, he flipped one over the first baseman's head for that RBI single earlier in the game. Does have a sac fly to center for an RBI as well. So Avery Neves with a chance to fill up the stat sheet again, as he so often does. 2 for 3 yesterday with 1 driven in. Scored 2 runs himself. He picked up career walk number 106 yesterday, and he had 1 walk in the first game today. Neves went after that one. Doubled and singled in the first game as well. It's another situation where you can spend the entire half inning just talking about what Avery Neves has done lately. But he's 1 for 2 now, as Hollingsworth looks to pitch out of a jam with nobody away here in the bottom of the 7th. Neves bounces that one to third. It's going to be another RBI. Probably not exactly what he was looking for, but he'll drive in Garcia as he scampers across home plate for run number 7 of the game for Lynchburg.
Now at bat, number 19.
Nice
Riley
play there.
O'Donovan.
Just with the hop to still get the out at first. That is a very difficult play. You see the ball a lot of the times today just taking a weird bounce, and not only do you have to react, but you still have to get the throw off.
Yeah, Teneni at third there. You're faced with a guy, Avery Neves, who runs really well. Always going to hustle down the line. He knows one speed. So a good play by Teneni to get it across and get the out. Breaking ball comes in for a strike on Riley O'Donovan. Runner at third with 1 gone. 0-1 the count. Lynchburg leading 7-3 after the RBI ground out for Avery Neves. O'Donovan puts a charge into this. This is headed to deep left center field. Elzinga ran it down. Did he make the grab? Yes, he did. Kind of casual out there with the catch, as Logan Webster will come in. Hollingsworth tips the cap from the mound. Excellent play to run it down there. And obviously too deep to even have an attempt to throw the runner out at home. So 2 on, 2 in for Lynchburg. Now the bases are clear, but it's a 2-run inning that still continues with Eric Hyatt at the plate.
Just another showcase. We've talked about it both games, but just Elzinga out in center. Very mobile, and you have to think there are very few balls hit out there that he is not capable of catching. But Lynchburg still driving in 1, and now score can't be equaled with just 1 swing.
Back to the diversity of this offense, Evan. It's a walk, a hit by pitch. They move up on a pass ball, wild pitch situation. And then a ground out to third scores a run. A sac fly to center scores a run. Yes, it's a team that can bang out the extra base hits. We know that part of it. We know the small ball game. We've seen bunts and hit and runs this weekend. But here you're seeing Lynchburg score 2 without even getting a base hit. They're going to find a way to get runners across the plate and light up that scoreboard. It's so impressive to me the way they can beat you different ways. It's incredible.
And it's just not ideal to wait for those extra base hits. So we see here a routine ball to short, but Lynchburg finding their ways to get it done.
Inning is over. No hits, none left on, no York errors, but it's still a 2-run inning for Lynchburg as they pad the advantage. 8-3 Hornets heading to the top of the 8th at Fox Field. It'll be 1-2-3 due up for York in the top of the 8th. Spartans are running out of chances. The deficit increased. Hornets from Lynchburg scored 2 runs in the 7th inning without scoring a run. Pretty impressive from the Hornet offense. And now York down to just 6 outs to try and get a win in this 3-game series that has not gone the way the Spartans wanted. We talked about this all-time series between these two ball clubs yesterday, Evan, and Lynchburg has now won 10 in a row. It was 8 in a row coming into the series. It's now 10 in a row for the Hornets. So York not exactly enjoying this trip 4.5 hours south the way Lynchburg has lately.
And crazy just to see that stat line too, because we know how talented of a program York has as well. But on getaway day, maybe the 3rd game of the series, you want to at least find something optimistic from this one.
That's what the good teams can do. They can find the positive takeaways, win or lose. And the good teams also do find a way to scratch out a win in those series. Even if you don't win the series, just don't get blanked, win 1 of 3. That will bode well for the rest of the season. But unfortunately, not going that way for York right now as Elzinger flies out to short, pops out to short. And here comes number 23, Lucas Pendergrast, in there for actually his 3rd at bat, came in as a sub. He's 1 for 1 with a walk. So we'll see if Pendergrast can continue his good day. Angel Collazo continues for Lynchburg. Feisty on the mound, fun to watch. And he's getting results right now, 0-2 with 1 away. Here's a flare into left field that Neves tracks well and hauls in. Out number 2 quickly.
For Collazo too, just great job getting in this inning, not wasting too many pitches. He's been very efficient after that last one, and I think especially too, just for Lynchburg from a defensive standpoint, being able to get in and out quickly and put pressure on York, which they've really been able to do both games today.
Looks like Collazo has done the job effectively for Lynchburg. He'll come out for a substitute, hands it off, and we'll get to see a new arm out of the bullpen for the Hornets. Teamwork there. You see a dozen players come out of the dugout to greet Collazo as he comes in. And he did very, very nicely in short amount of work. It was 5 batters faced by Collazo, but the perfect season continues. No earned runs. He has not given up a hit either. Did hit the 1 batter, and we get to see Matt Cassidy again. Loving this young player out of Heritage High School just down the street here in Lynchburg. That is Lucas Jones's same high school that Coach Lucas Jones went to. He and Matt Cassidy, both Heritage pioneers, and I think that was a factor in Mr. Cassidy wanting to play his college baseball here at Lynchburg.
Obviously so many high schools around in the Lynchburg area, but Heritage just from all around really in each sport. Lots of pioneers on campus, and as you said, they've done a great job at it too, and being able to continue playing collegiate ball. We've seen what Cassidy has done in the first few games.
Pitched in 3 already, 2.70 earned run average. Very talented, two-way player on the roster, catcher and pitcher, which is a tough combination. But I saw him do it in high school, caught a couple of his games last season. Very talented, very athletic, moves so well, which is kind of almost more of a pitcher shortstop combination to me with the way Cassidy can move around. But we're seeing him on the bump for Lynchburg this season, very effective. I had a great conversation actually with Lucas Jones' head high school coach. His name is Dennis Knight, Evan, and you would love to talk to Dennis Knight, one of the all-time great baseball minds. So many wonderful ideas. I mean, I got down a rabbit hole with Dennis Knight one time talking about change-up grips, which, as you know, there's so many different change-up grips. Everybody's got a different one, but Dennis Knight had some good ones. Very, very knowledgeable as a head coach. Actually spent some time as an assistant coach at Hampton-Sydney, Dennis Knight did. But he was Coach Lucas Jones's high school coach, and he was careful to not take any credit for Lucas Jones's success. He said, I didn't have anything to do with that. I tried to make the joke and tell Coach Knight, yeah, Lucas stole all that stuff from you. And Dennis Knight quickly deferred. Very modest, Mr. Knight.
You love the local connections that we've seen, and obviously with our game, just so many rabbit holes you could go down. I think that's what makes it so fun to watch. And even as a broadcaster, just to come out every day and learn something new each game we watch, it's something that we never take for granted. Yeah,
such a fun part of the game. He's talking about that stuff. And you can overdo that. Got to have a balance there, too, as it's 2-0. Cassidy can't find the strike zone just yet for Lynchburg. Facing Michael Tenenny. He's 0 for 4 in the game so far. Got a good hitter's count here, though, as Cassidy will deliver that one for a strike. Tenenny had 2 hits in game number 1 this afternoon, but blanked here in the second contest, game 3 of the series. Cassidy's got great action up there, too, doesn't he? That motion with the young right-hander.
Stays confident. And going back also to his movement, that's not necessarily something that for a pitcher you pay a lot of attention to, but just the athleticism to go out there especially, and that's going to develop over time. So just what we've seen from Cassidy early on, it's going to be exciting to watch.
One more reason to be confident about the future if you're a Lynchburg fan. Confidence is high this year, though, of course. Expectations are high. Back-to-back 36-win seasons. That's going to be hard to equal again. But I think anything less than that kind of feels like a disappointment for a Hornet fan. It's not necessarily fair to the coaching staff or the team that less than 36 wins is a disappointment, but it's the penalty of excellence like we've talked about. Once you win 36 games in a year, people expect you're going to do it every single year.
Well, and I think the players understand that too, because they want to win this season. The coaching staff wants to win. So coming into the year, I don't think that their expectation is any lower as well. But just to get out and work every day, we've seen this series just what they're capable of doing in terms of winning different styles of games. And as the Hornets progress, we see CNU on Tuesday. That's going to be a trait that they need to keep around.
The captains from CNU also ranked in the top 25 Division III baseball, just like Lynchburg. Hornets 13th coming into the weekend. Cassidy evens the count, 1-1, 2 gone in the 8th inning. Swing and miss upstairs there from Bryce Schaefer. 1-2 the count now. Got to run down our wonderful crew up here, Evan, at some point, because it's been a great weekend. We got some great visuals, got that center field camera set up, looking fabulous. And we hope you'll check out the action on LHSN all season long. All the other sports as well. There's so much going on.
Absolutely.
Can you keep it all straight?
It's tough. With the level that the Hornets of any sport have played at, it is really special just to see how many teams are competing. But as you said, staff makes our job easy up here.
Fastball, inner black for a strike. Schaefer will have to walk back to the dugout. Cassidy will get greeted by some high fives and attaboys. 8-3 the Lynchburg lead. Inning number, the top half of the 8th ends with a K for York. Hornets might have their last chance to swing the bat here in just a moment. Stick around. It's the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Baseball fans, a big shout out and thank you to our crew today. Matt on the camera, Evan G. We've got two Evan G's up here in the press box, but also directing Evan G. Delaney on the public address. Caroline, our wonderful statistician and press box supervisor. We don't want to call her the boss because I don't know. That might not be the best nickname, but we got to find out something for Caroline. Rebecca's on the scoreboard. Sam, of course, our wonderful producer and executive director, and John Waters. He and Sam helped get the camera up there. That's athletic director John Waters. To you, Evan.
They added the athletic into director, getting that one up.
Yeah.
That's a pretty special addition to the broadcast.
That's true. We saw them up there getting the center field camera cranked up, and that was no easy feat. I get scared when I get like 2 steps up on the ladder. I don't know how high they were up as the breaking ball comes in for a strike on Jackson Harding. But, yeah, Matt, Evan, Delaney, Caroline, Rebecca, Sam, and, of course, all under the direction of our fearless leader and executive producer, Tim LaDuca, who has been very busy this weekend. Women's lacrosse, men's lacrosse, equestrian, soccer. We've still got indoor track and field competing. Tennis, beach volleyball. This is all going on in the spring, too. This is not the whole season rundown.
March, whether you're looking at it from a college standpoint or even professionally, just an amazing month for sports.
Oh, yeah. You got to love March. March Madness. You get to things like golf and auto racing heating up. There's a lot going on in March as Harding will bounce this one to the pitcher. Should be a pretty easy play for Hollingsworth at first. It is. Harding is down, and Gavin Collins back up to the plate here. Triple on the books in this game.
Gavin Collins.
But it's been another successful series for Gavin Collins, the junior, who has one of the healthiest resumes around, an ODAC Rookie of the Year for him a couple years ago. And he was the interesting one statistically, Evan, that we commented on. Average was lower last year. He actually had more hits last season as a sophomore than he did as a freshman. But back to the nature of baseball and how quirky and interesting it can be.
It's very difficult, too, because I think a lot of spectators often want to look for trends or evaluating the athletic performances and saying that someone did better in one year compared to another. But in baseball, it all really comes out to even in the end, and you have to think, even if one year is down and the other is a little bit better, there's no way to really truly analyze how they're playing.
So much gray area for sure. And as humans, as fans, we want it to be black and white. We want it to be simple, as Collins will fly this one into medium deep right center field. Yeah, it took the right fielder back, but pulled in for an F9 there as out number 2 is on the board.
Now at bat, number 25, Josh Jorman.
Josh Jorman, the first baseman. 2 hits so far in the game, in what has been a pretty solid start to the season for Josh Jorman, the senior from Oak Hill, Virginia. Hit .347 last year, drove in 20. Career average still over 300 for Josh Jorman.
Obviously, we mentioned the stats of this game. Just looking at the scoreboard, you mentioned how the Hornets have been able to score. They've gotten out hit 9-7 and still winning this ball game 8-3. Just says a lot about the character of the offensive contributions coming from all around today.
Sure does. Hornets got out hit on Tuesday at William Peace, but still won that game 11-10. Breaking ball in for a strike. 1-2 count on Jorman. Jorman's had some fine defense all weekend long, too, which has probably gone a little bit underappreciated by us. Using the first baseman's mitt over there. That's another one. That's another baseball quirk, Evan. The first baseman and the catcher use a mitt, and the other fielders use a glove. And it's actually bad form to call it a first baseman's glove or a catcher's glove because it's not a glove. It's a mitt.
Feel
and
like we fall into that trap often.
Oh, I'm sure I make that mistake all the time, multiple times a game. And that's not even because it's early in the season there. As Jorman will watch that ball come in, full count. Yeah, it's a mitt because the catcher's mitt and first baseman's mitt do not have fingers. That's just more rounded, and it's like short for mitten. Like a mitten doesn't have any fingers that you would wear. Although I don't know if people still wear mittens in the winter. Do they? Do you own a pair of mittens? Yeah. I mean, I know they're still around for sale. I just feel like you don't hear anybody talking about wearing mittens anymore.
Well, the Virginia weather, when it gets down into single digits at times,
that's right.
You're going to be bringing them out.
That's right. Yeah. But yeah, the first baseman's mitt, short for a mitten, because it's just got the rounded section where all four fingers will be in, then still a thumb hole in there. And the other players use the gloves. And, in fact, you can't use the first baseman's mitt anywhere else. It's illegal. And I saw that once in a game. You talk about rare things in baseball. At one point, a right fielder, who I will not name, he was not my teammate. He was on the other team. But he went out with a first baseman's mitt because I guess maybe he had broken his glove. He went out there with the first baseman's mitt, and the umpire noticed it and called him on it. Said, now you got to take it off and use something else. I don't know.
How about that?
I don't know if there's a – now that's a deep baseball rule book question that I bet – oh, watch out. Atkins took that one upstairs. That's it. Lucas Jones is so great about knowing the entire rule book. I bet he would know if there's a penalty or the umpire just tells you to take it off. That I'm not sure about as far as the rule on using the first baseman's mitt somewhere else.
Well, we know just how big that baseball rule book can be. Maybe bigger than any other sport, just with the technicalities. But that's what adds character to this game, and that's why we come out to call it.
Yeah. Well, and when you get those weird things like that happen once in a lifetime, it becomes noteworthy. Brandon Garcia's back up. A 1-for-2 day that has featured 2 walks. Breaking ball comes in there on the inside edge for a strike. As we get off on some fun tangents about things that you rarely see. The runner's interference yesterday was a rare one.
That was a first for me.
Yeah. You don't see it often, that's for sure. I think the mitt thing is more rare, but I'm with you.
We talked about just trying to get out of the way, and I don't think a lot of times as fans that we understand just how difficult that can be, because not only are you trying to avoid the ball, but also making sure you even get to the base on time, because we know how quickly these defenses can operate.
It's bang out there, especially at this level. 1-1 count on Brandon Garcia, freshman who is enjoying his time at the college level so far. Another breaking ball for a strike. Runners on first and second, 2 down. Lead feels pretty comfortable for Lynchburg, but you'd never mind tacking on a few more. And individually, if you're Brandon Garcia, well, you'd love to get another notch on the hit ledger for yourself.
We mentioned it earlier, just getting that experience up, and maybe you're thinking one at bat won't do it, but those will add up as the season goes on, and you know that everyone in that dugout wants to get up to the plate.
Flare down the line there for Garcia will keep the bat going. Looked like it might drop on the left field foul line, but in the end it was probably a full 5 feet off the mark. 1-2 the count, 2 gone. Another hit by pitch in this one. It's been 2 in this game for Lynchburg, and that continues to be a big part of their offense. The hit by pitch, 107 last year for the Hornets. Garcia will send it in the same direction. Left fielders under it, and the bottom of the 8th has come to a conclusion. Hornets will try to hold it down. 5-run advantage. Last chance for the York Spartans. It's coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Well, this is how great the LHSN research department is, Evan. They found the rule, and by they, I mean Tim LaDuca.
The one and only.
Right, the one and only, right. Found the rule here and sent it to us about the illegal glove. If you missed that, fans, we were talking about how only the first baseman can use the first baseman's mitt, same way with the catcher's mitt. And here's the rule from the rule book, quoted, if a player uses an illegal glove, the play is deemed dead upon completion of the play, and the player must replace the glove. If the ball was touched by an illegal glove in fair territory, players are awarded 3 bases. If the ball is caught with an illegal glove in foul territory, it is ruled as a foul ball. So that is directly from the rule book, and you are a real baseball nut if you enjoyed that part of the broadcast. I don't know, maybe the non-baseball nuts found it interesting, but it's just back to how quirky the game is and how many rules there are. You're never going to see that, but at some point it happened. That's why there's a rule in place,
That's why
right?
it was written.
Right.
I agree. And I think it's so funny, too, just because we see that rule, you're thinking, okay, how many others are in the rule book just like that?
That you haven't even thought about, that never happened. I know that there's we shouldn't get on a long-winded thing about the rules because this could end up being the last half inning. And in fact, if you're a Lynchburg fan, you hope it's the last half inning. But we'll keep that in mind for the next game we work together, Evan. But and just this has been fun working with you. I did the game solo yesterday, which is fun. But you do get tired of the sound of your own voice after a while. So
it is a long game to broadcast.
You know what's shocking is you told me you've never done this before.
This is the first broadcast.
That's nuts to me. I mean, you have sounded great. This has been so much fun.
Well, you make my job very easy to be up here.
I wonder if you lied about that just to lower the expectations. There's a charge put into one by Brendan Martin. Avery Neves is there, though, to catch it with no problem.
Garcia ran after that one like he was going to catch it from short.
Yeah.
Sort of caught in the middle.
No, I think you've done this before, and you just wanted to keep the expectations a little bit lower. I could be wrong. Bettler's in there for York as we have some fun. A few laughs here to end. Well, it's been a really great weekend. It's going to be a good weekend for Lynchburg, especially if they can hold on to this one. 3 in a row over York. That'll make the win streak 7 total for Lynchburg, assuming they can close things down here in the top of the 9th.
Going into that CNU game that we've talked about all day, that's just a special way to go into things, carrying momentum. And we know how talented this ball club has been. Same for York. They've had, despite the scoreline, still we've seen their hitting on display throughout. But this Lynchburg team, we just know that continuing throughout the season, they definitely have the depth to compete in this ODAC and try to bring home that championship when May comes around.
Well said about York. I think they've got a talented ball club. You can't judge them on just this small 3-game sample size. They've certainly got a lot of things to like, and I think they're going to have a good year overall as Matt Cassidy continues to work here for the Hornets. The freshman from Lynchburg, Virginia also, I guess I should specify. Heritage High School just down the street. Cassidy looks in, 3-1 count. He'll get that one over, swinging strike for Bettler, and now the count is full. Just looking ahead to that CNU game on Tuesday, Evan, you've got some options if you're the Lynchburg coaching staff as far as pitching. It may be one of those Johnny Holstaff games where you use a bunch of different players. You could even script it out 1 through 9 where you use a different arm each inning. Now, there's a danger there because if a player has a bad inning, then you have to go off the script. And all the coaches are always going to have multiple plans. You've always got plan B and C and really an unlimited permutation. I mean, this is what coaches sit up all night thinking about is these matchups and the pitching orders and those sorts of things. But it will be interesting to see what Lynchburg opts to do on Tuesday against a talented CNU squad. I'm sure the captains are having the same discussions right now. Who are we going to throw against Lynchburg on Tuesday as well?
Well, it can be a very difficult decision because we know being a weekday game and obviously the series against Bridgewater coming on the weekend, you have to save your arms, but at the same point, this is a very talented CNU team. And so, like you mentioned, maybe you throw out and have a bullpen game. You just don't know what Lucas Jones has planned, but I know they will come in prepared to that game, and should be a very good battle between the Hornets and the captains.
Oh, no doubt about it. It's a resume-building game for sure for an at-large bid situation for both ball clubs. It's not your whole season. It's not a Super Bowl game or anything like that, but it's certainly one that you got heavy emphasis on. You're going to have the full attention the entire time on Tuesday. Swing and miss there from Deimling. Hey, let's not forget about Jacob Deimling, the 1,000 man. He's 4 for 4 in his college career with 2 doubles and a homer as well. I mean, it's not like he's just eking out seeing eye singles here. Pinch hit home run yesterday, 2 doubles in this game, a single as well, and he's been hit once. Nearly got hit there from Cassidy. Full count.
Talk about making your presence known, too, coming into this lineup. And obviously we've talked about not having to do too much as a batter, but it's all been natural, just confident in the box.
Seems like it, not forcing anything. Payoff pitch, and Deimling will walk. The average is perfect. He's adding some other statistical categories as well here with the base on balls and a hit by pitch. I mean, I guarantee you, York College plays at Franklin and Marshall on Tuesday. I'm checking their box score after the game to see if Deimling played and see how many hits he got, see if the streak continues.
I'm not a betting man, but I am willing to wager that he might keep that 1,000 mark with the way he's playing today.
And it's back to what we've been saying. If you're a baseball fan, those sorts of things just intrigue you. It gets your attention, and you just got to know. I mean, I feel like I'm a Jacob Deimling fan at this point. I'm a Lynchburg Hornets fan, but you see great things like that, got to love it, got to admire it.
And we've touched on already, too, about the trends and just how we can become obsessed with knowing those trends. But at the same time, when you're batting 1,000 at the start, that is a very cool trait to have.
Yeah. Some of those stats matter more than others. Some of those statistics don't really even matter to the game. They're just something fun for the broadcasters to talk about. But batting 1,000, that definitely matters for the game. That bodes well for Deimling and his career. Here's a ball airborne into center field. Carson Atkins is under it. That was Connor Pickle, who flew out to center field for York. And now the end might be very near. Down to the final out. Emidio Bucci in there for York, the catcher who has been the backstop for all 3 games for the Spartans.
We mentioned that earlier. That's definitely a tough feat to accomplish, and obviously it's not uncommon to see that, but we know that being behind the plate for 18 innings can definitely wear you down.
Cassidy kicks and deals. That line drive will drop in front of Atkins. Bucci's got a hit. One more run for York, so the game continues, at least for another batter anyway. It's a good batter getting sent to the plate in Robbie Elzinga. RBI single for Emidio Bucci. And Lynchburg is at CNU on Tuesday. Hornets are currently 11-3 on the season. They, again, are ranked in the top 25. And the teams will play at Fox Field on March 29th. So you got to wait a few weeks for the return matchup, but that's something we'll be very excited about. Of course, you'll be able to see it right here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Our next game at Fox Field is Lynchburg hosting Bridgewater 1 week from today. That is Sunday, March the 12th. Bridgewater 5th in that ODAC preseason poll. They're having a slow start to the season, Evan, at 2-8. But Bridgewater, the Eagles, always a formidable opponent. It's an ODAC game. You know those are going to be tough, and it's worth trying to get out to Fox Field to watch it, or at least checking it out with us on LHSN.
You have to think, you mentioned that they're projected 5th in the ODAC, and we know how competitive this conference can be, so might not put too much stock into the 2-8 start, but if you're the Eagles, you really just have to start scratching your head a little bit and finding a way to get back, because we know how strong of a ball club they can be.
Elzinger's got an 0-2 count. Cassidy where he wants him. Away target, hits the target, but it's just off for a ball. 1-2 now, 8-4 lead for Lynchburg. It was 2 in the 4th for the Hornets, 4 in the 5th, and then Lynchburg added on 2 more in the 7th without a base hit. Multiple ways to score runs for this Hornets offense. Cassidy, ready, misses high. That hits the glove of O'Donovan. and goes backwards, and the runners will advance. Runners on second and third now.
How about the Spartans, too, putting pressure on Lynchburg in this final inning? And maybe it's not to change the scoreline that much, but as we've said, it's about chipping away. And regardless of what that score says right now, you see against other opponents, they're definitely going to be able to compete and move forward.
Get that never give up mentality. Spartans are showing it right here. See if Elzinger can extend the game a little bit more. 2-2 with 2 gone. He'll pop one over the Lynchburg batting cage area, and it's foul. How about the Lynchburg Hornets at home, Evan? If they win this one, they'll move to 5-0 on the season. They were 21-2 at Fox last year, 23-3 at home in 2021. And in the shortened season, 2020, they were 6-1. So the record at the moment for Lynchburg, as Elzinger fouls another one back, at home in the last 4 seasons, get this, it's 54-6 in the last 4 years for Lynchburg. 54-6 at home in the last 4 seasons. That's insane to think about.
That's about as good as it gets, and you have to think not only do they like playing here, but I'm sure their fans enjoy watching some good baseball on Fox.
Cassidy goes inside. This ball in the air. Webster going to run it down, and that's your ball game. Hornets win another one. 7 in a row for Lynchburg. They moved to 8-1 on the season. They defeat York 8-4. They sweep the series, and the wonderful record at Fox Field continues. We'll say so long on this Sunday afternoon. Can't wait to talk to you again on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Baseball team hits the road to go to CNU on Tuesday, and then they are back here hosting Bridgewater on Sunday. See the game live at Fox Field or, of course, on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Evan, pleasure working with you. We had a great crew today. They made it look good and sound good, and it's just been a lot of fun. I can't wait to do it again.
Absolutely, and we've had a fun one here. Can't wait to keep going this season. We know just what the expectation might be for this Hornet squad, so excited to see as they continue accomplishing their goals throughout the season. Confidence is high, expectations are high. Can't wait to see the next one. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, fans. Hornets win the doubleheader today, and they sweep the series with York. 8-4 victory here in game number 2. Congrats to Lucas Jones and his coaching staff and the ball club. Hornets win it. They moved to 8-1 on the season. You saw it all live right here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.